stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, everybody. I was going to say good morning, but it's definitely not morning anymore. Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. Sorry, you guys. I'm just not feeling great. So here we are. We're gonna start. I know you guys are probably all cheated. It's okay. I get it. I would have cheated too. So I understand. It's okay though, because we still can talk about it together as we go through it. You guys want to watch this on replay, by all means do that, or whatever you want to do. So Lucy's like, it's okay, girl. I'm sick too. Yeah, this is just stupid. I can just it sucks. Anyway, we are covering the state of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes in the Christina Parcell case, and we are on day 6. The defense's case at this time, and the defendant is going to take the stand today, pretty much the whole day. So, Precaution's like, I've been neck deep in Delphi. I didn't cheat. Oh, look at you guys didn't cheat. I was close though. It was close. It was close. I'm no cheater. I'm no cheater. That's awesome. All right. All right. It's okay if you did, and thank you for not cheating. I have not watched anything, so this is all going to be brand new to me. But see, now Court TV is picking up on the case. You know, they were covering it on their website, but not on their channel. But they have better audio. I did cheat on a cigarette because I went to a vape, Sleuthy. Oh man, damn it! I am a cigarette. I cheated on my cigarettes. So, but Court TV has better audio than Law and Crime, so we don't have to like actually bump it up where then me or Sleuthy isn't just yelling at you guys when we have something to say. So, all right. I'm gonna do the sound check just to make sure you guys can hear it. Everybody good? Can you guys hear the rustling around? Okay, perfect. All right. Has he worn the same suit and tie every day? I feel like he's worn the same suit and tie every day.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Maybe most of the time, like the defense attorneys have like donated
Zachary
suits,
David Hughes.
or will take some of the funding and buy them suits.
Zach, how old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
Are you married?
No.
How's the sound for everybody?
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I do.
Tell this jury about your brothers and sisters.
I have 5 brothers and sisters. One is my biological brother, Eli, and the rest are my adopted siblings.
At one point, did you have 6 siblings?
Yes, I did.
Talk about that in a minute. Where were you born?
I was born in San Luis Obispo, California.
I don't claim him.
Did you grow up in the entirety of your childhood in California?
No, I did not.
From California, where did you and your family move?
We moved to Southwest Virginia when I was 11.
While you were still living in California, did you discover that you had an aptitude for music?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did your mom or dad do by way of an instrument to help you learn how to play music?
When I was maybe 4 or 5, my dad found an old Gulbranson upright piano at a yard sale, and he bought it for, I think, $300 and rolled it down the street to our house. So I had an instrument to tinker on when I was young, even before I started piano lessons.
Describe, just in general to this jury, what was your, while you were in California and early on in Virginia, what was your home life like? What was it like to grow up in your house?
I had a great childhood. I have great parents. They raised my biological brother and I before we adopted in a Christian household. They taught us good values, the importance of good morals and service to others, and they supported me in every way imaginable, and I'm very grateful for them.
Zach, you may want to back up just a little bit from the microphone. I think we'll get this a little bit.
Okay.
That's a little better. Thanks. Describe for the jury, you talked about your Christian values in the household. Describe for the jury sort of the, early on at least, the connection between your parents supporting you playing music and the Christian dynamic in your family.
Yeah, originally when I was 9, my parents started me on piano lessons. Our pastor's daughter taught piano lessons, and my dad wanted me to play hymns and family devotions.
You testified earlier that you and your family moved to Virginia. Tell this jury where you and your family moved in Virginia.
It was a town called Abingdon. It's right next to Bristol, Virginia, which is known for the NASCAR Speedway.
Describe to the jury what your family's residence was like. Where did you live, and sort of describe that dynamic.
We moved to a small 3.5-acre farm. My parents liked the idea of raising some farm animals and giving my brother and I the opportunity to do physical work on a farm, and just the opportunity to be close to nature and grow up understanding the value of hard work.
In 2005, did your family grow beyond just you and your brother and your parents?
Yes.
Describe to the jury how your family grew in 2005.
The church we were a part of at a time really encouraged adoption, especially for families or couples who weren't able to have kids at that point in their life or at all. And as a result of this belief in the church that it was good to adopt, there were emails that would be passed around occasionally. And there was an email that was passed around with a photo of 5 Russian siblings who were up for adoption in Russia. And my family saw these photos, and our heart really went out to these kids. At first, we thought they were all boys because their heads were all shaven for lice, and they were all wearing sort of the same kind of clothes, hand-me-downs. But they were 3 girls and 2 boys. And after a lot of prayer and thought and discussion about it, we decided we wanted to adopt these kids because essentially, if we didn't, who would?
So, just briefly, let's talk about these kids. How old was the oldest child at the time your parents adopted them?
She was 10.
What was her name?
Her Russian name was Yelena, but we gave all the kids American names. So her name was Grace when we adopted her.
So Grace was 10. How old was the youngest?
18 months.
We're going to come back to them in just a little bit. At some point, did you and your family move to South Carolina from Virginia?
Yes.
How old were you when your family moved to South Carolina from Virginia?
I believe I was either 15 or 16.
Where did you and your family move in South Carolina?
We moved to Travelers Rest in Greenville County.
During this time, describe for the jury what is going on in your music progression, your life as a musician, and how you're progressing.
Like I said, I started piano at 9, and when we moved to Virginia, I became increasingly more interested and motivated in it. So by the time I was, say, 14, 15, I was practicing on average 6 to 8 hours a day. We were homeschooled, so this allowed me to do this. And by the time we had moved to Travelers Rest, I was very convinced that I wanted to pursue music as a career.
He was only like 13 or 14, I believe, when they adopted the 5 Russian children. Yeah, he is. He's acting like he went to Russia to save children. They definitely, I mean, he is very prepped.
You testified you were practicing a lot. During this time, did your father do anything to provide the rest of the family some peace while you were while you were practicing so much?
Yes, I like to practice late into the night and into the early morning hours, so my dad actually built me a soundproofed room out in the garage so I could do this without waking the neighbors.
So as your musical capabilities increased, while you were in high school, did you participate in any music festivals, specifically regional music festivals?
Yes, many.
Did you ever win a prestigious regional music festival?
Yes, several.
Describe to the jury.
So it's like my parents adopted some Russian kids, and I learned to play the piano for church, and then became really good at it. So it's okay that I go ahead and kill people. I was trained. I was trained, so it's okay. It's okay, everybody.
Opportunity you were given in connection with the South Carolina Philharmonic Orchestra.
In 2011, I participated in a high school piano festival in Columbia, South Carolina, at the University of South Carolina, called the Southeastern Piano Festival. And part of this festival, there was an international concerto competition. The concerto was a piece for a solo instrument and orchestra, so in this case, solo piano with orchestra. And that was the Arthur Fraser International Piano Competition, and I was awarded first prize. And part of first prize was the opportunity at a later date to perform a full concerto with the South Carolina Philharmonic. And maybe a year later, we did Beethoven's Emperor Concerto.
You testified about high school and your progression as a musician in high school. I want to talk about college. When it came to go for you to go to college, where did you apply to go to college?
I applied to 5 different conservatories in the country.
Were you accepted to any of those conservatories?
I was accepted to 3.
Where did you decide to go to college?
I went to the Juilliard School in Manhattan.
The year you
What a
applied,
waste.
what percentage of applicants were granted admission to Juilliard?
I believe it was 7.2%.
And you were one of those musicians.
Yes.
When you were accepted, what, if any, inducements or incentives did Juilliard give you to attend their institution?
They offered me a generous financial aid package and a merit-based scholarship.
When did you begin your education at the Juilliard School?
I matriculated in the fall of 2011.
I want to talk about what you did while you were there. While you were at Juilliard, did you have an opportunity to participate in an international music festival?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about that.
There was an international music students festival in Kyoto, Japan, which is called I think the Rome Music Foundation sets it up. And they try to get music students from all over the world, from different countries. So they get a sampling of different countries, and they have a relationship with Juilliard. So an email was sent out to the student body asking if anyone wanted to participate, and I was selected to represent the States in Kyoto for this festival.
And so how many students from around the world participated in this festival?
Maybe 15 to 20.
And how many from America were selected to participate?
1.
And that was just you.
Yes.
Did you graduate from the Juilliard School?
Yes, I did.
When did you graduate?
In May of 2015.
And what was the degree that you obtained upon graduation?
A bachelor's of music and piano performance.
Just briefly describe to the jury after you graduated. What did you do?
I don't know if I was the state, I probably wouldn't object to any of this kind of stuff because it makes him seem very self-important. I don't know. There's something about defendants that take the stand. I can't think of. I'm off the top of my head. I can't think of any defendant I've watched take the stand that I'm like, holy crap! I think they're a great person and they did exactly what they should have done, or they didn't do this. I can't think of. They always come off really bad. I just think you should not take the stand. This is one of those, like, you always get an attorney, always keep your mouth shut, don't talk, and don't ever take the stand. I don't know if you're damned if you don't, because I typically don't take into consideration when they don't take the stand, but I'm trying to think of one defendant I've ever watched on the stand that I was like, I think that probably the closest would be Todd Mullis, but still I think narcissistic. So I don't know if I necessarily think, but he also was found guilty. Really, Carla? Yeah, see, I don't know. I just think that I think it's a bad, it always cut. I I can't tell me if you guys watched any trial where you think a defendant took the stand and you're like, they did great, and I totally believe them. Darrell Brooks. My brother is very, very smart and musically talented, like over the top. I'm always waiting to see if he ends up a serial killer. JK, kinda. Andrea has an interesting take on this. She's in favor of putting defendants on the stand, and as she feels you have nothing to lose. I see, that's so interesting to me because I actually believe the opposite.
For employment immediately upon graduation?
I did what a lot of conservatory graduates do, who decide not to immediately pursue a higher degree. I did a lot of freelancing. I did some solo gigs playing concerts. I did some accompanying. I taught some students. And I even took on some work in restaurants to supplement my.
I thought she was totally guilty. I would have got her
At some
for first
point,
degree. But
were you given the opportunity to be on staff with the Knoxville Symphony?
Yes, I was.
When did you receive, or when was that opportunity given to you?
I heard about the audition.
I'm a junkie.
I heard that a spot had opened up for principal keyboardist in the Knoxville Symphony, and I heard about it 3 days beforehand. So last minute, I learned a bunch of excerpts. And
Ashton
auditioned, and
Benefield was so guilty to
fortunate
me.
enough to get the job in 2017.
You talked about the principal pianist. Tell the jury what the principal pianist, what that title means, and what your function was.
It is a principal keyboardist, so it's basically any instrument part in the orchestra that has a keyboard I would be playing. So it could be piano, harpsichord, synthesizer, celesta.
And when did you begin your employment as the principal pianist for the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2017.
When did your employment end with the Knoxville Symphony?
In 2018.
What did you decide to do in 2018 that required you to leave the orchestra? The symphony, rather.
I decided to enlist with the Marine Corps.
So you're a classically trained pianist. You have an opportunity with a symphony to perform with them, which is regular employment, and you decide to leave that and go serve your country in the Marine Corps. Is that correct?
Yes.
Describe to the jury why you decided to leave your job with the symphony to serve your country in the Marine Corps.
Since my sophomore year of college, it had been something I've been thinking about, military service. And obviously there's a window of time that you're able to do that in as you get older. You hit age limits and so forth. And it had just always been something I was interested in, the service of others, service to others aspect of it. I felt like, in a sense, I owed a debt to my country and to do some military service.
Oh, God.
And I also wanted the opportunity to experience a difficult training environment. And I figured the Marines had a reputation of being the hardest. So that's the branch I decided to go for.
What, if any, attributes of your childhood or the home environment as you grew up,
Or like,
what
get
any
the
of
whole
those
thing.
attributes played into your desire to join the Marine Corps?
I think the way my parents had always instilled in us a good work ethic and an important sense of just a moral duty to others, it seemed like a very good opportunity for me to further develop some of these things in myself.
You testified that initially you enlisted in the Marine Corps. Ultimately, did your journey continue as an enlisted person in the Marine Corps?
No.
Why not? Tell us, Jerry.
Rittenhouse, that's a good one. Cool Whip. Rittenhouse did do good on the stand. That's actually a great example. Thank you for bringing him up. I thought he did great on the stand too.
They ask you a lot of questions, just trying to figure out who you are and what aptitude you might have for different aspects of the service you were going for. And he found out that I had a college degree, which meant, unbeknownst to me, that I was eligible for officer candidate school. So as soon as they found that out, they tried to funnel me into, it's a different recruiting program, but they got me in touch with the officer selection officer and encouraged me to go the officer route.
During the selection process for officer candidate school, were you living in Tennessee at the time?
Yes, I was.
And briefly, if you would, describe for the jury during that period in Tennessee what the process was that was used for officer candidate school or OCS for selection.
It's a little different than recruiting. You have to go through a pretty rigorous selection process to even be invited to OCS. So you spend a lot of time with your OSO, or your officer selection officer, and it's their job to essentially train you up and get you ready so that you can pass the review board to get an invitation. So when I was living in Tennessee, I was doing a lot of training with him preparing for this.
In Tennessee at the time, was there a board that also was tasked with reviewing applications for OCS?
Yes, there was.
And the cycle where you participated, where your application was evaluated, do you know how many applicants the board authorized to go forward with OCS during that cycle?
One.
Was that your application?
Yes, it was.
Let's talk about OCS. At the time you began your journey in the Marine Corps, did Marine Corps personnel try to push you to a different area than you wanted to go to?
Yes, they did.
Describe to this jury what they asked you to do or what they wanted you to do.
As a recruiter, there are different boxes that I think you get bonuses in a certain sense if you can check, and one of those is the Marine Corps band. So when they found out I had a background as a pianist, they really tried to get me to join the Marine Corps band.
And when they asked you to join the Marine Corps band, what did you say?
I declined. That wasn't the reason I wanted to join. I wanted to experience a different side of life, and I was interested in infantry.
Let's talk about OCS. During officer candidate school and your time there, were there metrics that were used by OCS personnel to evaluate physical fitness?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what those metrics were.
There's something called the PFT, the physical fitness test, and it consists of 3 areas. It's
Yeah,
force,
that's
failure,
exactly-
maximum crunches under.
That's exactly what I thought, Sleuthy. He wanted to be in the infantry. I don't know if that bodes well. I don't know if anybody's even paid attention to him saying that, but I was the first thing I thought. I was like, wait a minute. It's like I wanted to experience a different side of stuff. I wanted to go kill people instead, but then I couldn't. So I just did it on my own, vigilante style.
Under 2 minutes and a 3-mile timed run.
What's a perfect score on that?
You can get a maximum of 100 in each of the 3 areas, so a perfect score would be 300.
What was your score?
294.
Ultimately, were you able to complete officer candidate school?
No, I was not.
Why were you not able to complete officer candidate school?
I was dropped after the 3rd week of officer candidate school due to level 3 stress fractures in both of my tibias,
So you had broken legs.
more or less.
At the time you were forced to leave officer candidate school, what percentage of the class were you in?
Are we going to go into how he broke his legs, or we're just going to leave that?
Do you remember how many members were in your OCS class this time?
It was more than 400.
When you left OCS, how did you leave it with the Marine Corps?
The CEO of Quantico, which is where Marine Corps OCS is at, asked me to return. He essentially told me to go home, heal, retrain, and come back.
We'll talk about this more, but ultimately, did you return?
No, I did not.
At this time, do you consider yourself a United States Marine?
No, I do not.
Why?
That's a title you have to earn, and since I haven't completed my training, I did not earn it.
After you suffered the fractures in your legs, where did you go to rehabilitate and to heal?
I went back to Traveler's Rest, where my family is, and I stayed with them while I was healing.
And just to put a time on this, is this approximately 2019? Is that right?
This is late January of 2019.
Miku, you are such a defense
So
attorney.
now you're living with your family in Travelers Rest here in Greenville County. While you were living with your family and rehabilitating your legs, were you presented with an opportunity to play music?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what that opportunity was.
Through a series of mutual acquaintances, a woman by the name of Jeanette Wynn sent me an email and asked me if I would be willing to play an inaugural concert for their church. They had just received a gift of a very fine piano, and they wanted to have this concert sort of as a thank you to the donor and to show the congregation what it sounded like.
It's your crime zone.
And so you were asked to perform using the gift of the piano that the church had received. Is that right?
University nightmare.
What was your response to that invitation?
At first, I was inclined to say no because I was about 6 months out of practice. But the more I thought about it, it seemed like it would be a good thing to do while my legs were healing, so I accepted.
Describe to the jury, when did you play the inaugural concert on the piano? On that field?
I believe it was in June of 2019.
Were you to be paid for the performance?
Yes, I was.
Describe to the jury what the arrangement for the payment would be.
Why?
It was a flat fee honorarium for this one concert.
And was the concert well received?
Yes, it was.
Look at this little cocky smile. Yes, it was.
I want to talk about, just briefly, you mentioned Jeanette Wynn in your introduction to the Wynn family. You first met Jeanette Wynn and other members of the Wynn family in what year? Was it 2019?
In 2019, yes.
And over time, did you develop a friendship with the Wynn family?
Yes, I did.
While you developed this friendship, did you share with the Wynn family a long aspiration you had held in the music context?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so the Wynn family is the place where he was staying at. He stayed at their house, and then that's where the cabin was. So he's talking about in 2019 is when he met them and developed a friendship.
Tell the jury what that aspiration was.
Growing up, Beethoven had always been my favorite composer and something of a personal hero. And in 2020, that was going to be the 250th birthday for him. So I had this dream that I really kind of put on the back burner when I was intending to go through OCS, was this dream of playing all 32 of his piano sonatas in a series of concerts. And in passing, I shared this with the Winds.
And when you shared that aspiration you had with the Winds, what was the reaction of the Winds and their church members?
They were very enthusiastic about the idea.
And so their support of your dream, what effect did that have on your decision to go back to the United States of America?
Playing all of these sonatas is not something you can really just decide to do. You need a venue to present them at, so you need external support. And when I realized how enthusiastic the Winds and their church congregation were about this, I realized that there was actually a real way to do this. So it presented me with a very difficult decision, whether to go back to OCS or whether to do this passion project of mine that I didn't think I was going to ever be able to do. And I eventually chose to do the Beethoven sonatas.
Let's talk about this project. You said 32 Beethoven sonatas.
Yes,
How many pages of music comprises the 32 sonatas?
it's over 600 pages.
If you played those from beginning to end, how long would it take to get through all 32 sonatas?
It depends how fast you go, but roughly 11 to 12 hours.
To your knowledge, how many people have been able to accomplish this endeavor?
I don't know the exact number. It's not many. It's something probably only a dozen or two pianists have ever recorded. As to how many pianists have actually done it, I don't know if there's a record of that.
So let's talk about what
Oh, skinny. The defendant is taking the stand to tell the world that he did it and why he did it. But he's not really allowed to tell the world why he did it. But he's saying that he did kill her. Oh. We're only on fast forward to get through his history. We'll slow it down when we get to the actual content of what he's testifying about. I just don't necessarily care as much about his. I was such a great pianist.
you did to prepare. We're in 2019. When was the first concert on this project? When was that? When were you to perform that concert? When was that?
In January of 2020
Where was that going to be? Where was that performance going to take place?
at the Winds Church.
To prepare for this inaugural concert, where were you living?
At first, I was living with my family, and at a certain point, the Winds extended an invitation to me to live with them because they had a piano that I could practice on. And I think they wanted me to
Amber, got you.
So let's talk about January of 2020. Did you have your inaugural concert for this project in January 2020?
Yes,
And where did you perform this concert?
at the Winds Church.
Were you to be compensated for this concert series?
The concerts were donation-based, and the church and I had agreed to split the proceeds 50-50.
Did you perform that concert in January of 2020?
Yes, I did.
How was it received?
Very well.
What percentage of the project, meaning how many sonatas, did you perform in the first concert?
I played 3 sonatas in the first concert
When was the next concert?
in February of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the second concert?
I think 2
When was the third concert?
in March of 2020.
How many sonatas did you perform in the March concert?
I believe 3.
Was there were you able to perform a fourth concert in April of 2020?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
COVID had happened, which was making public gatherings impossible at the time.
So up until April of 2020, if you had to guess, what percentage of the project were you able to complete in those 3 performances?
Maybe a fifth to a quarter.
All right. During this time, were you working anywhere else to make a little extra money?
Yes, prior I had been working at Gianna downtown serving, and at some point I started working there again after COVID had happened. And I also took on some work with my dad, painting houses and laying brick.
So when the pandemic hit, did that put a complete end to your music performances?
For the time being, yes.
At some point, did you decide to perform outside during the pandemic?
Yes, I did.
What instrument did you use to conduct performances outside?
I saved up some money and bought what was the best electronic keyboard on the market at the time. And I needed something portable. And I also wanted something that would do justice to the pieces I was trying to play. So it was a Roland DeVie piano.
Where did you, or how did you get the money to pay for the piano?
through working with my dad.
So after you got the piano, did you begin to play music on the streets of downtown Greenville?
Yes, I applied for a performer's permit for public spaces, and then I started several times a week taking my keyboard downtown and playing these sonatas at various spots in downtown Greenville.
When did you start performing in downtown Greenville?
It would have been sometime in the summer of 2020.
Where were some of your most frequent locations where you perform music in downtown Greenville?
Probably the most frequent was right in front of Spill the Beans at the entrance to Falls Park, where the fountain is.
I want to talk about an evening in August of 2020 while you were performing outside Spill the Beans. While you were performing, did anyone make contact with you and introduce himself to you?
Yeah.
This is how he meets Melo. So now we kind of have a better idea of when he actually met Melo, because nobody seemed to be able to say when that happened. So summer of 2020, and within a year, he's killing his daughter's mom for him, or maybe not for him. That's not proven, so I shouldn't say that. But and then so think summer 2020, but by October, Melo has already taken his daughter to Italy.
Yes,
Who was that?
that was John Melo.
Was John Melo by himself, or was anyone with him?
He was with his daughter, Aida Melo.
How old, best you can recall, how old was Aida at the time?
She was 8.
Tell this jury about the interaction you had with John Melo when he first introduced himself when you were Principal Beans.
I didn't know who he was, but he came up and said he was a musician and asked if I'd be willing to take a request. He said his daughter's favorite piece was Claire de Lune, and I know that piece really well. It's a favorite piece of mine, so I played it for her.
What, if anything, did you observe about Aida while you were playing Claire de Lune?
Like I said, she was 8, so she was pretty young. I had taught a lot of kids before, so I had experience with kids that age and their attention spans, which tend to be very short. So I was really impressed. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and she was just enraptured from start to finish. Like she wasn't running around. She wasn't on a device. She was just completely caught up in the music, and that made a big impression on me.
After you played John Melo's request, before he left, what, if anything, did he give you?
He gave me a business card.
Did you use it to make contact with him after that first meeting?
Yes, I sent him an email.
Why did you follow up and begin to communicate with John Melo after that first meeting?
I got the impression from a few things he said and from the card that he was in the rock and roll world, which that's something I had never had much contact with as a classical musician. And he seemed like a great conversationalist. He was charismatic and outgoing, and I thought it'd be interesting to get coffee with him at some point.
And did you meet with John again after that night in August of 2020?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the period between the time you met John and Aida Melo in August of 2020 until the beginning of October of 2020. During that period of time, how many times did you physically meet with John Melo?
Maybe 6 or 7 times.
When you met with him, was he by himself or was with Aida with him?
With one exception, Aida was always with him.
Tell the jury what the activities you and John and Aida would do together in that period.
We'd get coffee a few times. I saw him and Aida spontaneously because I was performing and they walked up like the first time. We got pizza once, we went to an art gallery, things like that.
Tell the jury what your impressions were of Aida.
Okay. He approaches him because he's like a big time music producer dude, right? You know, but he's really into the rock scene. And then they go on dates. I mean, I don't know what to say. They're going to art galleries. Why are they going to, they're having coffee. Okay, let's talk about, like, let's meet for coffee. We can discuss like what's going to happen, you know, with your music career. I know how I can help you. Let's go to an art gallery. I don't know, dude. The guy is in his 60s.
As you got to know her in the late summer, early fall of 2020?
They were extremely positive. She's a really special kid. She was definitely mature beyond her years, like I talked about. She could hold a conversation with adults. She looked you in the eye. She seemed really cultured, like she'd had a lot of exposure to different places. She traveled like almost as much as I had. She was always telling me about trips she and her dad had taken, and it was just very evident to me that she was a very healthy, loved child. She clearly loved her dad, and it was obvious that he had done a great job raising her.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
She was a happy, healthy kid, and he was a great father.
Hi, Charles.
Let's fast forward to the beginning of October of 2020.
That's kind of weird, right?
October 2nd.
On your birthday, October the 2nd, 2020, how did you celebrate your birthday?
At this point, Aida had visitation with her mother, Christina Parcell. So this was the one time I saw John where she wasn't with him. And John wanted to show me some of his favorite taco stands out on White Horse Road. So we celebrated my birthday together. And
what? They're dating. You guys, come on. Come on. You don't go spend your birthday going to taco stands with some dude that's over twice your age. They don't even like tacos.
went to a couple bars, had dinner, ended up getting tacos at the end of the night.
At the beginning of the night, what was John's mood?
Very festive.
By the end of the night, had his mood changed?
Yes, it had.
Describe what his mood was at the end of the night.
Towards the end, at one of these taco stands, he became very pensive and even distraught.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go. Let's just back up. They meet in the summer of 2020 while he's out on the street just playing music. The guy's Juilliard trained, but he's gonna go be a street musician. So and he's just living with the winds. So that's also just odd to me, but okay. Because they had a piano. He lived with them because they had a piano. He meets John Melo and his daughter who are just walking up the street. And John Mello's like, hey, I'm like big in the music industry, but I'm like more on the rock side. And, but here's my business card. So like, let's hook up. So he takes the business card and he calls him. And then they're like, okay, we're going to meet for coffee. Artists can be very different, but that doesn't also change the fact that they're dating. They're going on dates. Okay, everybody in chat right now, you tell me how many people you have spent your birthday with that you just met. You spend your entire birthday going to all these different taco carts. You just met the person. I don't care if it's the opposite sex or the same sex. I'm telling you right now, you're spending your birthday with somebody that you got. I'm not spending it with my new friend I just met or the guy who's offering me a business proposition. I'm going to go spend the time with the people that, zero. Miku, I think that's a good reason that he's your ex then if he was doing all these things. Because if he's hanging out with a dude that's twice his age on his birthday going to look for tacos, there's something hinky going on. That just doesn't. I don't. Same sex, opposite sex. I think that it's a date, dude. Like it's a date. But I don't think they can say that they're dating because you can't be gay in South Carolina apparently because there's a law against it. Zero tacos. Does anybody here actually think that? that this isn't a date. Miku, oh my gosh. Are you serious? Oh man. Skinny, your birthday was not yesterday, was it really? Happy belated birthday. That's why you had 0 tacos? Aw, that sucks. I actually had tacos yesterday. Carne asada tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. You have to have tacos, right? Everybody wish Skinny a happy belated birthday. Oh, cheesecake. That's some good shit. I love cheesecake. My opinion has changed to the motive. Okay, so they go on these dates, and they go to the art gallery. They go get tacos together. They spend his birthday together, and then Melo is going to sit down with him when they're, at the end of the day, and he's just going to spill everything about what's going on. They've only met 5 or 6 times, according to him, right?
And he started to tell me about really grave concerns he had about his daughter, specifically when his daughter was with her mother, Christina Parcell. And he essentially said that whenever Aida's mother had visitation, he just never could rest easy until he got Aida back. And that he just didn't trust her, and he thought that she wasn't responsible and that she might even hurt her at some point. And I mean, frankly, the mood of the evening took a big dip because of this. It was clear that he just was terrified about the danger his daughter was in.
Me.
And this made
He's terrified. He's out eating tacos on your birthday. He ain't fucking terrified.
So
he's manipulative.
When you were with John on your birthday on October 2nd, 2020, where were Aida and Christina Parcell?
I would.
They were on a road trip to see family.
I would think this was weird if it was girls. I would absolutely think this was weird if it was girls. If I had just met this person who's twice my age, who gave me a business card talking about a business opportunity, and then all of a sudden they're asking me to go to places with them, I would think that's weird. I would think if somebody approaches me and talks to me about it, they're like, Teresa, you're so good at YouTube. I think you're amazing. I think your editing skills are top notch and people just love you. Let's go to an art gallery. I'd be like, you're fucking weird, and I'm not going to a fucking art gallery with you. I'm sure as not spending my fucking birthday with you eating tacos. It's never going to happen. Because if you're approaching me and you want to talk about, like, he's like, I think there's a, you're so good at YouTube. You're twice my age, dude. Why in the world would I be going with you anywhere? Unless you're asking me out on a date and I think that you've got money. Like, I'm thinking, like, that's about the only point that I can think that you're saying yes to this. Because look at me. I'm like, so, sugar daddy-ish, and you're just a fucking lowly little musician out here playing on the street. There's no way in the world I am going to spend my birthday with a girl, with a guy that's twice my age that I just met, that offered me a business opportunity. It's never going to happen. But I do fucking love tacos, Lacey. I do love tacos, so stop tempting me with tacos. This is happening in the United States, right? I mean, why is somebody saying that, but it's Italy? What if I said please? The real question is crunchy or soft? I prefer crunch. It depends on the type of meat. The type of meat will change if it needs to be a soft or a crunchy. Instead, I'd take you to Italy. I don't trust you enough to say that you bring me back, post-punk mama. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't, especially in my 20s. I mean, maybe now in my 40s I could be like, yeah, but in my 20s, I mean, have these people never watched the movie Taken? Like my dad, I mean, he did have a special set of skills, but not like him, not like Liam Neeson kind of special set of skills. I'm not going to a foreign country with you. I just met you. Confirm I would not bring you back. They'd be like, you are too good at YouTube and I am keeping you in this foreign country forever. I feel like he thought this guy was easily manipulated. He was like, ooh, I think he's I think he's like I could get him to do my dirty work. Look at he even comes out with me for tacos on his birthday instead of spending it with his friends or family or playing piano or anything else. I think that I can get him. I think Melo thinks he's a little weakling and he can manipulate him through music. You'd steal my intro, outro. I think that he was like, this is the guy that I can get to do my dirty work. I don't like Melo at all. Do I think Melo groomed him? I don't think it took much. The guy already was like primed and ready to kill people. He was like, I want to kill people. I don't want to play piano. I want to go kill people. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. I don't know. You guys can disagree. That's as you know, that's fine. He's dating him. They're dating. Or he is absolutely grooming him and he's okay with it.
Somewhere farther down south.
When was she due back to Greenville?
I believe the next day or in the next couple of days.
When she returned, where were Aida and John going to go?
They were going to go to Italy.
Did John tell you that?
Yes.
When John told you that he and Aida were going to go to Italy, what did you think about that? What was your reaction to that?
I thought it was great. I knew at this point that John's parents were Italian, and Aida, I thought, stood to gain a great cultural experience from it. And I just thought if I had had the opportunity to travel and live in Italy when I was 8, I would have jumped at that. So I was really excited for both of them.
Did they go to Italy?
Yes.
So now we're in October.
So in October, John and Aida Melo go to Italy. Tell this jury what you're doing in October, November of 2020, musically and otherwise.
At this point, musically, I was still performing on the streets of Greenville, and I was also talking with someone who curated a museum of historic instruments downtown, the Sigel Music Museum. This man was Tom Strange, and we were discussing the possibility of revamping the Beethoven project I had been planning to do that got cut short by COVID by essentially doing the concert series again throughout 2021, but this time recording them so that we wouldn't have to deal with the issue of gatherings with COVID going on.
Passenger, he is a killer. He admits to killing her. He did kill her. He says he did it. He planned it and everything else, and he's going to tell the world why. You know, and somebody in chat was saying something about, was it Miku? I think it was Miku's comment. Hold on, let me go back and find it. I don't speculate on sexuality, but he was raised insanely religious and likely closeted. So when someone approached him and accepted him, he threw caution to the wind. I could see that. And I could give two shits if he's gay. I think South Carolina would care more about him being gay than I ever would. I don't care, but I think it's fucking weird still that this dude's twice his age and they've only seen each other 5 or 6 times. I mean, I think he thinks he's like in love with him.
Tom Strange solidify a plan for resurrecting the Beethoven project?
Yes, we did.
Just generally speaking, describe for
the
jury sort of the intensity of the schedule, the intensity of
so
the lead
lazy.
up to that project.
Do you think that
Yes, so as a classical musician, at least, just because you've played a piece doesn't mean that like you know it forever and you're never going to forget it and it's never going to cost you any more work. It would be like you may have run a marathon once before in your life, but if you haven't trained for a year, it's not going to be easy for you if you go and try to do it again. So I was going to have to relearn all of this repertoire because I had only been playing certain of the sonatas downtown. And with the recording schedule, I was going to be meeting with him. There was going to be other people and other equipment involved. So essentially, I was going to have to commit to a schedule where we'd meet more or less once a week to record one sonata a week throughout 2021 and stick to that schedule. So it was going to be strenuous and a lot of work, and I knew this going into it.
And when was the first recording set to occur on the project with Tom Street?
I think around January 2021.
And beginning in January, how many performances on the project? What was the time frame on the remaining performances on the project?
Again, it was roughly one a week. These sonatas are not all the same length. Some are short as like 12 minutes. Others, one lasts about 45 minutes. So depending on the piece, we were allocating enough time for me to get ready.
All right, so let's talk about from, again, October to April.
No, I don't think so. I
Yeah.
disagree with that. My nephew's in the military. He didn't want to go to infantry. Most people don't actually necessarily want to go to infantry. It's just what they're qualified to do. He was qualified to do something else. No, I don't think that anybody who joins the military wants to kill people. I absolutely do not believe that. I believe that this guy was given other opportunities and he said, no, that's what I want to go do. T, have you watched this father already? Farther? No, I think you mean further. No, I have not. This is all real time for me.
I believe in October. Between October and April, describe to the jury what the communications were you were having with John Melo, the frequency of the communications. Just tell them about it.
Like I said, I was excited for them. I was excited for Aida to be able to have this experience. Based on what John had told me about Aida's mother, I thought it was good that there was distance in between them. And our communications had died off a bit after they left. John is interesting. He's also a lot. He's a very dramatic person. And it was a bit of a relief to just not be running into him downtown all the time, because I had a lot of practice I was doing, and sometimes I didn't have time to hang out as much as he might have wanted to. So our communications petered out.
Were you relieved in some ways that your communications with him had slowed down or stopped?
To a degree, yeah.
He was relieved,
Right.
but he wasn't talking to Melo as much.
In April of 2021, did your communications with John and the frequency of them increase dramatically?
Yes.
Why did your communications with John increase dramatically in April of 2021?
Like I said, our communications had petered out, but they hadn't completely ceased. So he had
Petered
let me
out?
know that Christina Parcell, Aida's mother, had been filing, I think, some stuff with the family court in Greenville in order to try to get her daughter back. He was very worried that she might succeed in doing this for reasons I've already spoken about. And in April, he sent me a message, and it was clear from the text that
He was afraid that she would be able to because of reasons I already spoke about. But why did he think she'd be able to? Or is he not saying it clearly? Like he was afraid of her being there because of the reasons I already spoke about. But why did he think that she was going to be able to? Why didn't he just bring her back to the United States if he really thought that she was going to be able to get custody of her?
very upset, just saying that, Zach, they took Aida. What am I going to do? Something about along those lines.
After he told you in April of 2020,
They did an edit? It's live. They didn't take it down. They should have been able to do any edits. It's live still. No, I mean, I guess maybe it's not live now, but it's not taken down and put back up. Did I miss something? Okay, hold on. Let me go pull up Law and Crime. Or has it not happened yet?
21 that they had taken Aida, did he begin to tell you in greater detail what his concerns were and more information about his concerns?
Yes.
What happened next?
At this point, I found myself in kind of a conundrum because, like I said, I had appreciated having some distance from John. But by the same token, I was becoming increasingly more concerned about his daughter, Aida. So while I might have wanted to not continue communicating with John for the sake of his daughter, I felt that I had a certain sense of responsibility to help him with what he was dealing with this custody battle for his daughter's sake.
God.
We began communicating probably every day, at least by text, often by phone calls. I was giving a lot of time towards hearing what he had to say, towards trying to help him in any way I could. Some of the things I did help him were, first, he needed counsel. He needed a lawyer in family court. So I was calling a bunch of lawyers in Greenville.
Why? He has a
trying to find
fucking
someone who
phone.
could
He
help
can
him.
call himself.
And by helping him, help Aida. I ended up cleaning his house in Greenville. He had left it with a tenant who absolutely trashed it. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. Like the air was hardly breathable. So I was buying a dehumidifier, getting cleaning supplies, hiring
Why?
Mikey Manigo, who testified last week, to help me clean out his house. So
What does that have anything to
he
do
would
with
have a
Aida?
place to show family court, that he had a home that would be a safe place for a little girl and him to be living in. I told him when he came back, I'd pick him
He
up from the
already had
airport.
custody of her. He already had custody of her. She wasn't fighting for full custody. She just wanted her back from Italy. If he had never taken her, she would have been fighting in Italy. If he had just come back and resumed this visitation, there wouldn't be an issue. Sleuthy,
But
find out if they did.
notably, while we were having these conversations, he began to tell me in much more detail what his concerns were about Christina Parcell. And, well, in order for you to understand what my reaction was to what he was telling me, you need to know what my experience was with my oldest adopted sibling, Grace. So when we adopted these kids, we really didn't know much about them.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's trying to distance himself from John, but yet he thinks he has some responsibility to Aida because of what his sister went through. But he only met Aida a couple times, so he actually has no firsthand proof of anything. They're going to try to get it in because of what happened to his sister. And this is how he thought about it. Well, you're assuming? Okay, don't do that. Don't assume.
Please take the jury back to their wonderful room.
Now we're kicking the jury out. Miko, we're not supposed to assume, I guess, because I'm assuming probably incorrectly. Hold on, they kicked the jury out. Yeah, the courtroom's full now. Hold on, I'm going to pull up Twitter and see what Pretty Lies and Alibis had to say during this. Oh, shit, I just got a spoiler. Son of a bitch. So Melo is now charged with accessory before the fact to a felony and solicitation to commit a felony, and will be escorted to the Greenville County Detention Center to await a bond hearing. So Melo was arrested today. I did see something about that.
Hello.
Hi.
Fast forward till he's back on the stand. There's a
Sorry,
large,
I wasn't on that screen.
yeah, there's large breaks a couple times
I was
here.
trying to figure out what was happening during the break and see if Pretty Lies and Alibis had posted what was going on in the courtroom.
No, you'll get all the spoilers there.
It
I already
wasn't
did.
that she was immoral. There were more.
Oh, rewind. Don't listen.
Where we left off, you were telling this
Wait
jury.
till you hear how I get what you're assuming, but that is not it. Wait till you hear how he talks about this girl.
Okay.
I don't say this lightly, but my oldest sister, Grace, was the most evil human being I've ever met in my life.
Holy shit.
She was 10
Uh-huh.
when she came into our family. The Russian government didn't tell us much about the kids, so we weren't aware of any, if any, behavioral issues there may have been. And there were many, but specifically with her.
Still saying we like he
I would
adopted.
describe her without reservation as an affectionless psychopath. It wasn't that she was immoral. It was more that she was amoral. She didn't have a sense of right and wrong. Her emotional compass was seemingly non-existent. She was just dead inside. She was a masterful manipulator and deceiver. She could lie at the drop of the hat for reasons that might involve her personal gain or just for the heck of it. She would invent
What the fuck?
the most absurd, crazy.
I think this is
stories
projection,
just
in my
to
opinion.
out of people. And she could talk about this stuff with the same tone that you might talk about making a sandwich.
Like
and this
you.
from a girl that I knew between the ages of 10 to 14. It was incredibly disturbing. And the things I learned about that type of personality have stayed with me my entire life because I've never met someone like this since. And with one exception, I had never even heard someone describe another human being like this. And one of the things that is so dangerous about someone like this is, she was literally like a vampire who would just suck the goodness out of other people around her. She could be very emotional, and she would fake these emotions in order to elicit a response in you, a sympathetic response. And if, for instance, you were accusing her of doing something like stealing or hurting one of her siblings, she would weep and just beg you to believe her and say, no, I didn't do it. And then if you would present her with irrefutable proof that we knew you had indeed done this, it was like a mask would just fall off her face. And I mean, she'd just look at you with shark eyes. And no matter how many times we would go through this cycle with her, where she would deceive us and betray our trust and hurt people in our family.
He was a teenager.
She would always reel us back in because there's something in normal, good people that wants to believe that someone like this can change. You want to believe that, there's redemption for someone like this and that they might change their ways and become a better person. And she knew that. And she would use that in order to ingratiate herself again and regain our trust, only to betray that trust again harder than she had the first time. And this happened dozens of times, and it created an incredible amount of strife in our home. She could manipulate my parents and drive a wedge between them. She was just an incredibly intelligent person and incredibly evil. And having met someone like that,
Interesting.
it made me able to understand, and even though I didn't want to, accept the fact that people like this exist.
Oh, Jesus.
Whether you want to
You
believe
are
it or not.
like this.
And if you trust them, you are only ever going to get hurt by them again. You have to forgive them at some point. And that was a very difficult thing for me to do. It took me years, but eventually I had to accept an apology from this girl that I never got and was never going to get. And I had to do it for myself. But I would never trust her again. And that would be insane for my own safety or for the safety of others. So this is an experience which I think is somewhat unique. I think most people have not met someone like this. And I mean, we might watch true crime documentaries or things like this, and we know that technically these people are real, but they exist on Netflix or in someone else's lives, and we never once believe that it could be someone we know.
It's you.
Or that it could be someone living next door, or that it could be someone that
Look
our
at the
children play
cameraman
with,
zooming in on him.
or someone we might allow to look after our kids. So knowing this is essential to understanding my reaction to what John began to tell me about Christina Parcell in April and May of 2021 after Aida had been taken back to Greenville. He started describing Christina Parcel's character and her personality. And as he was going through various points, he kept saying, Zach, I know you're not going to believe me. Like, I know this sounds overblown and dramatic, and you probably think I'm exaggerating. And under other circumstances, I would have, because John does, I mean, he's a big storyteller. And, you know, when people are talking about their exes, like, everyone thinks their ex is the Antichrist. So, of course, I was sort of predisposed to be biased against what he was telling me, except for the fact that point by point, everything he described about Christina Parcel was exactly the same as my sister Grace. He told me that Christina Parcel was a master manipulator.
Right.
He said she can lie at the drop of the hat and you'll never know it. He said she was incredibly
No
smart.
spoilers.
He said she was incredibly intelligent and talented. He used to say she was smarter than he was, but that her biggest fault was that she was lazy. And she had this arrogance combined with her laziness that was essentially born out of the fact that she knew she never really had to work too hard at anything in life. And she could even sacrifice trust with people and tell them lies that could easily be found out, because ultimately she was completely confident in her ability to reel someone back in.
He knows all this about her, comparing her to a 10-year-old.
Yep.
And he could have been describing
Because of
Grace
what
in the news.
Melo said.
I knew this behavior. I had lived through this behavior. So at this point,
I'm sorry. When he was
Oh, he absolutely utilized whatever Zach told Melo about Grace, Melo was using to be like, that's just how my ex is. And he knew he already knew this. He used all this information.
I don't even think that that stuff happened. I think that this guy like resents heavily his adopted siblings, especially this oldest one who was closest in age to him, because the way he goes on is just insane. And you don't get like proof of any of this. Like, there's one thing that is like provable, but for the reasons that he says, who knows? Like, once you listen, I'm just gonna let you keep listening. But this is outrageous because he's comparing how this grown-ass woman he's never met is to behaviors that he recognized supposedly in a 10-year-old when he was a teenager. You know what I mean?
But he was like 13 when she was 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is his view of her was from a 13-year-old's brain.
And then he does say she was really intelligent. He probably was very jealous of her too.
Very. And he says, like,
I
when he
want
starts,
to hear from fucking Grace. I want to hear that she was like,
know.
I didn't do any of this shit. Zach did all of this, and then he blamed me and manipulated the shit out of the parental units.
Oh, we have to check all the social medias and see if she says
I
anything
want to hear
today.
from Grace.
Yeah.
For sure.
describing these features to you of Christina, had you ever told him about Grace? Did he know anything about Grace?
no, I don't make a habit of talking about Grace to people. One, it's incredibly difficult to speak about. And two, most people having not met someone like that, it just doesn't really land most of the time. They don't.
See, Melo didn't know about her.
But Melo didn't know about her, but yet he's like, so I didn't talk about her. It doesn't really land if you tell people about her. But then he's saying that Melo just dropped all this on him, and he would just totally understand.
Well, Melo dropped all this stuff on him, and as he's dropping these things on him, Zach is like, oh my gosh, all of this sounds so familiar because I dealt with exactly this. And if he hasn't said it yet, he'll go on to say here in just a second that basically there's no way, unless you've known somebody like that, could Melo have possibly been making this up, because the behaviors, you'd have to have experience with someone like it. So he assumed everything Melo was saying was true.
Okay, hold on. Where's Aaron's comment? If the judge had let him speak on the truth, then he wouldn't have to be talking about his sister at all.
So I have to disagree about that. I think that he says things he knows he's not supposed to anyway, and I think that that's and he does it more than once, and I think that it's separate from these feelings about the sister. Like, Maybe the sister's problem was that she had been through some kind of essay, maybe. But I don't want to say too much and then give away what they're going to say,
Yeah,
but
let's just keep
you'll
going.
see it.
Just
It
keep-
goes together. Yeah. He's comparing Christina
John
to
had
his
no idea
sister,
that
not
he had this experience
not the victor, not the daughter.
Right.
with Grace, which made me realize that there was no way he could have possibly invented this, because no one would get it right point by point by point unless they had met one of these people. And that was the first thing that really raised a huge red flag with me and made me think that despite the fact that he can exaggerate and overblow the truth, and he's often not very believable when you listen to him, I was convinced at that point that he must be describing something true, because no one would know how to describe it so specifically and accurately if they were
He
just
thinks
making it
Melo's
up.
a liar.
And I was right to believe him.
No, he thinks he's telling the truth.
No, he thinks that he exaggerates other things, but he believes him about this. But he said if you listen to him talk, you could see like he doesn't, like he makes stuff up or whatever he just said. But with this, because he knew so many key points about a person like this.
So in addition to this description of her character, and one last thing about Grace and Christina by correlation, one thing Grace she had an addiction to doing was not merely stealing from you or sucker punching one of her siblings just to assert dominance or doing other terrible things to her siblings. She would recruit her other younger siblings to do these things for her. She would get off on making little duplicates of herself and training and enlisting her siblings to act as proxies for her so that she wouldn't actually get in trouble, because she knew that we all had our eyes on her because of her behavior and we knew we couldn't trust her. So if she even had 2 minutes with one of her younger siblings where no one was within earshot, she would tell them, hey, mom's going to go check the mail. I just saw the mail truck go. When she's doing that, I want you to go run into her bedroom and go into her jewelry, or go and get this for me and we'll split it. Go and get that food that mom said we can't have till the weekend or something. So she was an incredibly corrupting influence on anyone around her that she could exert her influence on. Again, I call her a vampire who sucks the goodness out of others. This is an incredibly appropriate metaphor, because that's what vampires do. They're intelligent, they're dead inside, and they eventually kill the people around them unless they find someone who might be useful to them, and then they create a duplicate of themselves that they can control. And this is exactly what Grace would do. So when John was telling me all this, I realized that there was an incredible danger that what Christina Parcell was a future preview of what Aida Melo could potentially become if she was left in this woman's custody and was raised by her. And the facts have borne out that I was right. But
Sustain.
Um,
We'll instruct the jury to disregard the last comment.
Zach, at some point, was Grace actually removed from your family?
yes,
Describe for this jury why, or the circumstance or the event that prompted her removal from your family.
it had been 4 years of what I've been describing. She had been sent to different girls' homes around the country, many of which had records of never expelling a single student, and she was the first for many of them that they expelled and sent back to us. And it finally just got so bad that we realized she was going to be a physical danger to our family. I discovered a diary that she had made where she described in detail my parents having their eyes gouged out and dying, and how once my parents were out of the way and dead, she would be able to assume her role as rightful queen of the country. So she just had these psychopathic delusions of violence and grandeur. And we called DSS and asked them to remove her from the home.
We're going to come back to that in a second, or in a little while. You testified about things that John told you about Christina. Did he also provide you with other information about Christina that informed your opinion of her or what you came to know about her?
Yes.
What were some of the documents or other piece of information that John provided you.
No objection, hearsay.
No, we're not offering it for its truth. We're offering it to show what he knew. It's State versus Vic outside here. We are not offering it for its truth. So, go ahead.
He offered me, among other things, three very pertinent collections of information. One was the photographs that have been discussed that I sent in mailings to various people, along with advertisements from an escort website, which were connected with these photographs. These photographs were of Christina Parcell in various stages of undress. And John told me that they were prostitution advertisements from her previous career as a prostitute. And looking at these photographs, there was no doubt in my mind that that's what these were. And I don't say this in any way to try to shame. It's simply that, I mean, who said it? Like pornography, you know it when you see it. Well, I think the same can be said in terms of these photographs. They were not cute, sexy, intimate photographs that someone might send to someone they're dating or something.
Oh, bullshit. You said nice pictures, and he said thank you.
They were lewd and tasteless, and there was a very clear element of advertising, a commercial element. So
I
when
hope
I
this
looked at
apron
these,
is up on cross.
there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that
See, Christina reminded him of his
said, "You can do
sister.
whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you."
Fucking Grace is lucky she's not dead.
Yeah, that's my opinion too.
We do. I mean, we do. That's the ones he ends up using. And that he says thank you to, or that Melo says thank you after he tells him they're nice pictures.
And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
And 1 second. Zachary.
Oh, I forgot about this. You'll probably have to
Hold on.
fast.
Given. Yeah, because you want what I have to offer. It was, when I looked at these, there was a vacant, arrogant, almost derisive look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. It was a look that said, I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you.
So, like, is that not crazy? She had a vacant look in her eyes that reminded me so much of my sister. Like, you want what I have to offer, or you'll do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer. I mean, does that not sound insane?
Yes, because they're sexy photos.
Yeah,
What was his sister doing that makes it that this reminds him of his sister? Like, you want what I have.
exactly.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go a little bit too personal here, but you're doing it with the dude, and he does want what you have. So I
What?
mean, the position of these photos, and the fact that so far, from my understanding, is Melo took them. What?
I just want to know what. So he describes a look that his sister had, obviously, because obviously he wouldn't then say it reminded me so much of my sister, that he equates to a look of you'll do whatever I want because you want what I have. So what possible scenario would his sister, his adopted sister from Russia, who he hates and says is evil, what would she have that, do you know what I mean? It's a bizarre comparison.
That's what I'm
And
saying. What was he doing with his sister?
I think there's a lot to this.
This is so bizarre.
It was a deposition from 2016.
Hold on.
I can get you to do whatever I want because you want what I have to offer you. And coupled with this was a deposition from 2016 that Christina Parcell had given.
Why would you have that?
Let me show you, Zach, what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Take a look at that.
I believe zero of this crap. I think this guy
Yes,
is
this is
a
the deposition.
psychopath.
All right. At this time, the defense would move defense exhibit 46 in evidence.
State objects.
Not hearsay.
They're trying to get Christina Parcells' deposition from 2016 into his testimony. Man, they have really, really worked on this testimony and how to bring in all the shit that they want the jury to see. Yeah, what did his sister have that he wanted? What? I think this guy's a fucking psycho. Well, the beginning of his testimony, you're right, Lacey. He talked about how great his childhood was. But now he's saying from the time he was 13, he lived with a psychopath.
Oh, I mean, he's not done talking about the sister. But that, I think personally that's what it boils down to, is this Christina reminded him of his adopted sister that
He wanted to kill her.
hated. Yep.
Oh, we're back out of the courtroom.
Yeah, you'll have to skip forward for quite some time. There's several of these.
Now, just for the purpose of the record, you used to say that state objection. Is that correct?
I did as far as that.
Yes, sir. After you read the
He really does.
deposition you referenced of Christina Parcell, what did you come to conclude or believe?
So he read the deposition of Christina from 2016.
Right.
That based on various things she freely admitted to in her deposition, that she had a history of using and manipulating men in order to get money and in offering sexual services in return. She admitted to being a pornographic actress and producing a film in South Carolina where she rubbed her feet on a man's penis. She admitted to using sugardaddyforme.com, where she sought out romantic relationships with older men with a clear emphasis on it being a trade, essentially a reciprocal thing, where she was seeking out to be taken care of financially. She said that she had a general disinterest in having children at the time, which is why that she gave up custody of her daughter to John Melo when her daughter was very young. Her lawyer took it.
I'm just sustaining the objection. Okay. You can ask him, like you said, as far as just the effect it had on him, not the specific details.
Understand.
Oh no, she admitted to the fact that she touched a man's penis with her feet. She's the fucking devil. How much of this has to do with his overly religious childhood? Because I mean, this is like, yeah, people make money off of that every fucking day. Moms, dads.
I told you I'm close to selling feet pics too, but also.
Well, don't be touching anybody's wee-wee.
I whatever, but like I would feel silly, but that's okay. So I don't think he hates all women. I think he hates his sister, dude. I think he hated her guts when he was a teenager. I think he brought that all the way into adulthood.
I almost want to see what the sister looks like. Does she look like Christina?
Oh, interesting. I don't know, but he makes it clear that, like, why is my shed door open?
I don't know. Thank God Brad Weber isn't trying to do anything with his feet. I don't think that would sell.
You know?
Weber OnlyFans? No, I don't think that Weber can't be touching nothing with his foot. It's like, where'd your toe go? Where's your toe? Where's your toe?
I'm sure somebody likes the half a thumb toe.
Coordination to touch a wee-wee with your feet. Don't go in the shed, Sleuthy. Don't go in the shed.
I know. That's how scary movies start. Isn't it like the stupid white person that goes in the direction of the killer?
Yeah. Don't do it. The ditzy blonde. He's like, it's okay, everybody. It's just a shed.
Yeah.
It's not just the wind.
It's daytime. If it was nighttime, I wouldn't have gone over there to shut it. But I think he hates her. And at first I thought the story that was going to go was that he knew that one of his siblings had been SA'd, and
That's
then
what I was assuming.
he found out about this little girl, and so he was trying to protect her or whatever. And
That's
that's
what I thought.
not it. What it
No.
is he saw his sister, who he hates with a furious passion, obviously, and he'll get into it more, in Christina, the victim. And
No wonder there was so much hatred in the murder when he'd never met her. That, I mean, it kind of lines out though.
yeah, well, he saw pictures of her, and it reminded him so
She
much
looked
of his sister.
vacant. She looked vacant.
You have to understand what resentment actually does to people. I'm pretty sure I said this the other day, and I think we were talking about something entirely different when I said, like, resentments will kill
Yeah.
you. Like, it really does. I mean, it consumes you.
Oh, I wonder if he gets into the roses. That's a great question, Joanna. He's not innocent, but he absolutely can't. I don't think he's a victim here. I don't think he's a victim. You know what? Going into this, I actually did think that Melo had completely manipulated him, but I now don't think he's a victim. I think Melo, being a psychopath himself, recognized that this dude is a psychopath and was like, let me get to Italy. Melo cared so much about this woman having custody of his kid that he never fucking came back until after she was dead. Like, let that sink in. He did not care that she had his kid. He was not trying to protect his daughter. He never came back until after she was dead.
And also, so Grace wasn't the only sister either that he had, but somebody said, it passed already, but it said, like, what else could he possibly say about the sister? Dude, you just have to listen. Like, once he started getting into all this, I was like, as much as I feel compelled to keep watching, like, I'm going to stop, because I know that Teresa's going to be live soon. And I had a feeling there was going to be like a bajillion sidebars and stuff, and they don't let us see any of that. So I was like, I'm going to end up sitting here and then be annoyed. So I turned it off. But, like, at the point that I turned it off, I was like,
You'll have to tell me when you haven't, like, when you turned it off, like when we get there, and say, okay, you're
like,
breathing.
he's the way he'll start to talk or whatever, like, he just, like, immediately in my head, I was like, this dude absolutely is like a psychopath.
Yeah. Do I
The
think
more
that
you talk, the
I do
worse it
think
got
Melo
for me.
used him as a tool, Miku. I do think Melo used him as a tool, but I thought maybe because he was like so weak-minded and, you know, just looking for love in all the wrong places kind of thing. Now I think that he was still used as a tool for sure, but in a completely different way.
Well,
Okay,
there's a couple things he's going to say in his testimony that will explain to you very clearly why Melo would be arrested today. Obviously after his testimony. So I do think I think he recognized, I think, like you said, I think he recognized that he's like a psychopath. And
yeah.
it's interesting once you hear. I mean, he
This guy's
tells you the
not
whole
doing
story.
himself. He is not doing himself any favors taking a stand.
No,
This is
no,
so bad, in my opinion.
but I think he thinks he is. Like, I think he thinks that he's going to look like that. At least one person's going to be like, I know somebody like that. Maybe even more of them, and that they're
Maybe.
going to think he saved this little girl or whatever. And
Well,
it gets worse the more he talks. So I should
I
just be
can't
quiet. But
disagree with that either, though. So that's like a hardship because, I mean, I just don't think his reasoning. It would be better off for this defense if the dad had done it versus
yeah,
this random dude who didn't really have any. He really shouldn't have been involved in any of it.
yeah, it's
Like, nobody was listening to me. I tried for years to tell them what was happening. My daughter was telling me all of these things. I just think that it almost would have been better off if Melo had done it himself.
Joanna. I think that it's the truth. I think that a lot of this is truthful. But I think that while I get the impression that he thinks he was justified. And I think that it's because he's so blinded by this resentment that he has against the sister. I think think he lost his shit. I don't know how it all happened because I wasn't listening for that, but I think he, you know, metaphorically or whatever, like killed his sister. I think that's what this was.
I think so far that's kind of where I'm at. It's truthful to his perception. His perception was wrong in many ways, though. I see what you're saying about the overly religious background. I do understand that. I do think that could form the psychopath that he became, like Lori and Chad Daybell kind of thing. But I also I think that. Hold on, now I'm reading a comment and I totally lost what I was going to say.
Someone also said they sensed like sexual issues or whatever. I do sense that as well.
I'm wondering if like a woman did something to him at some point.
No, I think he hates his sister. I am super curious. I agree with you that I would really like to see what his sister looks like.
I'd like to see what his sister. I would like to hear from Grace, but she's a master manipulator according to him. So can you believe anything she says? Now, I mean, if she's not a master manipulator, could you imagine how fucked up that is for her right now in life?
Like I
she's
would not be
"You guys are
surprised to
psycho."
find out that he like would set up the adopted kid. Like it's just bizarre that he keeps saying things like we adopted them, you know, that she would lose our trust, she would betray us again, and it just felt like he did not have any desire whatsoever to have multiple adopted siblings that got attention because they were these poor children from Russia who had been through whatever and took the attention from him. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
Very strange. But it does get way worse.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna get a Dr. Pepper. Yeah, Joanna's like, I need to hear from Grace right now. I know. I want to see Grace.
Make sure you're within earshot, but also this makes me even more curious about Isabella's comments. Like she said she didn't even think he did it. Like he's literally sitting here telling.
Well, they're not gonna like Zach so much now after this testimony. So because Melo gets arrested because of his testimony. So Melo gets charged with accessory before the fact. They go cuff him during this. So, I mean, I don't think Isabella's going to be standing up for Zach much longer.
Zach, a little while ago I asked you about documents that John gave you in addition to details he provided you, information. We talked about the deposition. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Let me show you Defense Exhibit 56. Is that also a document that John Melo gave you?
Yes,
Did you read it?
I did.
At this time, the defense removed Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence.
State objects based on the same objection we had in the prior the prior issue. I think Your Honor's ruling was that he can talk about how it had an effect on him, but not to go into the detail.
Your Honor, this is a separate exhibit. It's different than the deposition. It's just a few pages. I'd be happy to argue on Your Honor on this.
I'm going to allow this to come in.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This is, so again, I renew my motion to enter Defense Exhibit 56 in evidence. It's admitted. Is that correct, Your Honor? Zach, take a look at Defense Exhibit 56. Would you, for the jury, let me look at it. Let's do this. Let's see.
That's like the movie The Good Son with Macaulay Culkin.
Zach, this is an affidavit of a man named Alex Fields. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I just want to go over this affidavit for you, or with you.
They're getting into Alex Fields' deposition now, or the affidavit.
Yeah.
They are using him to get in all kinds of stuff.
Based on your understanding of this affidavit and your communication with John Melo, how did John become aware of this information that led to this affidavit?
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Lorraine Purcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit.
Hold on. Do they show it to us again? I want to see that. My name is Alex Fields. My address is whatever. I responded to a Craigslist ad. A photo was included in the ad under the community section, group subsection. I recognize this woman, though, when I met her about 2 months ago, mid-summer 2018, she had much shorter hair. Please see the attached Craigslist ad for verification. I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist. That's kind of weird. I wonder, too bad we can't hear from Alex, because he's at the Hall's Chop House and some chick approaches him and says, hey, you want to pay me for sex? I mean, that's not a normal.
I mean, isn't that how prostitutes like approach people? I don't know. I've never been approached by one, so
Like, was he eating dinner there? I don't know. That's
maybe
just,
at the bar.
That's not weird. That's what I was wondering, if it's like at a bar.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much like in the movies. I've never really hung out with a lot of prostitutes, so it's like maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, which is very possible. I should try that at Olive Garden. I don't know. That just seems kind of weird to me. Like, it's just not what I would perceive. Like, there's a dude just sitting there eating dinner, and you just like walk over and you're like, hey, so I'm a prostitute and wanted to know if you wanted to have sex. You know, you want to pay me for sex. I don't know. That's just, I don't know if that's really how that would work. And why does she, if she's already got all these prostitution ads and stuff up, why does she need to approach anybody at a chop house? She's already got a living going, right? I mean, like, not to mention she's a vet tech. She has a fucking job. I don't know. That's just weird to me. I don't picture that. I'm wondering how did Melo have any contact with this dude beforehand? All right.
John posted an ad on Craigslist asking for information about a woman named Christina Lorraine Purcell, aka Caroline Warren, and he provided photographs to identify her by.
Is page 2 of the affidavit this advertisement on Craigslist?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to page 1 of the affidavit. Would you please read?
I'm a recently discharged United States Marine. Oh, hold on. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. John Melo responded and showed me photographs of Christina. He informed me her name is Christina Purcell and that they have a child together. I am a recently discharged United States Marine. I was honorably discharged due to medical reasons. I will be more than happy to testify regarding the encounter with Christina. I'd like to see the financials between Melo and that dude.
The second paragraph of this affidavit.
I was at Hall's Chop House in downtown Greenville, South Carolina, when a woman approached me. She said hello and proceeded to ask if I was looking for a date. She said something to the effect of inviting me to bed for an amount of money and that we would not be rushed at all. When I refused her proposition, she proceeded to offer me narcotics. I refused and ended the encounter at that point.
How does he not know how much money?
Would you please read just the first sentence of the third paragraph?
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this woman is the woman that I saw on Craigslist.
And Zach, again, the woman in this advertisement on Craigslist, who's that woman?
Christina Parcell.
That's not an advertisement. That was John Mello's post. Looking for
Yeah, he
people.
was asking if anybody knew her.
Yeah. He doesn't care about Melo now. He's trying to save his ass. How in the fuck does that document come in through Zach? Yeah. Because these are the things that corroborated his thought process on what a bad person Christina was. So they're allowing it so that he can have his defense, because he has the right to his defense in this capacity, apparently. So they're allowing all of this stuff in because he was already shown that that the state already put in that Melo was CCing him on all the legal documents. So now the jury already knows he would have had access to all of these documents that Melo's sending to the attorneys.
Zach, I want to talk about other information John Melo had provided you.
Oh, no matter.
You heard testimony from investigator Dan Bell. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And do you recall in the state's case in chief, Dan Bevel, both in direct examination and cross-examination, testifying that he had met Christina Parcell in his official capacity before he began his investigation of the letters that were sent?
I remember.
And isn't it true that John Melo shared information with you about interactions he had had with Dan Bevel?
Objection. Your Honor, I need a curative instruction on that.
You know, I totally disagree, and I'm happy to argue it.
This poor jury. They're just like, what the fuck is going on here? They have, I mean, the defense, in reality, if we want to go with like, the defense team has done a great job of getting this jury to go, what is the state not showing? Like, there's something missing. We're not hearing something because the state is hiding it.
Thank you for your patience. I just had to pick up some legal issues with the attorneys. Y'all are gonna get your steps in today. Please proceed.
That's not me, by the way. That's whatever the camera person's doing.
So, Zach, you testified about information that John has provided you related to concerns he had about Christina Parcell, especially in conjunction with Aida Melo. We talked about the time period April. I want to move to May. In May of 2021, were you and John Melo continuing to communicate about the situation?
Yes.
In May of 2021, what, if anything, did John ask you to do for him?
Given the extremely grave nature of John's concerns for his daughter, especially while she was in the custody of her mother, Christina Parcell, and potentially being exposed to her mother's boyfriend, Brad Post, who John believed was a pedophile.
Oh,
and
fuck.
is a pedophile.
Objection.
Sustained. I instruct you to totally disregard the last comments made by.
Never going to happen.
And Zach, would just could you just tell this jury what?
I'm surprised this is even going to continue.
Yes. Given his concerns, John asked me that if I believed his daughter was in grave danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $5,000?
Boom. Melo
What
arrested.
did you say when he asked you that?
I was shocked and insulted by the request, and I gave him an immediate and unequivocal no.
So he offered you $5,000 if you would kill Christina Parcell, and you said no.
That's correct.
At some point, did he revisit that subject?
Yes.
Did he make you another offer?
Yes, he did.
How long after the first offer did he make the second offer?
I'm not certain, but I would say maybe 2 or 3 weeks later.
Why the fuck are you still talking to this guy?
Tell this jury about that.
He was becoming increasingly more worried and distressed about the safety of his daughter. I was as well. The more I learned about this situation and everything, and a lot more than what I've told you, I was also.
Sustained.
What was the second offer?
The second offer, he asked me again, if I became convinced that his daughter was in danger, would I be willing to kill Christina Parcell for $10,000?
What did you, or how did you respond to that offer?
I told him, John, there's no amount of money that would ever tempt me to do something like this. And I told him I was insulted that he even thought that would be something I would consider. So I told him I would never do something like this for money. I told him the only way I would ever consider taking action like this is if I was absolutely convinced that his daughter was not only in danger, but that the only way to rescue her from that danger would be to take Christina Parcell's life.
Let's talk about what else is going on in your life in May of 2021. Tell this jury what you're doing with the music project with Tom Strange, how that's going.
We've been at the project recording the sonatas in the museum, like I talked about, for about 5 months. This, of course, I was doing in conjunction with all the help I was trying to provide John and Aida. So the music project on its own would have been incredibly stressful. And with everything else, I was just approaching burnout. Honestly, I was having a really hard time meeting my deadlines. And I was worried that the quality of the work I was doing was going to be going down. And I was just at the point where I needed a vacation, honestly.
And we're going to get to that in just a second. Tell the jury about your compensation as it relates to the music project with Tom Strange.
It was just an arrangement of a flat fee for all 32 sonatas. I was going to receive $5,000.
And if you broke that down on an hourly basis, how much were you getting paid per hour for that project?
Probably less than $1. But
Yeah.
It was a labor of love.
During this time, were you also doing other things to try to make money to support yourself, or was it?
Yes, I was giving some outdoor concerts on the Wynn's lawn, and these were donation-based, so people were supporting me financially in that regard.
You talked about needing a vacation at the end of May. Describe a little bit more to the jury the fatigue and why you believe at the end of May that a break would do you some good.
Well, I needed a break. My nature is usually to just try to push through stuff like that. I can push myself too far. So I was not necessarily seeking out a break or a vacation, but I was definitely at the point where I needed one for the sake of my work, for the sake of my health.
So I'm going to go to Italy and hang out with the guy who just offered me $10K to kill his ex. Because I don't really like him and I was trying to separate myself from him. But because of Aida, I was, staying involved.
He needed a vacation.
But he needed a vacation. So I'll just go to Italy and hang out with the guy that's wanting to kill his ex-wife or his ex-girlfriend. Like, come on, you guys.
Did you get that break?
2021.
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury how that came about.
Like I said, John and I were communicating pretty much every day at this point. Much of it, if not most of it, about Aida. But I was also mentioning to him what I was doing, certainly times when he needed me to do something and I would have to say, I can't, I'm practicing, I'm recording something like this. So He told me, I think he said, like in the rock and roll business, we say you have a monkey on your back. Like the project is starting to own you, and you just need to step away from it. You're too close to it, and you've been in it for too long. So he suggested that I come and visit him in Italy.
Did you take him up on that suggestion?
Yes, I did.
Initially, what was your reaction to that offer?
Initially, I didn't want to. Like I said, it's my nature to just kind of push through things. But with some more time, I realized that some time off from the piano would probably do me good.
Law junkie, it's a statement against interest.
When he says John offered him money to kill mom, yeah. Well, he's testifying to it, so it's his conversation. So, I don't agree with his logic, but I believe he believes. See, I don't think he believes his story. I think for me, that proof is the fact that his conversations with Melo tell a very different story than he's telling on the stand.
I think he just hated his sister. And Christina reminded him of his sister.
Yeah,
yes, I do think he does seem obsessed with Aida too.
I agree with that too. I think he's got like some weird obsession with the both of them because I think that he thinks Melo loves him.
Go to Italy to visit John?
I think in either the very last days of May or first days of June, 2021.
Who paid for your travel?
I did.
When you arrived in Italy, where did you stay?
I stayed at John Melo's apartment.
How long were you there?
Between 3 and 4 weeks.
Jesus.
Do you remember where in Italy you were?
Yes, it was a town called Rovigo. It's not too far from Venice.
When you were visiting in Italy, where was Aida Melo?
She was in Greenville with her mother.
They're so concerned about Aida being with her mom that they're just off gallivanting together for 3 to 4 weeks in Italy because he needed a vacation. Like, nobody understands? Like, there's no concern for this child. He doesn't even go over and like try to find the child or see the child, or the dad doesn't even come back from Italy. Like, this is all bullshit. You're so concerned about your child that you're just off staying in Italy. Never going to happen. It's never going to happen. If I am that concerned about my kid's safety, I am not fucking leaving him. It's never going to happen.
Even though Aida was not in Italy,
All Cool Whip, the child is technically under the custody of John Melo, but John Melo got arrested today. So now I don't know what. I have no idea. And everything they've talked about so far, he has not proven that he knew of any type of essay or anything like that. He keeps implying it because he's not allowed to come out directly and say that, which I still think the essay should be in. The CSAM should not, but I think the essay should be. The allegations of it at least. And you can say that they're unfounded or whatever, but if it does go to his state of mind, I think it should be in. But that's my opinion. I just don't. He does not have any proof. What he has is Melo telling him his daughter's being essayed, and the fact that he saw pictures of Christina and being a prostitute. Well, I'll tell you right now that there are people who do all of this and raise their children. So they don't always go hand in hand with that. Now there's essay. That's not, a mom being a prostitute isn't necessarily the equivalent of essay for a child. Could it be? Is it a bad lifestyle? Is it really poor choices, to put your kid in those types of circumstances if they're around it? Fuck yeah. I don't know. This is crazy.
You were in Italy. Did you have an opportunity to see Aida?
Yes, I did.
Describe for the jury what that opportunity was.
John had video visits ordered by the guardian ad litem, who you've seen before, Vanessa Cornwell, to have video visits twice a week with Aida. So he, even with the time difference, was always setting timers and alarms and making me set timers and alarms to make sure he wouldn't be late for these visits. Like he lived for these visits every week. So often it might be 11 p.m. or midnight in Italy, but that was when AIDA was free. So that's when they'd have their visit. And I would often be within earshot to where I could hear their conversation.
Yeah.
Often I would be able to observe the screen of his phone or computer so I could see AIDA's face, her disposition. And on one occasion, I said hi to her.
On one occasion.
On one
What
occasion.
did you notice about her, or what did you conclude about her while you were watching AIDA during the visitations?
So John had been telling me for weeks, Zach, Christina is killing my little girl. Like I can see the spark dying in her eyes. And again, when I first heard that, I thought, aren't you being a little dramatic? Like I hadn't seen her, but it just seemed a bit much. When I saw her in these visits, I didn't feel that way anymore. She was not the same little girl that I had known in Greenville when I first met them. She had put on a great deal of weight, probably about 20 pounds, which is roughly a quarter of her body weight. For an 8-year-old girl, that's a lot in a short period of time, but it was much more than that. It was her demeanor. Her spirit was just, she was morose. She was depressed. Like that spunky, precocious, lively little girl that I had met was just not present there. It was a complete change in character. And I mean, John would ask her how she was doing, and she would always try to give a good response. Like she would try to smile and say, "Oh, I'm fine, Daddy," and try to put on a good face. But it was clear that she was doing that because she didn't want to worry her dad. She didn't want him to realize how poorly she was doing. And it just reminded me so much of myself when I was a little older than she was, with what I've previously described with Grace. It's this, you internalize things. Like she's a strong person. And she was trying to be stronger than she was probably ready to be at that age. And despite the stoic, strong exterior she was trying to put on, I could just see that she was being tortured. Like she was,
oh, fuck me.
She was drowning. And him saying that the spark was dying in her eyes was absolutely accurate. I could see it. I could hear it in her voice. I could tell it in her demeanor.
So when you came, when did you leave Italy to return to Greenville County?
At the end of June 2021.
I hate them all, Fluffy.
When
I'm right there with you.
returned to Greenville in June of 2021, based on everything that you knew and had been made aware of. I want to start in June. What, if anything, in June of 2021 did you do to act on what you knew?
I had described the mailers that I had put together before, and the state has talked about them a lot. All of these mailers contained information that I believe had been put out publicly and by Christina Parcells' free will. So this was all information that had been available publicly and that, to the best of my knowledge, was true. And I began to send these mailers to Christina Parcell and her boyfriend and people in the neighborhood for a threefold purpose.
Fucking weirdo.
I wanted parents around that neighborhood to know that their children were not safe around her or around Brad Post. I wanted different people associated with this, such as
They're not safe around her because she was posting, even if she's posting on the nudie websites and doing all of that, which we've come to find out that's actually all the photos are given from Melo. So even if she's doing any of that, does not mean that people are not safe around her. What the fuck?
the guardian ad litem, the police, to have access to this information so that they would have all the evidence that I was looking at that clearly demonstrated that Christina Parcell was a danger to children and her own daughter. And I also wanted there to be social pressure on Christina Parcell because something.
It doesn't. So you're looking at, but that I absolutely understand the hindsight of everything, but you have to go back to what he knows at the time he's doing these things. He does not know that. He doesn't know that. He has zero proof of that. And what he's saying he has proof of is not in any way, shape, or form going to put him in a mental state where he thinks that Christina Parcell needs to die.
So he has the things that Melo is telling him, and he has his resentment or trauma or whatever of the sister, his sister.
Yes.
And so he's like overly judging the fact that Christina is, he believes, is what he believes from like her deposition where she said that she did drugs and was soliciting people for sex. She was going off of all those things. He does not yet really mention the essay. But when he does, he says things like, which I know now is true, or
Right.
that is proven to be true. So it's like now I'm saying I
What
know
is
these
proven
things.
to be true at the time he is doing and thinking all of these things?
Yeah.
So he's being told that, and Melo was showing him. I don't understand what Melo was showing him to prove his daughter was being essayed. I have
I
not
don't
seen
know, but
anything come out of that, but I know that that's very hindered in the trial. So I get that I might not be getting all of that, but keep listening. We'll find out what he knew. Okay.
Again, about people like Grace and Christina Parcell is the facade that they erect around themselves and the image that they put forward to the world is so important to them. They're narcissists. And it is a facade. It's completely untrue. But I was hoping that it wouldn't be worth it to her for other people to see her for what she was in exchange for her trying to fight to have her daughter.
see what he said. So he did not. He wasn't like sending out these mailers or whatever because he wanted her to stop trying to get custody or whatever. He's like, I thought that, she's a narcissist. And so I thought that the world seeing her for what she really is instead of the facade she puts on would make her not want to try to fight for custody, which is kind of what we thought, right? I mean, we figured that was kind of what the point was. But really, this just sounds to me like he and Melo might have hated her for two different reasons, but I think that he just like grew and grew and grew to hate her and hate her and hate her. I think he saw his sister in her. Period.
I'm kind of right there with you.
You sent multiple mailers beginning in June and going into July of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Did those mailers and the effect those mailers had do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No, they didn't. If anything, Christina Parcell and Brad Post just dug their heels in deeper.
After the mailers were sent, do you know whether or not they had any effect on? I want to talk about after the mailers were sent. Did you learn of a video call or about a video call that John, who was in Italy, had with Aida, who was in Greenville?
Yes.
What did you learn about that video call?
Shortly after these mailers would have arrived, John described a call to me where he said Christina was, at the end of the call, she took the phone and turned it towards her face, which she usually did not do. And he said she was more angry than I've ever seen her. And he would often talk about how you would never see her angry, like she was very good at controlling her emotions and not showing if you had made her angry. And she took the phone and didn't say anything, but just slid her finger across her throat as if that she was threatening that she was going to have him killed for what she believed he was doing.
This is what Melo told him this, but he
Correct.
already admits that Melo lies.
Yeah, he didn't see this. He's telling us that's what Melo told him he did. She did.
After the mailer, or the last mailer, did John share with you any information he had received via email?
Yes, he described. Well, he didn't describe it. He sent it to me. An email he had received from someone he knew in the biker community, motorcycles. And Brad Post was also involved in the biker community, or at least tried to be. And this email was from this acquaintance of John telling John that Brad Post had been going around essentially asking for someone to, quote, put the hurt on John Melo, and that he was offering a lot of money to make this happen.
Oh my
Mhm.
God. I can't wait for Cross. I cannot wait for Cross. I hope they fucking destroy this guy on the stand. Oh, I don't think he's telling the truth at all. I think he's a fucking liar. I think he's a fucking psychopath. I think he's a manipulative psychopath.
I do too.
And
So now he's protecting Melo. He's protecting Aida. He's protecting all these people. So now he's protecting Melo now too. She
Right.
pretended to slit her throat on this phone, and now Brad Post was coming for him also through the biker gang.
Right.
Zach, we talked about
I think so, Skinny. I think he does.
the fact that you testified that you said the mailers, you'd explain why. I want to talk about something else you did for the purpose of acting on a concern. Take a look at what's been marked as defense exhibit 47. Is that an affidavit that you completed for the purpose or in connection with the pending family court litigation between John Melo and Christina Marcel?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this is defense counsel version. This is already in evidence. The state put that in. Zach, let's talk about this affidavit.
Is that the one from September?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Zach, why did you draft this affidavit?
I was extremely concerned about the danger that Aida was in, and I wanted to try to provide the family court with information about my opinion and my observations about her that would hopefully cause them to return Aida to John so that she would no longer be in danger.
Did this affidavit, well, let me back up. To whom did you send this affidavit?
I had it notarized, and then I think I scanned it and probably emailed it to John or left it with his family court attorney, Samantha Larkins, at the time.
One second. Let's move on. So that affidavit was, I believe, September the 21st of 2021. Is that correct?
I don't remember the date other than it being in September.
I'll show it to you.
Yes, the 21st day of September, 2021.
And you testified that after you submitted that affidavit, that did not do anything to alleviate your concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct.
See, I guess for me, my struggle is, and I understand why people feel the way they feel. I do, but my struggle is, you don't know any of that until after she's murdered. You don't know any of that until after he goes in there and kills her. So I just, I just don't agree. I mean, obviously it's okay to disagree. And this, the interesting part about this is that this is what a jury's going to be doing. Are there some that are going to think like he saved the world, or, he sacrificed his life for this little girl's life, and like what a great hero he is. Or are they going to think like me? Like I'm thinking, no matter what is actually happening, you don't know that it's happening. You have zero proof that it's happening. All you have is Melo telling you.
Right. Like I said, he says that, like, basically that he, now we know to be true. Like he acknowledges that his suspicions before he killed her were suspicions that just happened to actually be true, because after she was dead, they found all this stuff.
Right.
He doesn't say he ever saw any evidence of it. He doesn't say that she said anything. I mean, as far as I've listened to so far, which for most of us, we're all listening together. So far, he has not said anything about like seeing any evidence of it, or the little girl telling him that this happened, or he overheard her telling her dad. None of that stuff.
And let me just say this out loud real quick too. He is okay with the fact that this child's father would solicit people for murder. He offered to pay him multiple times. He never turns him in, and he still thinks he's a good person and goes and hangs out with him for 4 weeks in Italy. Think about that.
That is true. He definitely did go after he asked him to do it for $5,000 or whatever.
And he never reports him to anybody. He
Yeah,
still believes
true.
that the daughter should be in the custody of this guy who is a fucking wannabe killer. Like,
And you have to assume he's asking other people too. You know what I mean?
right. Why isn't he going to all the lengths that, if it's all to protect this child, why isn't he going to all the lengths to get her away from both of these fucking crazy ass parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if somebody, no matter what, if somebody was trying to pay to have anybody killed, I'm not going to just go, okay, let's go hang out in Italy for 4 weeks because I think that you're such a great guy, but yet I called you a liar, and I think you do manipulator. Why is he not reporting any of this to the fucking police? Like, dude, you guys, like, this is the craziest shit I got involved in. I met this dude on the street. He's telling me all this crazy shit about his baby mama, saying nobody's going to look into it. And then he's over here trying to pay me to fucking offer. But I told him I'd do it for free. So don't worry. I didn't take any money.
Yeah. So basically, in order to show that he was doing it out of a righteous place, he has to make it clear that he did not accept any money.
You don't even have to accept money to be guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. I mean, he's actually adding more charges on now. They never even charged him with conspiracy to commit murder.
Who?
The state. He's not charged with that.
Who? Him?
Yeah.
Zach? Yeah. Well, because I would say that he didn't say anything about it till just now. And that's why they also just now had enough to arrest what's his face. And so I personally, so if I was the state, just in case this somehow works and he gets off, they find him not guilty, then I'm coming in with the accessory, or the accessory is not what I'm looking for. Conspiring.
Conspiracy? Yeah.
Yeah. So I would hold on to that just in case we're coming back.
Right. And then use his fucking testimony against him.
Did you take another step to try to act
Do you want to blow your nose
on your concerns, right?
instead of getting it on your clothes?
And did you take that
Why does
step?
the internet
You're not
keep going out? Why does my internet keep going out?
Your Child Protective Services, and I told them that I was a neighbor. So I told
Why
them
does
that
my internet keep going out?
we need being verbally and
Too
physically
sick for
abused by
this.
her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. You are to disregard the last items.
Crap, I missed it. My husband
Zachary,
called.
this
I missed all the things too. I had to switch Wi-Fi's.
versus
Okay, hold on.
Verbally and physically abused by her mother. And again, I made that up. That's not true. But I said it because I wanted to give Aida an opportunity to have FaceTime in person with an agent from DSS away from her mother, where she could tell them that her mother was sexually abusing her.
Oh, fuck.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, fuck. So he just told the jury, that he wanted the daughter to have the ability to tell an agent that she was being sexually abused. But he lied. Because he wasn't Christina's neighbor. And so, but he lied for just cause.
Sustained.
Yeah, of course it's sustained.
You are to disregard the last
He's going to go to jail.
Zach, let me ask this.
I don't know how they're not going to call it a mistrial.
You talked about Child Protective Services. Is that in South Carolina, is that called DSS?
I think they may be part of the same entity. I'm not sure.
And so did they do anything to alleviate your concerns?
No,
Did that surprise you at all?
no.
In fact, you testified earlier about Virginia and Grace. Did you and your family have interaction with the DSS in Virginia
Yes, we did.
over Grace?
Yes, when I discovered the journal I had mentioned before about Grace's plans to murder my family, we called DSS and asked for her to be taken out of the home. And they did this. And after a few weeks of hearing Grace's stories and lies, they took her side. They failed to recognize what they were dealing with her. And they tried to have my parents put in jail and the rest of me and my siblings put in foster care. And we eventually had to sue them. And it was about a 2-year-long court battle. And that left an indelible impression on me, just as to how even experts can be wrong sometimes. And when they are wrong, it's so dangerous because everyone believes them because they're the experts. But sometimes you know what you know, and you know it's true. And even if an expert might think differently, it doesn't mean they're right. And DSS did a lot of damage to my family in those 2 years.
But yet, he still counted on them to go and take care of Aida, so he called them.
Well, remember, he said the only way he would do it is for no money and if, like, basically there was no other way. So he had to try to contact DCF, but he knew they weren't going to do anything. But that, in his head,
He never
was like
even
a way
contacted
to...
the police.
Well, that's what I was thinking, was like, why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you report them to the actual police? Why DCF? Why not police? If you thought there was a crime happening, why didn't you call the police? But okay. And also, why did you have to lie?
Right?
Like, if you think that it, like, if you thought that she was in danger, then you should have just been able to tell the truth, and it would seem dangerous, you know? Police would call DCF, but at least now you've made the police aware of something that was illegal.
So the allegations started in January of 2018, and there was no
Not by
evidence no, not by him, but
Right.
by Melo, and there was no probable cause to continue the investigation by March of 2016, or March 16th, 2018. So within a couple of months. We're now in 2021 with this happening,
Nobody's doing anything. We haven't heard any testimony about anything else. Yeah, Aaron, I have one. I'm going to read it.
You
I'll
know,
read
I
it.
do have a problem with that though, because we do know that there was stuff happening because there was evidence that there was stuff happening. So I am super curious how they did not find that stuff.
Because they were moving it all to these hard drives and stuff at Brad Post's house.
That is crazy. That's a problem though. I mean, that's a real problem for me in terms of like the system or whatever.
No, he could have gone to the police and sat there and said, hey, this is the situation I somehow got myself involved in. I've got this parent over here telling me all of these things. I have this parent over here telling or supposedly doing these things. And this guy over here is offering me money, which is a fucking crime. And DCF would get involved, but the cops would still be involved.
You brought up a really good point, and I think should be like a huge point, is that you knew. So when we're talking about what he knew and didn't know versus what he suspected, you knew that the little girl was living with and in the custody of someone who is actively trying to solicit people for murder.
Right, but solicitation
you
of
twice,
their body is okay.
You have to assume that he's asked others. Like, surely you don't think you are the only one he thought was capable of doing this for $10,000 or $5,000. So you're letting her be in his care, knowing that he's trying to have his kid's mother killed.
Right.
So what makes him a better person than you? Or
His
was
eyes
it
aren't
okay to
vacant,
you?
apparently.
Well, maybe it was okay to him because he just hated Christina. I think
Yes.
he hated Christina because she reminded him of Grace. That's all there is to it.
I agree with you. I in no way, shape, or form am I thinking that what Post and them did is okay. But what I'm saying is,
Absolutely
we're going to give this guy a pass, but because he's protecting a child, but he's not protecting a child because he doesn't take any active steps to actually protect the child. What he's doing is trying to get the child put in the custody of Melo, who is somebody who's trying to hire people to kill people. And all he knows at this time, or up until that point, is the fact that she was on a prostitution website.
I don't even think that.
I hate all these people.
Yeah, I think there's valid reasons to dislike Christina.
Absolutely.
But I don't necessarily think that when he did this, he had all those reasons. I think his reasons were comparing him to Grace. That's all there is to it. It's not difficult. I mean, I'm coming to these conclusions based off what he's saying, how he's talking about Grace.
He didn't.
The reasons why he says that Christina reminds him of Grace. And it's not because Grace SA'd me.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's because Grace, manipulated our parents and she did this and that. And so I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah. I think so too. So he did not try reporting it to the police. You're talking about Melo trying to report something to the police in 2018. I'm talking about this dude sitting on the stand, not reporting to the police that some father was trying to get him to kill off his child's mother. If he's trying to protect the child, which is what everybody keeps saying he was doing, then why would he want the child to be in custody of a potential murderer?
Also, as a side note, CH said Grace took them to court and wanted to put his parents in jail. Well, let me just say, we're sitting here talking about this little girl whose parent or whatever, there's all these accusations made over years and nobody legitimizes it and takes Christina into court, which again, I think is pitiful because I think it should have been found considering we know now that it did exist. But we're going off of what he's saying. It's not cross yet. Maybe there was a legitimate reason why Grace took them to court and why they almost got taken from the parents. Maybe there's not, but maybe there is. Maybe she was saying that he hurt her. He was hurting her.
Yeah, but I'm
And that
also
was
very curious. His parents are sitting here saying that he's a good guy. He went and stabbed somebody 30
Yep.
times.
And is admitting to it, and they knew that.
Like, how are you saying this guy's a good guy?
I mean, parents are,
Yeah,
but
but I know that they're, yeah, and I get that. I get that you're
love
gonna,
is one thing, but publicly he's a good person. I mean, I don't know. I think there's probably a lot of, quote, dark things from long, long ago that we don't yet know about, other than what Zach is telling us, which is basically that it was all Grace's fault. She came over from Russia and she was terrible.
all right.
Ultimately, Grace was removed from your family. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your other Russian siblings were not, were they?
No.
In fact, Faith, one of your Russian siblings, has been in the courtroom all week. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has been what?
So
Oh,
you testified to this jury
one of the Russian siblings has been in the courtroom. Okay.
about the information you received from John Melo about his concerns. You've testified to the jury about the documents you consulted about those concerns. You testified to the jury what you came to believe. You testified to the jury about the mailers you sent.
Well, there's no burden of proof for this because he's admitting he did it.
How about the call to DSS? After you had done all these things to act on your concerns and nothing had been done, tell this jury in early October of 2021, what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking?
I was still in the middle of this music project, so I had a lot on my plate there just professionally. And of course, I was continuing and even increasing my support to help John save his daughter, Aida. And since June, when I had returned, I had been absolutely convinced that Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter.
Let's go.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he did that on purpose, but then also now we don't get the explanation for why he became convinced of that.
Yep.
So fast forward a bunch.
So that's twice.
Did you hear the prosecutor yelp?
Well, like, come on, Your Honor. Like, what the hell? Well, they're doing it on purpose, and so I mean, I understand that.
Oh, for
Whether I
sure.
like the state or not, the judge made the order, and so they can't just go all willy-nilly. But like everybody says, he has nothing to lose, so.
I mean, once they hear it, they're going to remember that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. As I stated at the outset of this trial, I am sole judge of the law in the case, while you, the jury, sit as the judge of the facts. And part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury. The gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law, and I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. Furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I've instructed you to disregard, and I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you go to do your deliberation room, okay? All right, please continue, Mr. Morgan.
And I'm just saying, if a prosecutor put a witness on the stand that did something like that, I'd be pissed.
In this trial.
You know what?
Will incorporate.
Zach, before we broke,
All Grace is a rebuttal witness. That would be awesome.
we were in the time period of end of September, beginning of October of 2021. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Zach, you testified before lunch about two offers John had made you to kill Christina Parcell. Do you remember that?
I remember.
By the way, I haven't heard any of this.
Do you remember
Oh,
after the
okay.
second offer telling John something to the effect of, you would never do that for money. You would only do that if you believed it was necessary to rescue Aida.
And if I believed there was no other way.
At the end of September, beginning of October 2021, did you conclude that you had to rescue Aida and there was no other way?
Yes, I did.
Do you hear him now? Ew.
Let's talk about what's happening in your life in the beginning of October 2021. And specifically, I want to talk about the status of the music project you had been engaged with Tom Strange in the City Hall Museum. I also want to talk about other employment opportunities. So tell the jury what was going on in your life on that front at the beginning of October.
At the beginning of October, I was just coming off finishing the project at the museum. We finished in September at some point. And as I mentioned before, my birthday is October 2nd. So I had arranged to play a private home recital at the Wynn's home, where I would play the last 3 piano sonatas of Beethoven on my birthday. So these are very, very difficult pieces of music, and some of the greatest pieces of music ever written. So I was very preoccupied trying to give my best to these pieces.
Okay, so his birthday's October 2nd. So in 2020, they were out doing tacos on October 2nd. And then 2 days later, Melo fucking takes off. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And
Me too, Fluffy Bunny.
after that, a friend of mine reached out who had done some work performing on cruise ships. There is an organization called Lincoln Center Stage that recruits conservatory trained musicians to form either a piano quartet or a piano quintet to play classical concerts on cruise ships. And they had a pianist drop out at the last minute. And long story short, I interviewed for this job and got this job, I think on October 12th, but it was about that time, maybe a little earlier.
Where were the winds on October 12th and 13th?
They were in Europe.
And ultimately, did you take Christina Parcell's life on October the 13th?
Yes, because I believed it was absolutely necessary to save Aida, and I was right.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I was right.
Ask you to disregard the testimony that you just heard.
There's no way they can't disregard
I want
this
to talk
guy's,
about,
all these comments this guy's made.
I want to talk about the timing. You've alluded to it a little bit, but I want to be more specific. October the 13th, describe for the jury why you felt that was the time, why you believed it, or why it was necessary to do it on October the 13th, specifically, or in this period of time.
I had been wrestling with this since June. As I previously stated, since the end of June, I believed Aida was in complete and grave danger every moment of her life that she was living with her mother. And the other things that I had tried to do to save her from that were not working. So I was having this incredible wrestling match within myself for these months, feeling that I needed to do something to save her, and yet feeling this incredible reluctance to do the one thing that I knew would save her because of how terrible I knew it would be to do it, even though I believed it would be right. So by the time October 13th rolled around, I had been grappling with this for a long time, and I was experiencing a tremendous amount of guilt that I had waited as long as I did, because I should have acted sooner, and I didn't do that. So I had come to the realization that I had gotten this offer to go on this cruise ship, and I would have been leaving the country for a long time. Essentially, it was now or never. I had an opportunity to save her from a danger that I knew she was in and that I knew was not going to cease. And I just couldn't go on with my life and leave her to drown. I mean, I had a great life. I had everything. I made money doing what I loved. I was going to be going to the South Pacific to play concerts for rich people on cruise ships. I mean, but how could I go and enjoy that and know that I was leaving a kid to her fate, a kid who thought that I was her friend?
But yet he can go to Italy for 3 to 4 weeks. And the child's own father doesn't bother to come back to the States to fight for custody of his daughter. And she's in such grave danger that nobody gave a fuck then. But by October, I didn't have a choice because I was going on a cruise ship. So I had to act. There's people buying that? He's gallivanting around fucking Italy for a month.
I would never have been able to look at myself in the mirror again if I had done that.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
So, specific to October 13th, I believed that there would be a period of time at the house when Christina Parcell would be alone. And I wanted to make sure that absolutely no one was there. Not Aida, not Lutina, not Brad Post. Because again, this was not about revenge or retribution or anything. I wasn't angry. The only thing I was feeling that day was pity. And I wanted to make sure that no bystander or no one else would be involved in this, which could have happened if someone else was there.
Let's talk
I'm
about
gonna
that.
lose that shit. This fucking guy.
Once you concluded, believed absolutely this was what you had to do, did you go about planning?
Yes, I planned very carefully to make sure, one, like I said, that no one else would be involved in this. And two, I knew that if I tried to do this and failed, it would only be worse for Aida.
And consistent with the court's instructions, why did you believe it'd be worse for Aida?
Because I believed that if I was discovered doing this, it would connect me to John Melo. And I believed, and I still believe, that he's a great father and he is Aida's best shot at having a happy and safe childhood.
Let's talk about
Oh, God. Oh. So he became the judge, the jury, and the executioner all on his own because of his sister Grace. But Melo's a great guy, even though you can't believe what he says. He's already admitted that on the stand. And he tried to get me to fucking kill Christina for 10 grand. Great guy. Great guy. Definitely should be raising a child. Definitely.
planning. Did you get a gun?
Yes,
At the time, were you also carrying your own firearm?
yes, I had a concealed weapons permit at the time, so I generally would always be carrying a 9mm concealed weapon on my person for personal protection.
Did you get another firearm for this?
Yes, I did.
What type of firearm did you get?
It was a .22 caliber revolver
Where did you get it?
at a gun show.
Where was the gun show?
It was here in Greenville.
How long before October 13th did you get the 22?
Maybe a month or month and a half earlier.
Did you also get a knife?
Yes, I did.
Where did you get the knife?
At the gun show.
At about the same time?
It was the same day.
He is saying he's a good guy.
Let's talk
He's
about-
saying because I was right. So I killed her to protect Aida, and I was right. He is saying he's a good guy. What is he so scared of that he needs all these guns? But also interesting that he brings he buys a gun specifically for this. So now we just got premeditated.
What else? What other planning you did? Did you obtain gloves?
Yes, I did.
Remember where you got the gloves?
No, I don't.
It did.
Did you obtain any chemicals?
Yes, I bought some paint thinner because, again, I didn't want to be connected to this because I wanted to make sure this would actually do something to save Aida. So in case a glove had broken or I had left a fingerprint or something, I wanted to be able to clean it with the paint thinner.
Oh my god! This guy's a fucking psycho.
Let's talk about your bike and what you did to become familiar with the area of the cane brake leading up to October the 13th.
Yeah, that's premeditated and
I had-
very well thought out.
You think? Yeah. Yeah.
Paint thinner? Like, he had to have Googled that. I would not be using paint thinner to clean up my fingerprints. You know what I mean?
He's like, yeah, just in case I left any fingerprints or DNA or anything, I needed to make sure I could clean the scene.
That is crazy.
The defense is, in my opinion, Joanna, I think the defense is thinking that they're going to convince this jury that it's called jury nullification, that he essentially, yeah, he may have committed these crimes, but we don't think that the punishment fits the crime. We don't think we don't believe that law, we believe that law might be outdated, or that this crime doesn't fit this law. So it's just like saying, we're going to say he's not guilty because we don't agree that what he did fits the letter of the law. It explains the smell. That's right, Joanna. I forgot about the smell. They said it smelled like chemicals. I completely forgot about that.
I had looked at a route I would be able to take from the mountain house that I was staying at on back roads to avoid traffic cameras. So maybe a few days beforehand, I looked at Google Maps and I figured out how this route would lead.
Let's talk about October the
Lucy, can you talk for just a second? I don't want to miss this, but I have to go potty. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's an interesting thought. If he says that, don't spoil it. But I guess, I don't know if rose petals would cover that. Why not just spray some Febreze? So, Miku, do you not think, or do you think that he thinks that he's not a good guy? And that, like, he was justified? Like, do you think he feels that he's still a good person and that he did the right thing and that he was justified in what he did? You think he doesn't think he's getting a not guilty? Well, then what was the point of what was the point of oh no, I didn't, Aaron. I'm watching this. I guess I'm not surprised. But I'm not sure why he would come here if he thinks he's not going to get a not guilty. Unless it is because he doesn't think he has anything to lose. But you would also think you wouldn't want to, like, say all of this, like how it would affect your family. Maybe. Yeah, yeah, Snappy. I don't know. I don't really believe. I think he probably. I mean, I think I've been pretty clear about what I think happened here. I think he has a resentment against the adopted sister. It could be for a variety of reasons. It could just simply be that it was because she was adopted, got all the attention. It could be that she came over and she was a hellion. Maybe she was. But he made it clear from like right when he started testifying that he saw his sister Grace in Christina. And I think he could have got obsessed about it. He also did seem a little obsessed about Aida. Maybe he looks at her like himself, you know?
It's so interesting, like what everybody in chat thinks about this.
Hmm.
I really feel like this is how the jury's going to be sitting in there talking.
At one point, it felt like he was like trying to be emotional and like he couldn't. Just now. I mean, maybe he will.
Yeah, like
But
what if he doesn't show any emotion about anything he's doing here?
yeah, I didn't feel like, and also I guess when I just think of this was my last option, because he made it clear that it wouldn't just be to save her or to help her. It would be because like everything else he had tried did not work and this was the last thing that he could do. And I just don't think it was the last thing. I mean, what he wrote an affidavit and he lied in it admittedly, and he sent pictures to the neighborhood and to posts and stuff, like that's it.
And he sends pictures of Christina. Like
Hmm. And nothing about like
the essay.
or the act or just anything like nothing about. And he says he thought he was he said he thought he was friends with the daughter, which is weird because, and he's like, when I saw her, when I said hi to her that one time on the phone, she didn't seem like the little girl that I knew back in South Carolina. And like, it's like, but did you really like know her?
No, he'd met her like about four times.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Skinny.
Yeah. Not showing emotion doesn't mean that you're a psychopath, but trying to show emotion and not working like is different for me. I think the cross will be interesting. I don't know if it happens today. Probably
No,
not.
no cross today. I looked. I cheated and went to go find out if we got cross today. We don't. He calls it a day, and then they're going to do cross tomorrow. I don't know how the state's not asking for a mistrial at this point. They don't want to do it again. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
They don't want to do it again because they want Brad Post to not be convicted.
That and like if they have to do it again, don't you figure if he, I don't know. I would think that he maybe wouldn't want to testify again. And I feel like this is necessary. It was for me because their case really wasn't that great.
No, they would have been better off. I mean, for me, I'm like,
They didn't even have to do this. So like,
I don't think they did. Not for the murders. I think he was going down for the harassment, but the guy's been in jail for 4 years anyway. So, I mean, what does it matter? Mav, I don't think that the state wants to redo the trial because they don't want Brad Post to be convicted when they do the trial.
then all the CSAM stuff comes in.
Then the CSAM stuff can come in. Yeah, yes, he was held in. He'll be held in contempt, but he's already in jail. So, and if he was found not guilty, then he's already served 4 years. So the 6 months isn't going to really matter either. Oh, Twisted Gemini, you've missed a lot. Yes, this is a day that you don't want to miss. So I think the state's like the defense and the state are playing a very strategic game of chess, and I feel like they're both playing it with the CSAM and the SA. because he's like, yeah, go ahead and give me a mistrial. And then next time I come back, I'll blow all the CSAM on here, totally vilify Christina, and I won't even have to testify and say shit. So go ahead and call a mistrial there, Mr. State Attorney.
I kind of think it's pretty clear that he thinks that if he can basically trash Christina, like, I mean, he sat here and trashed Grace. Like, let's be so for real. He trashed her.
Uh-huh.
And she's
And
not
then
here to, like,
in
defend
his
herself.
turn, though, he's also like, and I believe Christina's just like Grace. So everything I
Correct.
just said about Grace is how I feel about Christina, even though I'm not allowed to say that.
Exactly. So I think
But
that they think that if they were to be able to get that stuff in about Christina, that they would absolutely, like, that the jury would think he was justified. They would hate the victim.
the lazy vampire antichrist Grace / Christina.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it would come in, but the defense has a better chance of getting it in, because if Brad Post is convicted, then they might be able to bring it in. They have a better chance on legal grounds versus what they did this time when they tried to bring it in and he's not convicted of anything. So they were like, no, you're not bringing it in.
Right. But once he's convicted, then they can use that information as impeachment, and then they can get into it further.
Right. And they don't even need to talk about the Christina part. So even if the judge at that point decided, Brad Post stuff can come in, they're accusing Brad Post of being a pedophile anyway. So, I mean, we need to get her away from Brad Post, even if they don't want to bring the Christina stuff in, or they are not allowed to bring the Christina stuff in at that point. But it should be proven in court one way or the other, whether she was actually in the videos or not, if he's convicted, which then should be able to come in, because it might be prior bad acts, but it's not going to be his prior bad acts. It's the prior bad acts of his defense reason.
Did you originally plan to do this on October the 12th?
Yes.
Oh,
Zach, consistent with the court's instructions, describe to the jury why you didn't do it on October the 12th.
I woke up that day and I just felt such reluctance, and something in my gut told me it wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
okay. Hold on. Two parts. Frank's was denied in the Koberger case.
I'm not really surprised by that.
I'm not either. I'm not really surprised by that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's just
at least he probably wrote a long order explaining why.
That's what I'm wondering. So maybe we can find that. Goal's just like, nope, denied, no hearing, fuck you, defense team. And then I don't even know what I was going to say about Zach over here. Hold on, I gotta rewind it to Zach.
I waited. Something in my gut
he
told
was
me
going to do it on the 12th. He actually went there and was planning on killing her on the 12th, but something in his gut told him it was the wrong day, so he went back the next day. So he even had like the thought of like, maybe today's not really the good day, but what?
Wasn't the right day. And I waited one more day.
I don't believe you, Aaron.
You testified earlier that you wanted a plan in part to prevent or minimize danger to others. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have information about where people would be on October the 13th?
To a degree, yes.
How did you get that information?
From John Melo.
What did he tell you?
He told me when Aida would be at school, and he told me that he believed Christina had a job interview at some point that morning.
Why did Melo know so much about her day?
Right?
The evening of October the 12th, where did you spend the night?
At the Mountain House.
You woke up on the morning of October 13th and you left the Mountain House, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember approximately when you left the mountain house?
It was much later than I meant to. I think it was about 8 or 8:15 in the morning.
When you left the mountain house,
So he's saying crazy neighbor lady could not have seen me because I was still leaving the mountain house at that time.
in which vehicle did you leave?
In my Ford Ranger.
What was in the back of the Ford Ranger?
My bike.
That bike right there?
Yes.
And just for the clarity of the record, this is a state's exhibit. I don't have the number that was introduced. What else did you put in your pickup truck in addition to the bike?
I brought the gloves and I put this in a backpack. I brought the paint thinner and the gun I described, the 22. I brought a knife and I brought a box that was made to look like a gift wrapped box and a bunch of roses that I had bought the day before.
Talk about the roses in a minute. When you left the mountain house, where did you go?
I drove to a road that runs parallel very close to Canebrake.
When you got to that location, well, before we go further, describe for this jury the ride in your truck from the mountain house to this location, what you were thinking, what you were feeling, what was going through your mind.
Like I said, I had wrestled with this for months. I had come to the point where rationally I knew that the only way Aida was going to be saved from what she was enduring was for me to take this route. I knew that. But there's another element, a human element, which is just so reluctant and revulsed by the idea of taking a human life. So I had prayed a great deal about this.
Oh,
I had prayed like I'd never prayed before, because even knowing
Wow.
logically this was the right thing to do, it didn't satisfy that emotional and human aspect where I felt that I needed permission to do this.
Oh
And I
my
was so
God.
terrified that somehow I might be doing the wrong thing. Like I knew that it was right logically, but there's the emotional aspect was just reeling against this idea. And more so because she was a woman. I was raised to always protect my sisters and mother, and I opened doors for women growing up.
Except for Grace, not her though.
Even though I believed it was necessary to save a child. So on that morning, I had prayed earlier, a few days earlier, and I had felt that this was the right thing to do, no matter how terrible and difficult it was going to be. So like I said, I didn't feel anger. I felt pity because I realized that this was just the only way to save a child. And it essentially, it felt like a foregone conclusion because I knew that I had a duty to do this to save a child.
Oh God.
So physically driving my truck,
Teresa.
I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress before.
I cannot stand
hands
this
were
guy.
shaking. I was in a cold sweat.
I'm having like a
and I
visceral
was
reaction.
fighting
with
the
him.
urge to vomit before I even got.
Yeah.
This guy makes me physically ill. He makes me physically ill. I can't, this
He had
guy,
to save a child.
he's fucking
He had
sick.
to save a child.
But he's
He
sitting
had
here
to
trying
save
to
the
say he prayed
child.
to
He had
God.
to save the child.
He's bringing like he prayed to God so that God would give him like this, essentially the strength to be able to do this, because his emotional and human side, which is really all that he is an emotional human. I mean, that's what we are. So because he couldn't get past it, even though logically
He knew it was the right thing to do. Logically, he thinks that murdering a person is a logical conclusion to anything. So he thinks that this has been happening to her for a year, essentially, because he gets told about it on October 2nd, his birthday, during the taco trip. And by October 13th, the following year, this is what he thinks that logically he has to do. He's met her approximately 4 times and then saw her on a video where he thinks that her spark was gone. And in no way, shape, or form does he think that maybe the spark is gone because she doesn't actually want to talk to her dad. That's not a possibility, I guess, at that point. This guy makes me physically ill. That he's going to literally try to bring in, like, I prayed to God and so I went through with it because I knew logically that's what I needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Got close there a few times before. Physically driving my truck there, I was experiencing a level of anxiety and physical illness that I had just never experienced due to stress
It
before.
stopped at any fucking
My
time.
hands were shaking. I was in a cold sweat, and I was fighting the urge to vomit before I even got close there. A few times I thought I was going to have to pull off to the side of the road because I could hardly keep my truck straight. My hands were shaking so badly. But the whole time I was just thinking, if I don't do this, if I turn back, then I'm consigning Aida to her fate when I know that I could have done something to stop what was happening. So I just tried to take my mind off of it, and I tried to just go and drive a little bit farther and a little bit farther and not think about what I was going to have to do when I got there. And when I finally got to the point where I parked my truck, this feeling only increased. I knew the plan, but I was having so much difficulty going through with it. So
That's called a
I
conscience.
out of the truck, and I had a mask on and clothing that's been described already. And I just tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other on my bike. And it felt like some runs or rucks I had been on where all I could do was focus on putting one foot in front of the other because it was so difficult to keep going. And I just kept seeing Aida's face and reminding myself that if I don't do this, no one's going to come to save her.
Her father could have did it.
Kept pedaling, and eventually I arrived in front of 122 Canebrake.
Zachary, we're going to talk about what happened when you got to 122 Canebrake in just a second. You described having a gun and having a knife. Initially, were you going to use the gun?
Yes.
A knife is really personal too.
No.
Why not?
I was very concerned about using a gun because of how loud it would be, and I didn't want to alert a neighbor or a bystander who might come to investigate and get involved.
Somebody was like, get on the stand and tell us all how premeditated this murder was for you, sir. Tell us how much thought you put into it and how you still can recite all of that to this day. Tell us how calculated and manipulative you are.
So I tried to suppress the gun by making a makeshift suppressor. And
Oh my God, no.
these things are made out to be like it's very easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent, and that's not the case. So ultimately, I test fired the gun, and I had bought some subsonic ammunition, which is supposed to be quieter, but
Hey,
I didn't realize that on a revolver, the suppressor doesn't work because the end of the cylinder is open. And I realized just a day or two beforehand that I couldn't use a gun because it could potentially involve someone else in this if someone heard a gunshot and came to investigate.
If you had had a
Okay, so he's currently facing harassment first-degree murder, bringing a weapon to the. I don't know how that charge actually reads, but bringing a weapon. That's not the legal term for that, and burglary.
Also, a gun would have been like way faster. So he's talking
Yeah.
about someone getting involved. It takes longer to stab somebody. I don't know, man. This just sounds crazy.
Someone in the jury might think it's the right thing. I'm not disagreeing with you guys. I mean, there's a few people in chat right now that think it was the right thing. I disagree. So well, as you guys always know,
It's not even like it was his kid. It's not like he witnessed the abuse himself. It's not like he saw
she never
pictures and
she
videos of this
never told
kid.
him
You know what
about
I
the
mean?
abuse.
Like, there's many ways that someone could get sympathy. Like, when What's-His-Face took out the healthcare guy, I literally was like, I don't know, man. That might play to a jury and this is before, like, we knew who it was or anything. And I was like, it might play well to a jury if we find out, well, like, this person, whoever he is, had like a young child who died because they were denied treatment that they needed for something or surgery for something, and they couldn't do it, and then they died. Just a tiny child. But this is like totally different. He's separate from these people.
Right.
And we sat and listened to him say how much he hates Grace, and that this lady reminded him of Grace. I think it's pretty obvious.
He can't even get into like that Aida was telling him what was going on, and he had to look at her and see how
Yeah.
emotionally traumatized she was based on what she was saying, and how he became emotionally invested. Yes, that was earlier. Yes, Texas Nana definitely arrested due to testimony today. No, I don't like sheeples. I'm good with anybody who has their own opinion on anything. Like I always say, I mean, what is it going to do? The next one we're going to completely agree on, so I'm not going to fight with people about it. We watch too many cases to sit here and not like each other over our opinion on a case. I just like people in general. Where did Water Loving Dog go? Now is Watercolor Dog. What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Watercolor? I like that you changed your name to Watercolor. You got timed out in a chat today? Not this one. You better not. I don't even think we have mods in here besides me and Sleuthy. I think we had Marshall in here earlier. BR popped in for a hot second, but just speak for yourself. I'm taking down all of your names. You know what? Somebody mentioned autism. I think it was Law Junkie. I actually was thinking Asperger's, but I have no qualification to say that whatsoever. But when he started testifying earlier, like that was one of my thoughts. I was thinking maybe Asperger's, but like I said, I have no qualifications. It's just something that came to my mind. I really need a new desk chair. I fucking hate this chair. We are unchaperoned today. I know.
Choice, would you have rather used a gun?
I would have rather not have had to have done it at all, but if I had to, yes, I would have chosen a gun.
You didn't have to.
Because it would have been quicker and more humane.
You're not putting a fucking dog down.
All right, let's talk about, you arrive at the house, 122 came ring. Do you remember about what time you arrived there?
I think it was a little after 9 in the morning.
And you arrived there on your bike?
Yes.
And you testified about this a little bit, but tell the jury what you're wearing.
I had on black pants and a black thermal and a gray shirt over that. I had on a black beanie and a white medical mask, and I had on black gloves and a black backpack.
No, he didn't kill a dog. I'm saying he said that he like a gun would have been more humane than stabbing her 30 times. And I'm like, you're not putting a dog down.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you're trying to talk about like humane killing of another human being? And I don't mean that you should be shooting a dog. He didn't kill a dog. I just know from living in the Midwest that like farm dogs, that's typically what happens. That's how they get put down. But
You remember how many vehicles were parked in the driveway when you got there?
One.
When you arrived at the house and you got off your bike, what did you do?
I laid my bike down in the driveway and I took my backpack off and I took out the box that had been gift wrapped that had an end open. And I put the .22 revolver in that box. And I put the backpack back on my back and I took a bunch of roses and I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And I was shaking and freaking out at this point because there was nowhere I wanted to be less than at that house on that morning. And when I rang the doorbell, the door opened and a woman came to the front. And I thought it was Christina Parcell, but I wanted to make sure. And I also wanted to make sure that no one else was home. So I told her that while I was holding the box and the roses, that I had a delivery for Lutina Parcell, her sister. And she told me that Lutina wasn't home. So at this point, I realized that Christina was at the house alone. And I handed her the roses. And I took the revolver out of the box and I pointed it at her. And I told
How
her
did he know Post wouldn't be there?
to go back into the house, which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point.
What?
My plan had
Wait, did it just
try to
skip?
knock her unconscious because I didn't.
he says he couldn't. He had the gun in this gift wrapped.
Right, and he used it to get her in the house.
He uses it to get her in the house, but he doesn't have it loaded.
Okay.
So he's
okay.
like, I realized, but then he's like, I realized I couldn't use the gun, but you already knew that.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Did it skip?
No. I don't know. Are we gonna? Is he gonna go into the details, Skinny? I hope not. I hope he just says like this is.
Which she did. And I followed her into the house and I shut the door. And I was experiencing such anxiety that my body wasn't really doing what I was telling it to do anymore. Like when I realized that I couldn't use the gun, which was unloaded at this point, my plan had been to try to knock her unconscious because I didn't want to cause her or anyone any pain. That wasn't my intention.
I don't believe that.
I just
Sorry.
wanted to save Aida and to make sure that no one else who was a bystander would be involved in this or could be endangered in any way. So I tried, while she was holding the roses, to strike her on the head and knock her unconscious. But my body was fighting me because even though I knew who she was and what she was doing and the danger that was putting Aida in, I was still looking at her and I was seeing a sympathetic figure. I was seeing a woman, and I had always been taught never to hurt a woman.
Oh my God.
So when I went to strike her with the gun, my hand didn't really do what I was trying to tell it to. I essentially pulled my strike. It felt like the time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there's a 30-foot face.
I think you're a weak bitch. I don't believe any of this. This is insane to me. He was always told not to put his hand, like not to harm a woman. Like, what are you even saying? You went there with paint thinner, a gun and a knife, and roses to kill her.
But he's also about to explain an adrenaline rush of cliff jumping.
Yeah, this is trippy. Yeah, I agree with Skinny. Oh,
yeah, we both clicked on Skinny's comment. I was just thinking that, like, he's about to be like that, like
the adrenaline you get from having a fear of like of skydiving, cliff jumping, anything along those lines.
I'm actually surprised that like he didn't drag this out. Like I'm actually kind of surprised that it. I mean, he's not finished, so maybe it took an hour. I don't know, but I'm saying I'm surprised that he wasn't like he didn't torture. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just saying. I would think it kind of see now. Do you remember when they were talking about the knife wounds or whatever? And I was like, the shallow ones seem like hesitation.
Yeah. Maybe. I
But
see. I
then, like,
kind of thought it was more like in the scuffle of her trying to defend herself.
right.
He's still holding the knife, and
I know some of you don't want to hear how he did it, but I do. I mean, this is
I'm gonna
fascinating
listen to
to me.
it.
I've never heard this. I feel like I'm watching a show. Like,
This is crazy talk that this
yeah,
guy is
this is
actually up
weird that
here
this is a
doing
real
this.
person telling us what he actually did.
Yeah, if you guys don't want, you guys by no means you can mute it, and somebody will type in chat when he's done. About yeah, I definitely am going to listen to what he says.
Wow.
It felt like the time I had been cliff jumping with friends. I have a big fear of heights, and there was a 30-foot face that you could jump off and jump into a deep pool of water. And when I would run up to the edge, I would try to get a running start and jump off the edge, and I just couldn't. Like my body would stop me against my will. And I had to try to do this 10 or 15 or 20 times before I could actually get myself to go over the edge. So when I struck her on the head with the pistol, that's what happened. It didn't knock her unconscious, and I hardly struck her at all, to be honest. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. I just couldn't bring myself to strike her. And at this point, she realized that I was hesitating, and she began to try to move herself and to get away and to fight back. And during this period of time, the roses had dropped and the petals and stems had scattered. And as I was hesitating, I realized that the situation was quickly getting out of control. And if I didn't pull myself together and act soon, this was all going to end up terribly for Aida, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
What?
You heard testimony that.
So now he's gonna try to say that by him killing her, it brought everything to light that they had done to Aida and her friend.
Yeah, I
And
was gonna
so
say they're gonna bring the other
he
victims in
saved
and they'll say,
them. Yeah. But like he's acting like he was thinking about that then. Like it would have never come to light. No, you already said that you were doing it so that it would just stop. Nothing about anything coming to light. You're just totally changing his whole motive here.
He's trying to cover all the things, Teresa.
Yeah, he is trying to cover all the things. And Mav, yes, it did. So he's using that now.
At this time,
Yeah, because what was happening to her would never be uncovered.
quick question. You heard testimony that at this time, Christina weighed 163 pounds. How much did you weigh on October the 13th?
160.
Go ahead.
Oh my gosh, they weigh the same.
So I realized that I was going to have to somehow force myself to do this at any cost. So I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though my strikes were pulled. And
What does that mean? Punching her? Like, it
Punch-
almost seems like he's trying to cover for the fact that he's a weak bitch. Like, that he tried to punch her, but it wasn't enough. He kept hitting her and hitting her and hitting her, and nothing was happening.
Yeah, his body wasn't doing what he wanted it to do, but now he's pulled out the knife.
Yeah, I think
So-
he's just a weak bitch. He tried to hit her over and over again. He tried to beat her, and it didn't work because he's
But you
weak.
notice that
So he
his defense
stabbed her.
attorney's like, quick question. While you're going on with your story, just quick question, real quick. How much did she weigh, and how much did you weigh? Okay, so now go ahead. Now you pull out the knife, and what happens?
God.
You know what I mean? Like, okay, so you couldn't really hit her very hard because she essentially weighed the same as you. So it's like you're fighting the person who weighs the same as you.
All right, sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, you're fine. You're
I
fine.
mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, I pulled out the knife I was wearing because I also had that
Yeah.
there as a backup just in case,
Not the knife I had, not the knife I brought with me, the knife I was wearing. Like he had like a sheath tucked in, and it looked like he made a. I can't really tell. Maybe, oh well, when we take the comment down, maybe we'll be able to see. But it looked like he like put his hand into his like
Oh,
up by
let's
his.
pay more
Huh?
attention. I actually have my eyes closed, like trying to listen intently to him. So I wasn't actually. I should watch. Let me watch.
Thomas said I heard
And
someone roll their eyes.
so I pulled out the knife I was wearing. And even though I knew I wasn't going to be able to strike her with any amount of force, I still tried. So I started striking her, though
With the
my
knife.
strikes were pulled. And I think the knife made contact with her, but it wasn't stopping her, and it wasn't inflicting anything that could be a fatal.
But now he's going to cover the self-defense
And
part.
she started to fight back.
Oh my God.
Realized I was hesitating, and it became a struggle. And in this struggle, all I could do was try to overcome this resistance I had towards doing this thing. Even though I knew it was right, I still had this physical and emotional resistance to doing it. So I just kept striking her until finally we fell on the floor. And at this point, I had just tried to take my mind out of it and just try to get through this and finish it as quickly as possible, because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and I had to do this in order to save Aida. So I don't remember how many times I struck her. I just remember that when it finished, we were on the ground, and I stopped striking her when she stopped struggling.
Yeah.
And at this point, I stood up, and I was still freaking out, and I was in kind of a daze. And I was just trying to pull myself together and figure out what I needed to do to leave the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved in what was happening to Aida.
No, you supposedly know that Brad Post is involved.
She wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And
Didn't he basically leave her for like the daughter to walk in and find her that way?
She was moved from the couch side to the opposite side of the table. They had two doors going into that room. So
Yeah, but
I mean,
somebody
you
was
could
going to walk in on her.
Absolutely.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
He was gonna walk. Yeah.
Okay. All right, sir. He didn't cover that part of his story.
No, he moved her so she wasn't in front of the window, because apparently where she's sitting on the couch, you can see through the window.
Yeah,
So he didn't want the neighbors to see her.
Correct, but he was going to let potentially the little girl or the sister walk in and be traumatized by it.
Correct. Yeah, this girl he's trying to save would be home from school. She would be home from school before the sister comes home from work.
Exactly.
She would be the one to find her.
Exactly.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
I hope they asked that on Cross.
I hope that Cross is going
to
be
the door,
great.
which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched.
Ah, son of a bitch. My stupid mouse is acting all weird. Hold on. Gosh darn it. I don't know what the hell it just did. Stupid thing. Now I'm going to have to go back to where I was. I'm sorry, you guys.
Trying to like move my mouse to another screen and it won't freaking do it.
Easy, and a suppressed gun is just very silent. My plan had been to try to knock her unconscious. Because I realized that it was only becoming prolonged, and
On your bike. Is that how you?
yes, just repugnant to me, even though I believed it was necessary.
Hold on, I don't know where the hell I
22
was.
caliber revolver.
Where did you?
Where he said he drug her away from the
Unconscious.
window or whatever.
Because it would have been quicker and more humane. With the gun, my hand didn't really do what figure out
Past
what I
this.
needed in the house. And again, I wanted to make sure that I didn't leave anything behind that would connect me to it, because then I believe John would be connected to it, and it would only further put Aida in danger, because I didn't know if Christina Parcell was the only person involved.
Yeah, but now I can't get subtitles for you guys. It says they're unavailable because it's not live anymore. So sorry, I screwed that up for everybody who was reading subtitles.
I think we can hear okay.
Okay.
What was happening to Aida. And she wasn't. So I quickly looked around to make sure I hadn't left a mask or a glove, and I started to pick up the rose petals and realized that I just didn't have time to do that. Again, I was concerned that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and that a neighbor might come by to investigate, and I didn't want that. So I drew the blinds and I moved her body away from the door, which had windows, because I didn't want someone to come to the door and see her. And I put my things back in the backpack, and I looked in a mirror before I left to make sure everything was in order, and I saw that she had scratched my face in the struggle. And of course, I realized that this could leave DNA. So I used the paint thinner to try to clean her hands. And then I changed my mask, and I took off my outer shirt because there was blood on it, and I put it in the backpack. And at this point, I was really
Oh,
worried
not
that
reversible, T.
Lutina might come back to the house, or Brad Post might come to the house, or a neighbor might come over. So I was trying to leave the house as quickly as possible. And before I left, when I realized that I had probably left my DNA there, despite my effort not to, I prayed again and just said that I believe that what I've done is the right thing, and I believe that I did it for the right reason.
Then why'd you
If
try
it's
to
your
cover it
will
up?
to be connected to this, then I will turn myself in, and I will own up to what I've done, and I'll take responsibility for it, because I believed that it was the right thing. And then I left. I exited out through the door, and I got back on my bike, and I pedaled my bike back to the truck, and I drove back to the mountain house. And I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt, in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me, because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe.
Okay, but now you just got her dad arrested too, because what you all did was illegal. And so now where's she going to go? Foster care.
I think that
John
Isabella.
could have just done it himself.
This is
What?
so. He says like surreal. Like I'm thinking like this
Mhm.
is surreal to be listening to a person take the stand and describe how they killed another person. Like this is
And
this
keep
is
saying he
not
did the
your
right
wife.
thing. He did the right thing. He was saving a child, and he keeps saying a child over and over again. And Aida, they've never seen her. They don't know who she is. I'm surprised they're not showing pictures of her.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
That her mother was perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that the state is hiding from you.
Your Honor, instruct him to be quiet.
Hold on. What the fudge, Olio?
What happened?
Perpetrating on her. And there is proof to that.
Oh, rewind.
Yep.
I left the house, drove back to the mountain house, and I was still completely freaking out, and it felt entirely surreal. But there is a big difference in how I felt in that as soon as I left the house, I felt the most enormous wave of relief wash over me because I knew from that moment on, Aida would be safe. Aida would be safe from the sexual abuse that her mother was perpetrating on her. And there was
Oh, see, I think he's I think he's
There
playing
is
into
proof
all
of
of that.
that the state is hiding from you. He says there is proof of that the state is hiding from you.
Yeah, I think he's relying heavy on that. He thinks if he keeps saying that over and over again, despite the fact that he said he became convinced before this that she was being SA'd, but he didn't say how or why he thought so because they obviously can't get into it. But if he's going to keep blurting out these random things, despite the judge saying absolutely stop doing that, right? And again,
Right.
I would be just as angry if someone from the state kept blurting out things they weren't supposed to be blurting out. Then why is he not blurting out, I saw it with my eyes?
No,
A
it's
little
all
girl
about the
told me
proof
what
that
was
comes
happening. Like, what is your
after.
evidence?
Yeah, it's all about the proof that comes after he did this, which is why he slid in there, like that it would all come to light. If I did this, then it was all going to come to light.
Yeah, I don't think he would even be saying any of this right now had they not discovered all of that stuff. I think none of this had to do with what he did.
No.
I think they should have been checked. He probably got paid via crypto, or he went physically to Italy to be paid in cash. Like, something happened here. I don't think that this has anything to do. And I think that he happily did it because I think he hates his sister.
I don't think it matters if he's convinced that it's happening.
Yeah, it should be a mistrial, but I don't know.
The state isn't going to want that. I don't think the state's going to want a mistrial. Let's see what they say. They're going to go to break. Jury's leaving.
Oh, he looks like he's about to. Oh, what are they talking
We're
about?
not going to get to hear it.
That's rude.
Right? Well, that was all intentional.
Does he come back? Oh.
Let's see. Well, we're gonna watch Pretty Lies and Alibi because
we don't know. No.
Thank you all for your patience as we go about this trial. I want to instruct you to disregard the last comments that you heard. I also want to just remind you, as I've stated from the outset of this trial, that I'm the sole judge of the law in this case. And while you, the jury, sit as the sole judge of the facts, and part of my role is to make determinations about what evidence can and cannot be admitted and presented to you, the jury, and that gatekeeping role rests solely with me, the judge on the law. And I want to instruct you that you're not to consider any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard, and furthermore, you should not even mention or discuss any testimony that I have instructed you to disregard. And I instruct you not to discuss any topics that have been ruled improper when you deliberate. Thank you.
Zach, just got a few more questions. So after you left Cambridge, isn't it true that you rode your bike back to your truck, which was parked within the vicinity? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And then you drove your truck back to the mountain house. Isn't that true?
That's true.
After you got to the mountain house, isn't it true that you disposed of the gun and the knife in a nearby lake? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
And isn't it true that the clothes you were wearing, that you burned those clothes in a fire pit at the mountain house? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I want to talk about towards the end of October, beginning of November. Isn't it true that
So the judge has stopped him from testifying in a normal, like, narrative way. So now he can only ask, I'm assuming that that's what's happening here, is
Yeah.
now he can only answer yes or no.
Yeah, because he can't be trusted.
Yeah.
And he held him in contempt, and he'll serve 6 months for contempt, and he apparently just says, yes, sir, I understand. Like, whatever. Like, I could care less.
2021, you had obtained a plane ticket to fly overseas, isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
And you were going to go overseas departing from Detroit, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And while you were in Detroit, isn't it true that you received a phone call making you aware that there were warrants pending for your arrest?
That is true.
And after you were notified of the pending warrants, isn't it true that you rented a car, drove back in the middle of the night to Greenville, and ultimately turned yourself in? Isn't that true?
Yes, that is true.
1 second. Kyle, anything else?
Okay. At this moment, I'm going to see counsel.
Damn. Tracy, you better get up early tomorrow. I'm assuming Cross is going to start in the morning. That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would think so.
I wouldn't start till tomorrow anyway, either.
Oh, now they can go back and rewatch this and write down even more questions. It's better for the state this way. I think this guy is a piece of fucking work. All right. I think he just sends the jury home. I don't think anything else is said.
I want to, again, thank you on behalf.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna pull up Pretty Lies and Alibis from today. I think it's. Let me see if this is her first one.
What you know, Alibis, I wanted to update you quickly.
Yes, this is today.
What you know, Alibis, I wanted to update you quickly on what the feel is in the courtroom. Zach Hughes doing a very good job on direct exam. The jury is absolutely transfixed with his testimony. They're all ears. There's been a couple of objections where they've been sent out. This was one time where we went ahead and took that morning break, but jury very invested. Courtroom is packed. We'll see what happens as his testimony continues, and then also on cross. But I will update you soon. Hope you guys have a good morning. What you know, Alibis, we are on a break because not once but twice, Zachary Hughes has told that jury Christina Parcell was sexually abusing her daughter. Now, the state said they do not want to ask for a mistrial, but would like for the judge to stop his testimony at this point, take him off the stand.
Yeah.
The judge is back in chambers figuring out what he's going to do. It has been very crazy in this courtroom, and I will say the jury looked absolutely gobsmacked the first time Zachary Hughes said the concern was Christina was sexually abusing her daughter. Big deal. He also said John Melo propositioned him twice, once for $5,000, the second time for $10,000 to kill Christina. He said no, he wouldn't do it for money. So that's where we are. Lots of drama. The judge and the solicitor, both very angry right now. I'll keep you guys posted.
Okay.
What you know, Alibis, we are at lunch until 2. I can talk without whispering, so I thought I'd give you a little insight into what the courtroom was like the minute Zach Hughes
Really,
said
Brittany?
not once but twice that Christina Parcell was abusing her daughter.
Hey, Ramblin'.
We all kind of thought this was going to come in this way. He really doesn't have nothing to lose. If they called for a mistrial, my understanding is they could not retry him at this point. I'll double check that, but I just read something on Twitter indicating that from an attorney. So the first time he said it, there was a visible reaction with this jury. Shock, kind of shifting in their seats and then looking at each other, and then started looking in the courtroom, kind of focusing on us in the back that have been there daily. It's a packed house, no seats available today, but they just really kind of focused on us. And we really didn't have a reaction because we know this. We kind of thought he would do this. And then the second time rolls around and he says it again. So you see, again, they are digesting what they're hearing. Maybe some people haven't put two and two together, but still you get this reaction out of the jury. And the second time, the solicitor literally yells out, and it kind of startled one woman on the jury when he did it. I was watching them really closely. They're sent out, and one listener of mine who I adore that is here, she used to work for the solicitor's office. She had a good theory. It's just something I'm putting out there because I got an hour till I have to be back up. But still, if he does this again, there's a good chance he may not be able to finish testifying. And I mean, the judge may rule after lunch, you're off the stand. But think about it. If he stopped from testifying, he doesn't get cross-examined. Could this be kind of a plan to get it out there? The elephant in the room that the jury clearly sees there's something missing in this case that they don't know. And then he gets off the stand and that's it. So we'll see what happens. It's been one of those days where you're hanging on every word at this point because he said it once, he said it twice. We'll see what happens after lunch, but I will recap everything tonight. It may be a little later. I'm going to be on Courtroom Confidential with Josh Ritter live at 8. So join us for that. I'll post a link for you guys. What a day in court. Just unpredictable, but at the same time, we all really thought he may just blurt it out because there's not much that can happen to him at this point, facing life in prison. All right, guys, we'll see you on the flip side of this. I may update again if something crazy happens, but that's it. What you know, alibis, we are on a 30-minute to an hour break after what just happened in the courtroom. So a little backstory. Zachary Hughes went through the morning that Christina was killed, getting to the residence, how he did everything, how he got inside the house, what happened once he was inside the house, and then said when he got home, he was relieved. He killed her because there was sexual abuse going on. There is proof of it, and the state is hiding it from you. The courtroom kind of erupts, mainly from the state side, as you could imagine. The jury absolutely shocked. Their faces, their body language, you could just read the, oh my gosh, what did we just hear? He talked over the prosecutor because at that point, halfway into the sentence, the prosecutor knew what was coming, started objecting. It got very loud. You guys will see this on the stream probably in about 20 minutes or so, 15 or 20 minutes. So we don't know what's going to happen. The judge did say he can limit his testimony in a way that does not violate his constitutional rights. The state wants him essentially off the stand. And the defense says, look, we've talked to our client. He knows your order, what he can and can't say. And essentially, we can't prevent him from saying what he's going to say up there. So we'll see what happens, but he got the whole thing out. So that's it for now. I'll update you guys and let you know what the judge rules, where we're going from here. They're going to take him off the stand. Who knows? The state did mention contempt charges, which is the least of his worries at this point. Wild day in court. This may be the craziest day of any court case I've ever sat in, and that is saying something. All right, we will see you soon. What you know, alibis, quick update. John Melo has just been arrested as a result of Zachary Hughes' testimony today. Don't know much more than that, but if I find out anything else, I'll let you know. What a crazy day in court. What you know.
Okay, so that's her updates so far. She'll do her recap. I don't think she's done it yet. I'll double check, but I don't think she has. I want to play you guys the one she did from last night, but first I want to talk about that. So yeah, so Melo's arrested. Where's her recap from last night? Oh, is it this one? Is it 19 minutes? This might be it. That might be it. So that one's the one from yesterday. So
All right. So she said something, and somebody in chat had also brought it up about not they don't want to ask for a mistrial because then they wouldn't be able to retry him based on like double jeopardy. I
Yeah,
don't.
you have to be convicted or acquitted. Like you have to be convicted or acquitted.
I thought so too. So I'm trying to figure out why she said an attorney on Twitter said that.
Yeah, I don't know about that because yeah, no, you have to be convicted or acquitted. If the judge declares a mistrial, like if the judge declares a mistrial or if the jury comes back hung or whatever, you've not been convicted or acquitted.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that would be double jeopardy, but I mean, not normally is the state wanting the mistrial always. So I mean, typically the defense wants the mistrial because they don't like the state, but I'm trying to think of how that would become double jeopardy. There are sometimes local rules that have more double jeopardy attachments. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Can you
Has anybody seen the
just a
lawyer?
second? Be right back.
I didn't see anything from a lawyer on Twitter. Maybe I'll type in his name. Zachary. Um, hmm. Yeah, no, I don't think they'll prejudice. So I'm just looking. I see John Melo's his mugshot.
Oh, you do have his mugshot, the new one from today?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's what this is.
Let me see.
I'll send it to your Facebook. Shit.
I'm looking on Twitter to see what I see.
Well, that's what I was doing, and I don't see like a lawyer.
This one says Hughes said that when the judge told Hughes to avoid the references to the sexual abuse and the child porn, Hughes says that he's confused because he put his hand on the Bible and took an oath to tell the whole truth. I'm just checking on Twitter to see if anything comes up. I have never seen anything like this testimony, ever. I've watched a lot of trials in my life. This is crazy.
I can think of so many things for the cross that I would be saying. Like, I would ask him if he's aware that John Melo was arrested. Because basically, if the daughter was in his care, then she was taken away also. I would certainly ask about him trying to protect her or whatever, but yet leaving her mother stabbed 30 some odd times laying in the floor for when she got home from school to discover her.
I definitely want to bring up the you say that like how vacant her eyes looked. Why were you telling John Mello
For
how
sure.
good of a picture it was?
Yep. Well, and like as an extra to that, I would want to know what it is. Like your sister was 10 and you were a teenager. So like I would be watching today's stream and I would be quoting him for exactly what he said, and I would be asking specifically what he saw in this provocative older woman's picture where the look in her eyes reminded him exactly of his 10-year-old sister, and whatever it was that he specifically said that I couldn't get past earlier, where he was like, you'll do what I want because I have something, or you'll do whatever I say because I have something that you want.
Is this isn't a real photo, right? Like somebody generated this for their thumbnail or for
Oh my
for
God,
this?
stop it.
Because I can't I had to show you guys this.
That can't be real.
Well, I mean, it's like I don't know. It probably
No,
isn't, but
it's like
it's much
somebody with
more
a
media.
towel. No,
He's got his little Beethoven folder. His eyes look vacant.
No, that's definitely not him.
Well, I mean, it is him. It's just it's
His face.
Right.
Oh my God.
Can't play that. They got me all demonetized the other day for playing his fucking Beethoven playing the piano.
Really?
Yeah, jerks.
Oh my God. I feel like he's sitting up there like, I can't believe the audacity of nobody asking me to play the piano yet.
Yeah, I should be up here on the piano. I should be able to play the piano while I'm up here and show you guys everything I've learned at Juilliard.
I'm a pianist.
I'm a pianist. All right, let me see. Let's go to
Go to Reddit and see if what's-her-face is going crazy. I want to hear from Isabella. Isabella, where are you?
Well, let's see if she said
Because now
anything.
Isabella's dad's been arrested. She said that Zach didn't do it this entire time. Now she has this testimony that says he did do it, and her father tried to pay him twice to do it. And that's the movie cover, they said. I just would be curious. So now her father's been arrested.
I doubt she's saying
heard
anything.
that Zach did it.
She probably will after. I want to know if Grace is anywhere. I want to hear from Grace.
I wonder, where did he say that was? Virginia? Is he saying it happened to Virginia?
Well, they moved to South Carolina when he was 15, 16, he said. So
where was the whole 2-year DCS?
I don't know if she was taken out of their care in Virginia. I don't remember paying attention to that. I wasn't gonna look for her in there. I was gonna look up his parents. No, I think Faith is one of the other kids' names. Can you imagine if he literally was sitting there talking about the sister that's sitting in the room? I mean, I think that would just blow my brain out a little bit more because I just can't, like, the audacity in all of this is just so crazy. I have to say, it is really interesting. I mean, like, I feel like I'm getting all the information and I'm more shocked than when I don't have all the information.
Right. I'm just blown away.
And this is why I'm here, Law Junkie says. Pianos and penises.
Penises says. Okay. I'm not seeing her saying anything today. Last I see her is from 5 days ago, which kind of aligns with 3 days ago with all the same comments that we read when I very first pulled it up the other day.
I'm assuming that Melo and Isabella and all them did not expect this. And, I have to wonder when this decision was made that they were going to say that he did do it, because, like, I've read, but of course they were from a little long ago, where he was denying it. Like, it's not like he got arrested and then immediately was like, I did do it and I will tell you why. Like, do you think that they didn't say that he did it this whole time because they wanted it to be said publicly in a trial on TV?
Why wouldn't you just try to get a plea? They were really wanting Melo. Why would they not just try to get a plea here?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that the point was to be able to say why or what and whatever to the world.
I wish the judge would have let Aida testify. That would have proved a lot, but it wouldn't. It wouldn't prove a lot because she didn't have interaction with this guy.
He literally said he said hi to her once when she was on the phone with her father.
Hey, Michael's here.
Oh my God, Michael, did you see any of this?
Michael, oh my gosh. We have a legal question for you. So apparently there's a lawyer that's saying if the state requests a mistrial during the defendant's testimony that the state can't retry him because it would be double jeopardy. Do you know anything about that? We're looking for a lawyer and you showed up at the right time.
Also, I'm not sure what you're talking about with kidnapping because he actually got on the stand and admitted to murder.
Yeah, no, he goes through all the details of how he planned.
Every step. He
how
went
he
through every
felt.
step, including how he felt at each step.
That he felt like he was going to do cliff jumping. This is the craziest fucking testimony I've ever heard. This is the one I was looking for the other day and couldn't find. When she said, listen, there's lots of details about this. It's from 2 years ago. Listen, there's a lot of details about this case that aren't public yet. All I will say is that I wouldn't count on that DNA evidence after it's actually tested. There will be more info made public soon, and everyone playing armchair detective will get whiplash from the info that hasn't been released yet.
Obviously, somebody was lying to you, ma'am. Because he just told us that it's his and the DNA is his. And oh, Michael said he listened to it all. So what are you talking about? Kidnapping versus murder. He admitted to the murder.
Hold on. He said he said that he had met her 4 times prior to her leaving for Italy and then talked to her once.
Oh, maybe he's talking about Melo kidnapping.
Oh,
why not kidnap the girl? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
well, I think he tried to. I mean, Melo tried to. He tried to take her to Italy, but the problem is that Italy's part of the act where you can't take your kids. He needed to take her to a different country. I don't know why he wouldn't just do it himself.
Well, I guess he's saying why didn't this guy kidnap her?
Oh,
in my
kidnapped by
opinion,
you?
it's because that's not what he was doing.
Oh,
I don't think it had anything to do with. I don't think it had to do. Maybe it had a little something to do with her, with the kid, but I don't think it. I think it mostly just had to do with Christina. I think he grew to hate her because he was. So you know how they say with like, and I know I keep bringing this up, but you know how they say with like resentments that what makes it a resentment versus like you just not liking somebody or hating somebody or whatever is that with a resentment you'll play scenarios, conversations, things that have happened in the past over and 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 over again for a long period of time, and it starts to morph into reflect like your hatred that then turns into your resentment. And so after a period of time, all you can see is like you're remembering these things that happened, and the person that you have a resentment against is all in the wrong. Like you're thinking of things that didn't even happen or that you said or did that you're attributing to them because over the years you've played it over and over again and obsessed over it. And I think he got wrapped up into, I think whatever it was about her reminded him of his sister, and he like couldn't unsee his sister. He said he kept picturing Aida. I don't think he was. I think he was picturing Grace.
So here 2 years ago, she says he's actually a friend. So I once went out for drinks with Zachary Hughes, this other person, the pianist who just turned himself in for the brutal murder of Christina Parcell, a vet tech from upstate South Carolina. And then Isabella responds and says, he's actually a friend, and a lot of people around here know him. There is another suspect they haven't released, because if they clear him and don't have another person, it looks bad. The only evidence they are working with is that the guy on the video had an N95 mask on, and they think if Zach had an N95 mask, it's the same. Literally nothing else. I hear about this firsthand every day. Christina Parcell was the mother of my youngest sibling. and we had been reporting her and Brad Post's abuse of her since 2018. That's why my dad has had full custody of my sibling this whole time, because of the abuse and explicit photos they took of my sibling. I'll make a Reddit post and explain everything I know soon. I just checked this on a whim today, but what they are doing to Zach is messed up. He's a really stand-up dude and just tries to help people. Jesus. So what did he message you about? He's a friend of mine, and we don't think he did it. And anything you have could really help him. They have really tried hard to frame him when there is another big suspect they haven't released, and it's only because they can't clear Zach yet.
I wonder if she was talking about Post or that other guy, Alex.
Alex Fields, probably. These are just all of her other comments. I think it was Ems just said that she commented an hour ago, but I don't see that one. Why did it do that? Okay, hold on. So these are the comments from the supposed brother, the alleged brother. On, I think he was watching Law and Crime. Why wasn't he in the courtroom? Hold on, they're still loading. Law Junkie sent me these. Peter Hughes. Is Peter one of them? Probably. I've been on and off. I've been on and off on this. Been dealing with my adopted dad, saying stop talking to him, and my mom because they want to put their attention to Zach, even though it was my 25th birthday. So yeah, kind of sad and depressed. What the fudge? His adopted dad is telling him to stop talking to him because they want to put their attention on Zach, even though it's their kid's 25th birthday. I don't know. I have no idea if this is even legit. So, I mean, the screenshots are just, I don't know if this is really a person. I wish I can show you what my dad said. Well, Peter, come here and show me what your dad said. I'd love to see it. I saw you called Peter. We will be taking a break from phone calls for the next 2 weeks as the trial proceeds. I hope you understand. Oh, this is what Dad says. I saw you called Peter. We will be taking a break from phone calls for the next 2 weeks as the trial proceeds. I hope you understand. That's what my dad sent me. And it's the kid's birthday? 3 days before my birthday. So they're taking a break from phone calls for the trial. Distance always aggravated, never hung out with the children. He always tried to snitch on us, so we would get in trouble to stay away from him. He was never a caregiver ever. Yeah, Peter, where you at? Where you at, son? I wish you a happy birthday. Slandering is lying about something Zach did, everything, and his attorney already said he killed her, so there's no child here. I don't know what that means, but okay. Well, those are quite interesting. Thank you, Law Junkie, for sending those. I don't know what this one technically means, but is somebody like defending Zach to him? And he's saying like, that's weird. I want to talk to Peter. I want to hear what Peter has to say about Grace. I don't think that family was healthy and good, y'all. He may think it was okay, but oftentimes takes a long time to understand you have an abusive family. I would 100% agree with you on that. It's also weird because he talks about like what a great childhood he had, and then he turns around and says he did not have a great childhood. So, did you send me 5? Was there only 5? Is that what there was? Hold on. No, there was 6. I'm missing one. Which one am I missing?
1, 2. There's one. Oh, never mind. Maybe I just showed him the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did show them all. Okay. Yeah, let's talk to Peter. I want to talk to Peter and Grace. Peter, if you hear this, happy belated birthday. Hughes and Melo do need to answer for their actions, but their suspicions of Parcell and Post were true, sickening and true. I don't like any of these adults. I don't like any of these adults at all. There's not one of them that I think this child should be around. Not that I think that DCFS or whatever it is in South Carolina is good, but I don't find any of these. I don't find any of these adults to be a safe place for this child at all. I don't want a child living with a parent that's trying to hire people to kill other people. I don't think that's a good environment. All right, let me see if she's got anything up from today's. I don't think she has up today's yet. But this is yesterday's, so we were kind of talking about this when trial.
What you know, Alibi's daughter who
that like what was happening in the courtroom, because remember yesterday we ended up only with like an hour and like 10 minutes of actual in-camera stuff. So she goes through a lot of what was said, and I thought some of it was pretty interesting. So I'm going to play that for you guys too.
is around the age of 13 now.
This is yesterday's time during the breaks is what she's going to talk about. And she does talk about the daughter and the daughter testifying. She also talks about some other investigators testifying that I didn't hear about on Twitter.
Might take the stand in Zach's defense. And that would have been the case if the judge would have allowed the defense that Zach was going for to come in. He was looking to put up a defense of others case. What is that? It is the defense to liability for an alleged crime that is in defense of a person other than oneself. In other words, Zach admitted to killing Christina Parcell. The jury heard this today. And the reason that he was going to put forth is because of the concerns that the child was in imminent danger of being abused. So let's look at the argument that happened outside the presence of the jury and not on the live stream about whether or not to allow Zach to get on the stand and use this defense. The defense says that they're entitled to pursue a defense of others case. If the person who was being protected had a right to self-defense, the person who acted had a right of self-defense. There are elements of self-defense. The child must be without fault, and the defense says she was victimized through no fault of her own. Both Christina and Brad abused her over multiple years. The one thing that the state and the judge both agreed on is that the child wasn't in imminent danger because she was at school at the time her mom was killed. So the defense says, are we saying the child had to get home and wait to be victimized? No, she was in imminent danger of being abused. The abuse was so bad, and the family court believed the child was in imminent danger.
But he hasn't shown that he knew that.
Doesn't apply to Zach. He's
I think she's just reciting what they're saying in what the defense is saying during the off-camera times yesterday.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is why, like, the defense is not even explaining. Like, if I was the judge, I'd be asking. I'd say, what evidence did he have? Even if you had to talk to him directly or whatever, like, what evidence did he have that he knew the child was in imminent danger? If we're gonna say it was because of the abuse, the essay, that's one thing. If we're gonna say that, like, he could say because his mother or because her mother was soliciting herself to strange men, whatever, like, you would have an easier time saying that you had that information, but not the essay. He said he was convinced that she was being essayed.
Right.
But
he's convinced by Melo.
You can't just say that. Like, there has to be something showing that you were convinced at that time.
Just the video call that her light was not in her eyes anymore. She'd lost her spark.
And she gained 20 pounds.
Yeah, which is weird in general. Like, why he's noticing that she gained 20 pounds and...
I do. I would have to see that first. I would have to know if it's going to be to the point where I'm convinced that I have to save her and that I have to kill one of her parents because of that. That's insane. Yes, I would have to have some type of proof. I wouldn't necessarily want to see it. But
Well,
I'm
even
not
as
going to
a
go off as
juror,
somebody going in the middle of a divorce. I know how hideous that can become.
Yep.
I'm not going to believe one side of that.
Well, as a juror, I would want to know that he had proof of any of it to begin with, and which you don't.
Stands in the child's shoes. The judge goes back in chambers for a bit, comes out and says that this defense is not allowed. He says that the defendant traveled to the house, sought Christina out to murder her, and you can't escape criminal liability. Zach unlawfully entered the house and used the defense of others as a shield to his actions. The defense also wanted to argue the malice without just cause. They believe it's admissible for them to argue to show that Zach did not have, as the state said in their opening arguments, an angry heart. He went in there with no malice but to protect the child. None of that coming in, and we got to the defense openings. The defense says Zach's been waiting over 3 years for this. He's a gifted and accomplished young man. He was 29 when this happened, and he's 32 now. He was born in California, and his parents took their kids and moved to southwestern Virginia to a small farm and adopted 5 orphaned children. Zach was homeschooled. His family moved to Greenville when Zach was a teenager. He was accepted into college on scholarships and won piano competitions. As an adult, he's had an accomplished career performing. They say we have no obligation to be doing this. This could all be over because the state has the burden of proof. But Zach will take the stand and tell you why he killed Christina. We could attack the testimony of the neighbor. After 3 years, she was able to identify him after his photo had been on television for 3 years. The person on the bike wasn't in the neighborhood for an hour and 15 minutes after she said she saw him. We could have objected, pressed the witness. Why didn't we? Because Zach will take the stand and tell you why. You're going to hear the why, which was not jealousy or greed or a crime of passion. He didn't act with an angry heart like the state says. This wasn't done for money. This was done for a just cause. That's not malice and that's not murder. The first witness that they call was actually a state's witness that testified last week, investigator Dan Bevel. They ask him, when you work in the Crimes Against Children unit, do you get special training? Yes. They show him the report he drafted in the harassment case with the nude photos that were circulated. They ask about lead investigators and say they are ultimately responsible for the investigation, and the witness says yes. On October 19th.
The only reason I disagree with this comment, so Law Junkie says, well, we know the lengths he would go to protect Aida. Maybe she told him. They didn't let it in. Maybe that is being withheld. Wouldn't SA come in if he said he knows she was SA?
But he talked about different conversations that he overheard her having, that he saw her or whatever. If she had said something directly to him,
it would be very
about
different.
it. He's been allowed to say things about being abused. I just don't know why he wouldn't. Remember how earlier I was like, why wouldn't he? If he, let's say he saw it or something, he saw something. He's blurting out these other things. I don't know why he wouldn't blurt that out too.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I think that for me, it's the bigger that he continues to say he was proven right. It was proven that he was right.
Yeah,
so
but it wasn't proven he was right till after.
Right. Well, that's what he keeps talking about. So my thing is why doesn't he say that it was, in September, it was proven correct. So I knew what I had to do. Without saying the words SA or anything, he could still say the allegations that Melo was making were proven to me in September. All he keeps talking about is that it was proven to him after the fact.
Yeah.
And so to me, that means it wasn't proven to you beforehand.
Like basically he's admitting that he didn't know, like it wasn't proven until after he'd done it.
Right. And then Nita says, red flags were obviously there. Melo had no problem with mom's visitation at first, then did a 180 turn to keep mom completely away again, not excusing the actions. Well, so this is actually kind of interesting too, because I brought that up the other day. They do create a new visitation schedule in 2019 that he agrees to. So the allegations supposedly are from the beginning of 2018, but in 2019, he's still in court with her agreeing to a visitation schedule. And then by the end of 2020, he's like, nope, I'm going to take her to Italy. He takes her to Italy, and then she wins in Italy and brings her home. He does not come back to fight for her or make sure she's safe. So that's my issue with Melo. This whole Melo is doing everything he can to stop this abuse. I don't believe that. Because he's literally in court in 2019 coming up with a visitation agreement with Christina.
I just feel like if I suspect that somebody else's kid is being harmed in that way,
Mm-mm.
Like,
only
I have
talks to him-
zero problems calling the police. I have no problems calling the police every day. I have no problems telling the neighborhood if that's what I have to do. But I would never, like, the thought would not cross my head that the only way, unless I'd like done all the things. But he's saying he did all the things, but it was a short period of time, and all he did was do an affidavit. And I feel like there was one other thing. What was the other thing? He did the affidavit. Oh, and then the mailers sending around the naked pictures.
Also, the fact that so he gets told about this, that Melo is concerned for Aida's safety on 10/2 of 2020. He's just concerned about the safety, and he says, I just kind of summed it up to, contentious, and he's like, you could tell he was really worried about it, and he says he's going to go to Italy. So then on the 10/4/2020, Melo takes her to Italy. He only has the one conversation with where Melo is talking to Aida, and he sees that the light is dimmed. That's the only time he says he ever even spoke with her. Out of all the FaceTimes and everything else, he popped in and said hello one time. So he's never talked to Aida about any of this. Aida never told him she was being abused. The only person telling him that is Melo. He tried calling CPS at the end of September. At the end of September of 2021, he calls CPS, pretends to be the neighbor, and says that that he thinks that she's being abused sexually and physically.
Yeah, and he told lies. He said he told lies.
He killed her October 13th.
Yeah, so a month, or
not even.
Yeah, and also he said that he told lies. So what was the lie?
Yeah, if you're going to go there with a gun, why don't you want Post to be there? If Post is a pedophile and he's the one doing all of this and you know it, why are you only killing Christina and not Post?
I almost wonder if it was purposeful to have Post be the one to find her, because then they thought he would be blamed.
Well, they definitely try to blame him.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
lying about being a neighbor, but when he called, he should have. Why didn't he just call as himself? If he knew, why didn't he just call as himself and give them the actual information? If it was enough to convince him that it was happening, why didn't he tell the police whatever convinced him?
Right. Danielle, no, it's okay. Absolutely.
Oh, there definitely was. I mean, there was, but he didn't know that at the time.
Yeah, so there is proof afterward, because they find, after she's murdered, they find CSAM on the device that belongs to Bradley Post that includes the daughter. So there's definitely bad shit happening to the daughter, no doubt. Well, I mean, he's allegedly, I guess I have to stick with the allegedly still, because he's not convicted in court, which is kind of the big deal in this case on why it's not coming in, or one of the main reasons it's not coming in. I get it, Brittany. I get it. I do. I really do. I get it. No, they never talk about that. And he only ever talks about that it was proven that he was right after she was dead. Not like it was proven to me in June. It was proven to me in July. It was all about the conversation he had with her where the spark was gone. And then Melo telling him what was going on there. And the fact that she was on these escort websites, supposedly, which still does not add up to me. Not that she wasn't maybe prior, and that maybe even how Melo met her. I don't know. Because Melo was a married man himself when he started boinking her. So.
18th of 2021, did you become the lead investigator in another case? There's an objection that's sustained. Of course, they're talking about what was found on Bradley Post devices after Christina's murder. There was some back and forth here for quite a bit about some wording in his report. Really, I think the defense got a little bit confused, and it was the poor wording, which
I'm going to still stick with that. We may not know everything that he knew, which you might be right. I still think he's a psychopath who premeditatedly murdered a woman instead of doing the proper things that a person should do prior to that being your resort. He's not involved in this family. This is not his family. It's a very weird step for me. I actually don't give a shit what he knew. I don't actually care what he knew. I'm going to be very, I don't. I think that he's a sick fuck.
I think it's totally different than like seeing a child actively being harmed and jumping in to save them.
Correct. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, then I think you
A
can go to
stranger,
your,
because this is technically, I mean, it's technically a stranger.
yeah, I just don't, he didn't know what they found out after. That's all I know. He did not know.
Which the witness admitted to. In one part of the report, he talks about photos being seen that were color and not black and white. The defense thought he was talking about the website that was testified to last week that he went to that was not working, but directed him to another escort website. The defense thought he meant he saw photos on the website of Christina, but he was talking about the ones in the envelope. And it was a back and forth for a bit. At one point, the jury was sent out, and the state says the defense has called this witness to impeach his prior testimony, and that's improper. They had the chance to cross-examine him. But the defense says the parties agreed we could recall witnesses who are under subpoena. The judge allowed the defense to continue questioning the witness. But in a nutshell, it was just a little bit of poor wording in the report on the investigator's part that was misunderstood by the defense. They thought he saw photos on a website. He was referring to the ones in the envelopes, and that was it. The witness leaves, and the defense still wants to proffer questions they didn't get to ask the witness. They ask if he's already left. He did walk out. At one point, he did come back in, but what the judge has the defense do over probably the next hour is essentially give a summary of the questions they would have asked witnesses that now will not be allowed to testify for the defense due to the judge's ruling about the defense of others, as well as just the child abuse materials in general. So let's get down to what the defense would have asked this witness had that defense been allowed, had Christina's daughter taken the stand and likely introduced what happened to her. He would have asked if he was the lead investigator in the child abuse materials. And on October 19th of 2021, the witness was made aware there was child abuse materials on a phone belonging to Bradley Post. After the investigator was made aware, he went to verify the images, and immediately after seeing them, he obtained an arrest warrant for Bradley Post for exploitation of a minor. He called another officer to respond to the Canebrake address to wake the child to put her into emergency protective custody. They talk about the photo that was the basis for that warrant, and after seeing the images, he knew the child had been exposed to abuse and would ask him on October 19th if he dispatched the facet unit for apprehension of Post, where they went to his residence. And when they got,
No, see, this is where I struggle. Her father is a threat to her. Her father is a threat to society. And so he just set it up for the child to be taken from one monster and put with another monster. I don't know how anybody thinks that's protecting the child. I can't get past that, I guess. This, for me, it's not about protecting the kid.
I mean,
that's the excuse he's using, but I don't think it is.
reaching out to someone to try to hire them for murder is illegal.
He did know that. He was the one solicited for murder.
Twice.
Yeah, twice. And instead of reporting it or doing anything, he went and hung out with him in Italy.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
That is true. And like I said, if this random dude, I mean, not random, but still technically kind of random to you, you literally said you were kind of happy to see him go because he was a little bit too much. He was very extra and dramatic. So if he's asking you $5,000 and you say no, and then he doesn't say anything for a while, and then he comes back to you and says, well, what about $10,000? Like, I don't know why your mind wouldn't go. He must have tried to ask other people and nobody accepted for $5,000. So now he's offering me double.
Right. No, it's not the same thing. It's murder. It's murder.
Murder.
Murder. Murder. I said that funny. Sorry.
It's murder.
It's murder.
out there, they found a guest bed.
I would probably be more willing to accept this defense if Melo had done it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I feel like they would have took my kid from me if they would have just knew what was in my head. And it didn't even, folks' lives ending didn't even involve me. It involved like going to sleep and not waking up. I would never have said that out loud and not expect someone not call police. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, here, this part's interesting. Hold on. So they go when they hold on.
To abuse and would ask him on October 19th if he dispatched the facet unit for apprehension of Post, where they went to the residence. And when they got there, they found a guest bedroom with a dollhouse, a pink alarm clock on the bedside table, and found other devices that contained child abuse material.
So in Post's house, there was a room that had a pink dollhouse and a pink alarm clock.
What is Facet? It's a
Okay.
specialized warrant apprehension unit. They track down suspects wanted for recently committed serious violent crimes. The investigator determined there may be one other victim. I would ask the images he reviewed contain the child and her mother, Christina. In the investigation of Post and Parcell, he listed the dates of the abuse from January 1st, 2018 through October 19th of 2021. On October 20th, the investigator spoke to the other minor child's parents and got 5 more warrants on the 20th. He said the images would have deemed this as a violent crime. They go through the devices telling some of the details of what was seen. I will not recap that part. You don't want to know. It's just disturbing stuff, as you can imagine. Based on this review of what he saw Christina doing, they obtained a warrant for criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree against Post, and that is a violent crime. He would testify he got another warrant for Post on January 10th of 2022 for buggery, which in South Carolina, that means it has to be.
Wow.
He investigated Christina and Post previously on molestation allegations from John Melo back in 2018. After Melo made a report, he was worried Post was abusing his daughter. On March 16th, 2018, the investigator sent John Melo an email. And in the email, he told John, as of today, this case is officially closed and that he couldn't establish probable cause that any abuse had occurred.
What?
He asked the
See, that's what I'm
period
saying. What?
the abuse was happening. He wrote,
Right.
It was happening, and there was plenty of evidence. So I'm just not understanding. And also, I agree with Michael.
What?
About did anybody call the FBI? The answer is no.
No.
And he said, I mean, there are a ton of things that could have been done, and I agree.
Well, there's no all the images, all the child pornography was not actually found until after the murder.
Well, I know that.
Well, I know, but he's
But
saying
it
so.
existed before the murder.
Correct.
When the allegations were being made, it existed. So what I'm saying is they shouldn't have, like, when the allegations were made, she was dating Post. So in my opinion, Post should have also been under investigation.
Well, he
So
says
how
it.
did they not find all this stuff?
No idea. I think that's kind of the point on the fact that
It infuriates me.
just didn't do the investigation properly.
It infuriates me.
Back in 2018. They say, okay, I don't think they talk about this. I don't think she said this part yet, but they talk about the images on the hard drives are from January 1st, 2018 until October 19th, 2021.
So his timing could have been. So it was even happening after she was murdered.
Well, the because it's being proven to be moved around. So like the quote unquote distribution where it's like being put from one
Device to another.
yeah, exactly.
I admittedly did not read that document because I was irritated because I was like,
We're gonna read it. I'm gonna read it
Okay.
after I finish playing this. Yeah,
Good, I
I'm
was
gonna
hoping
read,
you would read it to
absolutely
me.
gonna read it for sure.
wrote Melo an email closing a case saying he couldn't find any abuse. The next witness that they would have called, and they did not, this was another summary of what they would have asked, is the owner of a cigar bar here in Greenville that Bradley Post went to a lot. After Bradley Post's arrest, this witness found more electronics containing child abuse materials. Post had a locker at that cigar bar, and the witness would say he saw there were multiple external hard drives and thumb drives in the locker. Knowing why Post had been arrested, this witness contacted law enforcement who responded and seized the devices. Another witness who is in law enforcement would have testified they executed a search warrant in the locker and seized those devices, took them to the law enforcement center, and the most pertinent devices had multiple files of Christina participating in child abuse material. The next witness they would have called, some of these names may not be 100% accurate. I can't go back and watch on the feed, and I'm in the way back, and sometimes it's hard to hear. I think it is Vanessa Carmala. She owns her own law practice and does family court work mostly.
That's the guardian ad litem.
2020 through August of 2023. She was the guardian ad litem for the child. And this was a case that Christina initiated after John took their daughter to Italy. She would testify she knows about the litigation between the two, meaning the 3 prior cases between them, and would testify that she wondered why Christina would give up custody to John Melo. She would testify her impressions of Christina. Christina told her she was an open book. Her impressions of Bradley Post were a creep factor and that he was gross. She would testify that Bradley Post would not agree to meet with her, and she thought that Bradley Post was bankrolling some of the litigation in family court. John Melo had told her that Christina had been a prostitute and sold drugs. They said that the testimony would have also included the witness's knowledge of a deposition in which Parcell said she took part in a pornographic film. The witness spoke to Alex Fields, a firefighter who is now deceased. Alex told the witness he ran into Christina at Hall's Chop House restaurant and she propositioned him for sex and drugs. He said
That's why I said they ended up getting all of this stuff that they tried to get in yesterday through these other witnesses that they ended up doing just proffers for the record, for the appellate record. they ended up getting most of this in through Zach Hughes today.
Declined. As far as the mailers that had the nude photos, the witness got a few. After Christina was murdered, she put the child with Christina's sister. Investigator Bevel made contact after he found the photos on Bradley Post devices, and the witness went to the law enforcement center to meet with him, where they viewed the images, and the witness would have explained the horror of viewing those images of Christina and her daughter. She would say that she knew Investigator Bevel put the child in emergency custody, waking her up at 10 p.m., and removed her from the house. She would tell whose custody the child was placed in. Christina has never had custody. In the end, she went back with John Melo. If she had found those images before Christina's murder, she would have had the child removed immediately. The next witness is an investigator. One thing that I didn't explain earlier, and I don't want to start over, is that why are they putting this stuff out there now if the witnesses can't testify and the jury can't hear it? They are putting this on the record. The next witness was an investigator, Arnett, and they proffer what he would have testified to. He examined devices, seized and received Post's cell phone first, where he did an extraction and analyzed the data. He would have talked about his findings, and also he had been given other devices, a hard drive from a laptop and multiple thumb drives. He found thousands of files of child abuse materials. On one phone, there were 2,267 photos. Most were with the child alone or with her mother. On a hard drive, there were many photos of Christina and her daughter. One of the hard drives had 4,000 images and 48 videos. On another thumb drive, they found over 2,000 images and 137 videos of child abuse material. Another device, 1,500 images, 81 videos. On another thumb drive, 3,700 images and 47 videos. On another device, 1,826 images. Another thumb drive, 2,400 images and 136 videos. Another device, 184 images. And another device showed 36 images and 4 videos. Y'all, this was so hard to hear. The defense said they would have shown the investigator the sanitized photo and asked him to identify the child and Christina. They would have showed the photo from the phone of Christina and the child, and also an older male with shorter gray hair. They go on to
Okay, so Christina and the child and an older male with gray hair. So keep that in mind, and then we'll go to the next one.
describe what was in the image. I'm not going to put it out there out of respect for this young lady, as well as anybody who may be triggered by this kind of stuff. Eventually, the witness stopped searching the devices because they had so many photos and videos. There could have been hundreds or thousands more, but they had more than enough to prove their case. One drive, there was an error with that drive, so they don't know how many photos or videos might have been on that. They would have asked the witness about making copies of all the electronics for the defendant's investigator to go over. Another witness is an investigator for the defense team. He examined the devices at the sheriff's office due to the nature of the type of material. He would have testified how the child was depicted. In one, there was a third person shown, an older male.
In one, a third person is shown, an older male.
Also, I've never heard of that. Just, oh, we're going through all this stuff and we have enough now for our case, so we're just not going to do the rest of it. I don't know that I've ever heard that.
No, me either. It seems like they came into a problem with one of the devices. What I mean, how do you know there's not other victims on that other device? So I don't know how you stop.
Or other perpetrators.
Or exactly. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird, but I don't know if that's just like it was sent to somebody else because they were taking over that. I don't really know exactly, because we don't actually get to hear from any of these witnesses, so I don't know what they actually did with all of this. They may have just sent it over to the prosecutor and been like, we have enough for the probable cause for arrest. We don't necessarily need to go through all this. We'll give it to the solicitor or the attorney general's investigators, and they can go through what they need to go through. I don't know. I wondered that too.
Organization of the files were very well organized. There was a top level folder, and underneath that were subfolders with names that would clearly tell you what kind of child abuse materials was contained in those. He went through specific devices like the iPhone and pulled up 20 different photographs. He would describe them to the jury in lieu of the videos and photos being put into evidence. At this point, the judge would not allow the defense attorney to describe the images and says that he is protected on the record. But the defense says it's crucial for these descriptions to go on the record due to the extent of the harm being inflicted on the child. The state says there's no evidence that Zach knew about the photos at the time of the murder. The next witness was Dr. David Corwin. He's a child psychiatrist from Utah. He specializes in child abuse of that nature. To sum up his testimony very quickly, the abuse is toxic, obviously, to the child on many levels, and it can be even worse with the frequency of the abuse. He goes on to say in the last 20 years, they have learned that this type of repeated trauma to children can actually change DNA. It can cause children to age faster, and all of the physical and psychological effects of child abuse of that nature. One of the last things that the state asked the witness on cross, how much are they paying you an hour? The witness said he couldn't afford his services himself, but they're paying $700 an hour for.
The defense paid $700 an hour for that expert that does not get to testify.
for his services. And when asked how many hours have you put in, the witness couldn't estimate. After all of this proffering was done, Zachary Hughes stands up. The judge advises him of his Fifth Amendment right, asks if he has discussed with his attorneys and friends and family whether or not he wants to take the stand. I wasn't sure, since that defense wasn't going to be allowed in, as well as the child abuse materials, whether or not he would take the stand, but he stood up and said he will take the stand. I believe that could be tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. That was it today. I know it was sort of.
That was the stuff that happened yesterday when we were when we weren't able to see it. I don't know why they wouldn't let us, the public, see all of that, but maybe because it has to do with the other trial and he's not convicted. People are asking about, this is Pretty Lies and Alibis channel. Make sure you guys go give her a sub. She does a great job. She goes to a lot of trials. I think I started watching her with Murdoch. I don't know. It's been a long time now. So let me see if she ended up doing anything for today. She said she was going to go on with Josh, so she might have gone there. But let me pull up this document too, so that way we can go through this. It's a lot of pages, so we'll probably just skim parts of it because a lot of it's legal stuff too. And I think they redacted the photos. Oh yeah, I love Gigi. She's good people. She's no drama. She's just chill, goes in, covers the trials, and then comes out and tells us about it. Okay, so this is the response to the state's motion to prevent the defendant from defending himself in this case. So it's Zach Hughes in response to the state's motion to prevent him from even presenting evidence or argument to the jury of the theory of the defense of others. The defendant in criminal cases has the right to defend themselves, and so does Zach. Pretty sure he doesn't spell his name that way. I think that he actually corrected what's his name and told it was with an H. But the evidence will show that the daughter was sexually abused by her own mother, Christina Parcell, and Bradley Post, Parcell's fiance, over many years. This sexual abuse placed the daughter in imminent fear of sustaining serious bodily injury. John Melo, the daughter's father, reported to the Greenville County Sheriff's Office, particularly investigator Dan Bevel, at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, his concerns that Parcell and or Post were abusing the daughter, and Bevel failed to act. The daughter's guardian ad litem, Vanessa Cormillo, had concerns about Post, but unfortunately was unable to uncover the sexual abuse until after Parcell died. One of the things that they said happened in court yesterday was that Vanessa was saying that she thought Post was creepy, that she did get creepy vibes from him. That was part of what they wanted in the proffer. A few weeks before October 13th, Zach submitted an affidavit in the family court proceeding wherein he shared he had concerns about the daughter's well-being while she was with Parcell, but nothing was done. Well, because he doesn't know the daughter, so I don't know. And 4 days before October 13th, 2021, Zach reported to the South Carolina Department of Social Services concern he had about the daughter being abused. So days before, so not even, I thought it was end of September, but the defense is even saying days before. So he had just done this. He had just called it in for the first time. I think you do. When you think the parent is a liar and you call him a liar, I do think that you have to kind of know the kid a little bit better. Otherwise, why would you believe anything the dad is saying? Just because you want to believe that part, but you think he lies about everything else? I don't know. It just doesn't add up to me. And DSS did nothing. With the daughter's father stranded in Italy, it's not stranded, and subject to arrest on a pending warrant if he returned, a charge which was later dismissed at trial, with the GCSO failing to act on child abuse allegations about which they were made aware years earlier, with the guardian ad litem unfortunately being unable to uncover the abuse, and with DSS failing to act after Zach reported abuse. Zach knew he was the only one who could save Aida from continuing to be sexually abused by her own mother, Parcell, and by her boyfriend, Post. He acted to save Aida and did save Aida. At no time has Zach ever denied killing Parcell in the more than 3 years this case has been pending. I think when he goes and says he's not guilty, but, you know, hey, what do I know? At no time in the last 3 years have defense counsel ever represented to the court or to the public that Zach did not do it.
Instead, in their pleadings and their representations to the court in hearings, defense counsel have repeatedly, consistently, passionately, and truthfully stated to the court that Zach is not guilty. The following explains in detail what Zach did and why, the reasons why child pornography as evidence of sexual abuse is admissible and is extremely valuable and highly probative, why Zach saved Aida from the serious bodily injury at the hands of her mother and Post, and why Zach is not guilty. You know, so I'm thinking, the defense on cross, and I don't remember who the investigator was that very first brought up Alex Fields, but I do know, like, so there was one investigator, and then the DNA guy was asked about it on cross by the defense, if they compared like Alex Fields to the DNA found, and then they asked the investigator if they asked that nosy neighbor in a lineup, like a photo lineup, if she was shown Alex Fields. Why, if Alex Fields is just a guy who comes forward and says he was solicited for sex and he's responding to Melo's Craigslist ad that he had met her at one time at a restaurant where she propositioned him, why were they throwing him out there as another suspect? Why would they want his DNA compared to anything? Alex Fields is dead, so he might be throwing a party up in heaven. Yeah, he's not guilty of having an angry, depraved heart. I got you. But so Alex Fields, I mean, that's an interesting one. So this guy just came forward and did an affidavit in support of Melo's custody battle, and then they are saying that they should be testing his DNA against the perpetrator and showing him in a lineup. Okay, we read this part yesterday where John Melo fancies himself as a music industry personality. People have said that he lies about this. Like, he tells people who, like, the big time people he's worked with, and then throughout the course of this investigation that those people are like, we don't know who the fuck that guy is. I don't know the accuracy of how well known or big he is as a music personality, but I do know people have questioned where he gets any of his money from. So Christina Parcell was a prostitute who advertised on the internet and who sold drugs. In 2012, they had a child together, a daughter. They never married, and Parcell did not seek custody of or even full visitation rights with the daughter. Melo had primary custody of the daughter for most of her first 11 years. However, Parcell had some visitation rights, and the daughter would often spend the night with Parcell during her periods of visitation. During these custody battles, Parcell developed a romantic relationship with a man named Brad Post, who was old enough to be Parcell's father. And this is what I said yesterday. So is Melo, but, you know, I guess that's irrelevant, or was at least perceived to be very wealthy. Parcell and Post ultimately got engaged. Post and Parcell's relationship greatly concerned Melo. Parcell's prior life as a prostitute and a drug distributor, coupled with the Post's wealth and creepiness, prompted Melo to wonder if the daughter was safe when she was with Parcell and Post. She was not. Post and Parcell sexually abused and victimized the daughter and another girl, and Melo reports it. No, that's not what happened. Melo doesn't report anything about this other girl. Not that I'm aware of. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. They wanted to introduce the affidavit of Alex Fields, and which they weren't able to yesterday, so they got it in today. Beginning in 2017 or 2018, when the daughter was merely 6 or 7 years old and continuing through 2021, Post and Parcell began to sexually abuse and victimize the daughter. They took hundreds, if not thousands, of nude and sexually explicit photographs of her, some alone and some with Parcell, also in the nude, along with other sexually explicit and nude photographs and or videos of the daughter's friend. In 2017 or early 2018, Melo reported to the GCSO that Parcell and or Post were abusing AM. How do you not know when you reported it? Maybe because this is through Zach's attorneys and they don't know. They just know their story. Investigator Dan Bevel with the GCSO investigated the claims, and he and Melo began to clash during his investigation.
Ultimately, Bevel determined that Melo's allegations of sexual abuse against Post and or Parcell were unfounded. In an email he wrote Melo on March 16, 2018, Bevel stated, in part, "I have complete faith that the judicial system will ultimately act in the best interest of your daughter. A child should never have to endure any abuse at the hands of any parent, ever, for any reason. I understand that you feel her mother is more than unfit. You've made that crystal clear. I am an investigator, and a fairly decent one. As of today, this case is officially closed. I presented all the evidence I uncovered to a judge, and a warrant was denied due to there being no probable cause. I am also going to ask that you refrain from any further contact with me." Okay, so let's go to the footnotes. So when investigator Bevel finally discovered evidence of the sexual abuse more than 3 years after Melo made his allegations due to the good police work of others, he listed the period in which Parcell and Post were abusing AM as January 1st, 2018 through October 19th, 2021, 6 days after Parcell's death. The other footnote is the state produced sanitized images of child pornography in its Discovery productions. As this court will see, the extent of the harm Parcell and Post caused on the daughter and her friend is absolutely critical to Hughes's defense, predicated on the doctrine of defense of others theory. Defense counsel will seek to introduce unsanitized versions of these photographs, videos, and or descriptions thereof during Zach's case in chief. The probative value of the harm caused to these children in these photographs and videos is so high, no amount of unfair prejudice can substantially outweigh the probative value of these photographs and videos. See, I don't agree with this. Bevel wrongly exonerated Parcell and Post, and in doing so, condemned Aida to several more years of hellish sexual abuse at the hands of her own mother. Well, he says he took everything to the DA. I don't know. We don't know what he had. I'm very curious about what he had. Zach Hughes is born. The family moves to Virginia, and the family grows by 5. Zach Hughes was born in California. His early childhood, his parents, David and Mindy Hughes, sought a different life for their family than the hustle and bustle of California. They moved the family to a small farm in Virginia where Zach and his parents and his younger biological brother Eli lived. In 2005, David and Mindy, who were and are very devout in their Christian faith, became interested in a faith-based movement to adopt orphan children from Russia. They adopted 5 orphaned children from Russia, the oldest being a 10-year-old girl named Grace. David and Mindy traveled to Russia to receive these children and brought them to their home in Virginia. Zach's parents had no idea that the Russian children they had adopted had been severely mistreated, and they came to Hughes's family with tremendous psychological and emotional damage, most especially Grace. In short order, the Hughes family learned that Grace was a sociopath, often lying, stealing, and displaying an utter lack of empathy towards her family members, both blood and adopted. Zach witnessed Grace lie effortlessly to his parents when they clearly caught her stealing or hurting someone else. The defense wants to introduce that email from Bevel, if Bevel denies those facts. He was amazed by how effortlessly she was able to lie at a moment's notice, and how she seemed to have no remorse when her deceit was discovered. On one occasion, Zach found a notebook Grace used. In it, Grace wrote in detail her plan to kill Zach's parents. Ultimately, David and Mindy contacted Virginia's counterpart to South Carolina's Department of Social Services for help. Grace fabricated a story of abuse when she was interviewed by the personnel, and amazingly, they launched an investigation into David and Mindy. After a costly and protracted investigation that traumatized David, Mindy, Eli, and Zach, the VADSS ceased an investigation and dismissed its allegations against David and Mindy as unfounded.
Well, to be fair,
Go ahead.
so did they against Post and Christina, and it was founded, just not at the time.
Right, like, so where do we draw the line on who we believe and who we don't believe? Like, this is so tough. And then you have this Peter Hughes who's saying his parents won't even talk to him because they're too busy dealing with the trial. They won't even wish him a happy birthday. Okay, so the Hughes family moves to South Carolina, and Zach grows as a musician.
Zach and his family moved to the upstate of South Carolina when he was a teenager, and as a young boy, Zach had shown a tremendous aptitude for music, specifically piano performance, and he nurtured the aptitude with the help of his parents. Zach won first prize in the prestigious piano festival, and winning the competition, he earned the privilege of performing as a soloist, blah, 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 blah. His gift was recognized. He got admission into a prestigious school, Juilliard. He evolved as a musician, blah, blah, blah. He volunteered to serve in the United States Marine Corps in 2018. Although he enlisted, Zach's recruiter saw the promise Zach had and arranged for him to apply to officer candidate school. In Tennessee, a board convenes 3 times a year to evaluate the applicants of those who apply to the OCS. Zach was the only applicant from Tennessee during his cycle to be chosen worthy to attend. The OCS candidates, the Marine Corps emphasizes 3 metrics to evaluate physical fitness of candidates: pull-ups, sit-ups, and a 3-mile run. A 300 was a perfect score. Zach scored a 294. Unfortunately, 3 weeks into OCS, Zach suffered stress fractures in both of his legs, and he had to withdraw. How? How does he get stress fractures in both of his legs? I'm very curious to know this. At the time of his injury, Zach's superiors told him he was in the top 3% of his OCS class, which was comprised of approximately 400 candidates. They encouraged him to come back once he healed. While Zach was recovering from his injury, one of his former piano teachers contacted him with a request. The teacher knew a woman named Jeanette Wynn who lived in Greenville. Wynn's church had just received a gift of one of the highest quality pianos in the world, and Wynn was looking for a pianist who was worthy of playing its inaugural performance at the church. The friend recommended Zach to Wynn, and Zach agreed to do the piano performance in the church in 2019. In time, Zach and the Wynn family developed a friendship, and Zach shared with the family a goal he had. He's literally reading this like almost verbatim as he's on the stand today. Zach admired Beethoven, and he had a dream of performing all 32 of Beethoven's sonatas by memory during the 250th anniversary of his birth, 2020. The Wynns and their church immediately supported this idea, and Zach knew then he would not return to the Marine Corps. COVID hits, and he has to go and do street work. Zach decided to perform on the streets. During one evening, while Zach was performing downtown, up walked John Melo and his daughter. Melo told Zach that the daughter loved, I can't say this, Claire de Lune, I don't know, I can't say it right, I don't think, and requested that Zach play it for her. He happily obliged, and Melo and Zach developed a friendship. In early October of 2020, Melo and Zach celebrated Zach's birthday at the taco stand. The conversation was jovial and lighthearted until the end of the evening. The daughter was with her mother on a trip, and Melo told Zach he was always worried about the daughter when she was alone with the mother. Melo told Zach that he would be moving to Italy with the daughter when she returned. Melo did just that in violation of court order, unbeknownst to Zach. They have little communication up until April of 2021 when Parcell takes the daughter. Zach was relieved when they moved to Italy. Melo was interesting and a good conversationalist, but he could also be loud. Also, he was glad that Melo and the daughter were pursuing a better life. He literally is like testifying to this like verbatim, you guys.
I bet you he memorized.
How fucking crazy is this? Communication. I would like going back in his testimony. This is exactly what he says. Communication between Zach and Melo slowed and became sporadic as both moved on with their lives. Zach was determined to keep his dream of performing the Beethoven, blah, blah, blah. Strange was associated with the signal, blah, blah, blah. And Zach was working at restaurants downtown. In April of 2021, Melo's communications with Zach increased markedly. Parcell had come to Italy and took the daughter from Melo and back to Greenville. See, I don't know why he wouldn't just bring her back then. He wasn't pending. There's no pending anything. There's no pending warrants. There's no pending anything at this time in April of 2021 where he's over in Italy fighting. So that's also a weird thing. Parcell, bankrolled by post, traveled to Italy several times to retreat. Well, not bankrolled by post, because the sister said she bought the tickets. And that post was probably the one who may have paid for their bodyguards. And returned her to Greenville so Post and Parcell could continue to victimize her. Ultimately, okay, well, let's do some footnotes. Evidence that the defense counsel introduced on cross-examination in the state's case in chief showed that Post was likely funding Parcell's custody quest in family court in South Carolina, as well as aspects of her Italy trip, such as the security for her trips. Okay, so we clarify that in a footnote, apparently. In her 2016 deposition, which defense counsel will offer not for its truth, Parcell told opposing counsel that Post had ended their relationship the day before the deposition because he did not want drama with Melo. Now Post was willing to stay the course, likely because he knew Melo had an active warrant in Greenville County, which would be served on him if returned to the United States, which effectively stranded Melo in Italy. Parcell also was now willing to stay the course, even though she had abandoned any attempt to gain custody of the daughter in 3 prior family court cases. Parcell hired a lawyer in Italy and was able to convince an Italian judge that the daughter should be returned to Greenville and to her mother. Okay, I thought that Italy gave her an attorney, so I'm kind of confused on some of that. I'm not sure it's really relevant to anything, but she obviously had to have some form of custody of her at that point then, because she signs her up for school. She can't enroll her in school if she doesn't have any custody of the kid. I mean, I don't, maybe that's just not how it is in South Carolina. You can just start sending kids to school whenever you want to, but here you have to, like, you have to have documentation. Okay, so according to Vanessa, the guardian ad litem in the family court case Parcell and Post brought against Melo when he and the daughter left for Italy, Post proposed marriage to Parcell almost immediately after she and the daughter disembarked from the plane. Melo thought Post had a creep factor, especially because he refused to accept her invitation to meet with her. Okay, so he was creepy because he didn't want to meet the guardian ad litem. Shortly after their return to Greenville, Parcell and the daughter, along with Parcell's sister, moved into the Canebrake Drive house. Post came to the home every day, and Parcell was sleeping with the daughter in the same bed every night. Melo was in Italy and certain to be arrested on pending warrant in Greenville County for violating a family court order if he returned. And the daughter was at the mercy of Parcell's and Post's whims and desires with no one to protect her. Not Investigator Bevel, not Guardian ad litem Vanessa Cormelio, and not even her own Aunt Lutina. Maybe they are illegal, Lacey, because I don't know how you do that. Okay, so this is another footnote. On cross-examination, Lutina Parcell provided defense counsel with a combative and inconsistent answer when asked if she told police that Post came to the house every day. On cross-examination of investigator Gerard Sparkman, when reminded that Lutina Parcell in her recorded interview said that Post came to the house every day, acknowledged that the recorded interview accurately conveyed statements to Lutina Parcell gave. It doesn't say that he stayed every night though. So I mean, if you're engaged, only because of what we end up finding out later. That statement in itself is not weird. Your sister's fiance comes to her house every day. I don't know. When I was dating my husband, I think we saw each other probably at least 6 out of 7 days a week. Again, Lutina Parcell equivocated on cross-examination when asked if the daughter had her own room and or whether her sister slept in the same room in her bed as the daughter. On cross-examination of investigator Sparkman, defense counsel elicited from him that she recorded in the recorded interview of Lutina Parcell, in which she stated that Christina Parcell and the daughter shared a room and or slept in the same bed, accurately preserved her statements. I don't have any, once again, still, without knowing what we know in hindsight, I don't see any issue with that. I don't see any issue with her 8-year-old daughter sleeping in bed with her. Zach begins
Well,
to
no,
learn.
not unless you know all the other things.
Right. I mean, now, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in hindsight, yeah, okay, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? But her kid's 8. She may not want to sleep in her own room. Doesn't mean she doesn't have her own room. Shit, Jeremy's 8. He has his own room, his own bed. Kid still climbs in bed with us.
Now, I wouldn't, like, I would have a problem with, let's say, because really, Post was like a boyfriend. Like, he's not her dad or her stepdad.
Right. If
I
Post
would
is
feel
sleeping in the
comfortable with
same
him
bed,
sleeping in the bed too.
yeah, no, if Post is sleeping in the bed, I have a different that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
Miko says, I find it really weird that in this case we're completely opposite in our opinions, but we agree on almost every other case. It's true. We do agree on almost everything. I can see, I guess this is the issue. Is the allegations only become credible after she's dead.
I think that's where the struggle is here. So, but because they become credible, does it make it okay? I don't, that's a big question, not one for me to answer. I mean, I can tell you my opinion, but supposedly a playroom. It had her bed and it had all of her toys and stuff in it, but she didn't sleep in there. I mean, they said that everybody testified that she had a bed in that room. And like I said, knowing what we know now, it's very different than at the time. Somebody saying, hey, my 8-year-old daughter climbs in bed with her mom or sleeps with her mom all the time. I don't find that odd. Okay, so beginning when the daughter was taken in April of 2021, Melo shared with Zach details of his relationship with Parcell, of his concerns about Post, and of his observations of Parcell. Melo told Zach that Post spent much time at Outman's Cigar Bar on Orchard Park Drive in Greenville. This is also very weird that Melo knows so much about the whereabouts of Post and Christina, and I don't know. I find Melo's just weird to me too. Melo told Zach.
Were they talking? Like, how did he know that she had a job interview that morning? Now,
No idea.
Post said he knew that she had a job interview that morning. So how did Melo know?
I don't know. I have no idea how much. She's just telling like, I have a job interview tomorrow. So like they're having these very cordial conversations, yet he thinks that his daughter's being abused.
Dude, what if all three of them conspired together and like Zach was the one that was going to go in and do it and then leave her, and then Post's job was to go and make sure he found her before the little girl came home. And maybe they did have some type of evidence and used it against him to where he had to comply.
Right. Oh, well, I mean, people have speculated that Melo was involved in CP also.
Maybe Melo was blackmailing both of them. Like, Melo's clearly not like a good person.
Yeah.
So why does Zach keep saying he's a good person? He's a good person. He's a good father.
He doesn't even know him as a father.
Exactly.
They saw him with his kid 4 times.
So I wonder if he was being blackmailed also. Like, what if Melo found these people by them like accepting CSAM? Oh, I can go straight down the rabbit hole.
I know Aaron's like, oh my gosh, where were you two? I was trying to do this blind. I will not do it again. I can't. It has been a very hard time for me being as blind as I was trying to go into this. And I still knew stuff. I just didn't know all the stuff. I gotta know all the stuff. I can't do it again. I can't. I gotta know all the stuff. Sorry guys, I don't know what to tell you. I think it was cool to try it once, but I'll never be able to do it again. Okay, so Melo told Zach that friends of Melo told Melo. Okay, I read that part. Oh wait, no, wait, Sleuthy, you left me. Melo told Zach that friends of Melo told Melo that Post had made comments about how attractive the daughter was, but he preferred children who were younger, and that he was into child pornography. Melo told Zach that friends of Melo told Melo that Post had made comments about how attractive the daughter was, but he preferred children who were younger and he was into child pornography. There's got to be other victims then. There's got to be other victims. Because there's no way that, unless that's just completely fucking made up. I don't know. But there's got to be other victims then besides the two. Because if he likes them younger and he's into child pornography, he's fucking sick. That's fucking sick. But there's no way it's only these 2 8-9-year-old girls then. If that's what's going on, they have to have other stuff. Finally, Melo shared with Zach an email from a common friend he and Post had, wherein the friend told Melo that Post and Parcell were trying to recruit bikers to kill Melo. Okay, he testified to that today too. The information Melo told Zach about Parcell was even more disturbing. According to Melo, Parcell was a prostitute, and he provided Zach proof in the form of online ads Parcell had posted years earlier offering to engage in sexually explicit conduct for money. Melo was no angel, and Zach knew it. Zach did not accept at face value information Melo provided him. However, the more he got to know Melo and heard and learned about Parcell in post, the more Zach believed the daughter was most safe with Melo. Melo even told Zach at one point, the daughter is the only good thing in my life and I love her so. Well, you have another fucking daughter, and I think you have another kid too that we don't even talk about. Well, we for sure know you have another daughter. Okay, online sex ads were not the only proof that Melo had that Parcell in post posed a danger to the daughter. Melo gave Zach, that's because there's no proof that that poses a danger to the daughter. She's not in those photos. And they're from years earlier, so that doesn't make any sense. Melo gave Zach the transcript of a 2016 Parcell deposition from a family court case with Melo. In the deposition, Parcell asserted her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent when she was asked questions about being a prostitute and about drug use. Melo also provided Zach with other graphic photos. Wait, so she pled the Fifth? I thought she admitted to all of it. Didn't he say on the stand today that she admitted to all of it? Melo also provided Zach with other graphic photos of Parcell engaged in sex acts, as well as evidence that Parcell had an online alter ego, Caroline Warren, that she used to entice men to have sex with her for money. Additionally, Melo gave Zach an affidavit from a man named Alex Fields. Fields was a firefighter whom Parcell propositioned for sex and drugs in exchange for money in 2018. Zach had additional proof that the daughter was being sexually abused besides just Melo's statements, Parcell's deposition, Parcell's online sex advertisements and graphic photos, and Alex Fields' affidavit. Zach knew Parcell even if he hadn't met her. As of right now, none of this has to do with SA of the child, except for the one email from the supposed friend. None of this has to do with SA of a child. This is all about Parcell being a prostitute or potential prostitute. Zach realizes that Parcell is a sociopath, just like Grace. Where is the Zach had additional proof that the daughter was being sexually abused besides just Melo's statements? No, there isn't. Parcell's deposition doesn't prove that. Parcell's online sex advertisements, if she even made them, don't prove that. Graphic photos of her doing sex stuff doesn't prove that. And Alex Fields' affidavit, once again, doesn't prove SA of the child. The details that Melo shared about Parcell's ability to lie on the spot, her lack of remorse, and her complete ruthlessness dovetailed exactly with what Zach had lived through with Grace years earlier. So Grace was a prostitute? Because that's all you've talked about up here is her being a potential escort / prostitute. And then there's one comment about drugs. So they're not even the same. The other girl was 10. That he now believes Parcell too was a sociopath. Zach remembered how horrifying it was to live with Grace while both were siblings or peers in the home. He could not imagine the hellish plight that the daughter was enduring, being subservient to an authority figure, her mother with the same personality. Anything was possible. Might Parcell even sell the daughter to post as a prostitute?
What? Read that again.
And he at that point, he thought anything was possible because of Grace's personality and that they're both sociopaths. So he thinks that it's possible that Parcell would sell the daughter to post as a prostitute. Like they'd start prostituting.
Well, why?
People.
But what? Why is he saying, apart from the look in her eyes and the shit that Melo was saying, what made him think that her and Grace were the same? And also, again, how are we saying that a 10-year-old and their behavior and how you remember it as a teenager compares to a grown woman selling their young child for prostitution?
When the only proof he has is the fact that she's that Melo's saying that she's an online escort and that she supposedly pleads the Fifth. In this deposition that they supposedly talk about today, or they talk about today that supposedly she admitted to everything, in this document, they said that she read the fifth, or she pled the fifth. That she never admitted to drug use or prostitution, she pled the fifth. So now the defense attorney is going to say by pleading the fifth, you admit guilt? I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that's like a common thing. It's when somebody pleads the fifth, we're like, oh, fuck, they're guilty. But, hey, Boo Sheet, thank you. Yeah, and so all of a sudden, now he thinks that there's a possibility, there's some fucking screw loose here for sure. And Miku, we can absolutely agree on that. That there's some type of what did you call it? His religious justifications. That's not what you said, but I can agree with you there. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Okay, so Zach travels to Italy in May of 2021. The burden of digesting the information Melo shared with him about the daughter's plight and the stress associated with his music project was starting to negatively affect him. So Melo could tell in their communications, and he suggested that Zach visit him in Italy for a break. At first, Zach rejected the idea, but he soon realized that a break might do him good. While Zach was in Italy, Melo had online video calls with the daughter who was staying with Parcell. Zach was shocked. The daughter had gained what looked to be about 20 pounds since he had last seen her, which was almost a year prior. She was listless and she lacked enthusiasm for anything. I could see the spark dying in her eyes, Melo told Zach repeatedly. Zach now had additional corroboration for his belief that the daughter was being abused, besides Melo's statements. Parcell's online sex ads and graphic sex photos, Parcell's deposition transcript, Alex Field's affidavit, and her unique sociopathic characteristics. Oh my God. He had his own observations of a dramatic change in the daughter's personality and appearance. Zach became convinced that the daughter was being sexually abused, and he was right. Zach tries to save the daughter. While Melo and the daughter were in Italy, and after Parcell transported the daughter back to Greenville, Zach tried to help Melo keep the daughter safe. He contacted lawyers on Melo's behalf to obtain representation for him in family court. When he was able to return, he cleaned Melo's house so he and the daughter would have a suitable place to live when they returned to Greenville. And so what? He left in October, rents out his house. The renter trashes it. Yesterday, Mav. This was filed yesterday. It is. It's verbatim. It's weird. So I guess in the 6 months or so that he was gone, 6 to 8 months, the people he rented the place to trashed it, and so he didn't have a safe place to bring the kid home to. And he agreed to pick up Melo from the airport when he was able to return. Unfortunately, when is he able to return? But if she's dead, then there can't be any charges, right? She's dead. You can't interfere with custody of somebody who doesn't exist anymore. So drop those charges. I can come home. Unfortunately, none of these measures served to make the daughter any safer. Zach did more to try to save the daughter. In June and July of 2021, Zach mailed publicly available pornographic images of Parcell to Parcell, because she needed to see them, her neighbors, Post, Cormelio, in the hopes that these mailings would prompt Parcell to realize that at least some people knew what she was doing. Again, her being on an escort site, whether it's her or them, which I still think it's them creating it. I think she was probably, I think they created them. At least some people knew what she was doing to the daughter. That still doesn't have anything to do with what she's doing to the daughter. Zach also hoped these mailings would prompt law enforcement, the guardian ad litem, and the family court to more fully investigate the daughter's home life and discover the abuse. Zach was wrong. The recipients of the mailings did not act on them. Zach, because they're just pictures of her. That doesn't do anything. Zach submitted an affidavit to the guardian ad litem and the family court on September 21st of 2021 in which he alleged that the daughter needed to be with Melo for her own good. The affidavit had no impact whatsoever, nor should it. In a last-ditch effort, Zach called DSS at the end of September, beginning of October of 2021, and reported to DSS personnel that the daughter was being abused. They did nothing.
With Melo in Italy, with law enforcement in the family court not acting to stop Post and Parcell, with the knowledge that Post and Parcell had unfettered access to the daughter every day, and with the knowledge that Parcell was a sociopath, and Post was a wealthy fan of child pornography, Zach knew he was the daughter's only chance at survival. I thought I had to act to save the child's life. I told myself I can't go on with my great life and leave her to drown. Zach went about saving the daughter. Is there something missing here? Yeah, page 16 is missing. Why is page 16 missing? I don't know. 16 is missing. So this kind of just starts off on its own. Both on her own and as post proxy, Zach did what the GCSO, the guardian ad litem, the family court, and DSS were unable or willing to do. Yeah, kill somebody. You're right. I don't think any of them were willing to do that. He defended the daughter and her friend from Parcell and Post. They didn't know anything about the friend yet. But for Zach acting, the daughter at least would still be in danger to this very day, because there was no proof until after she was killed. I don't know, Aaron. I don't know where 16 is. That's weird, right? Investigator Dan Bevel finally acts after a coworker uncovers the evidence. On October 19th, Post met with the investigator Sparkman. We already know all this. They get the search warrant. Bevel immediately obtained a warrant for Post. We already know that. So at this point, he knew that the daughter was in danger and he had to move quickly, so he gets the daughter out of the care of the aunt. After obtaining the warrant, Bevel deployed the team to arrest Post. We know this. They arrest him on the 19th. They find all the devices. Here's the bedroom with the pink alarm clock and the dollhouse. We know that. Bevel knew the daughter was in danger. Even though Post was in custody and Parcell was deceased, he sent a deputy to get her in the middle of the night. The next day, Bevel continued to work to eliminate the danger. He attended and presumably testified before a family court hearing wherein the family court ordered that the daughter remain in EPC. And so in doing so, the family court presumably found that there was probable cause to believe that. So by reason of abuse or neglect, and life, health, or physical safety is a substantial and imminent danger if she was not taken into emergency custody and there was not time to apply for a court order. I think it's because they didn't know yet. They didn't know who was all involved yet. For court order, 6 days after Parcell died and the day after Post was arrested, the harm to the daughter was so severe and evidenced by the images and videos law enforcement seized that the family court found that her life, health, or physical safety was still in substantial and imminent danger. Bevel, although years too late, did more to try to protect the daughter. On October 20th, 21, he obtained more warrants for Post based on images of child pornography he found on devices belonging to Post. Okay, so this warrant has an incident date of October 1st of 2020. The warrant states in part that the sexually illicit image depicts a nude prepubescent minor, the daughter, and a nude adult female, Parcell. The offense in this warrant is a violent crime. Okay, the warrant ending in this one is sexual exploitation of a minor, first degree. Incident date October 1st of 2020. Part that the sexually illicit image depicts a nude prepubescent minor, the daughter, and a nude adult female, Parcell. So it's 2. This warrant, again, sexual exploitation of a minor, first degree. Date is October 1st. This warrant states in part that the sexually explicit image depicts a nude prepubescent minor and a nude adult female. Warrant ending in this one is the same, depicts a nude prepubescent minor and adult female. Okay, so there's 4. This is, again, the same date, October 1st, depicts a nude minor and adult female. Okay, so that's 5 counts from October 1st. So, okay. AM was not the only child that Bevel sought to protect on October 20th, 2021. Bevel saw images of one of the daughter's friends in Post's device, and he made contact with her parents to alert them of her victimization. Bevel continued his investigation of Post and Parcell, and on November 23rd of 2021, Bevel discovered even more disturbing images of child pornography involving the daughter. So on 11/23/21, I, Bevel, conducted a follow-up on this investigation. I reviewed portions of the forensic analysis that were already completed. I selected 2 additional images for charging purposes. Oh, God. I'm really sorry, you guys. If you don't want to hear this, you might want to mute. One image depicted Christina Parcell manipulating her daughter's vagina with her fingers. Due to both of her...
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Due to both of her hands being captured in the image being taken with a similar model of phone as Post, and the image being taken in Post's house, I believe that Post was an active participant in the act, and I obtained a warrant for criminal sexual conduct with a minor in the 3rd degree. See Bevel's report. Both Parcell and Post were active participants in the act. Finally, the offense contained in this warrant is a violent crime under the South Carolina codes and requires mandatory sex offender registry. Investigator Bevel, a member of the prosecution team, both in his reports and in sworn testimony, affirmed that Parcell and Post repeatedly perpetrated violent crimes and or crimes involving sexual abuse on the daughter, Parcell's own daughter, from at least January 1st, 2018 until October 19th, 2021, which is 6 days after Parcell's death. As for more disturbing images reveal more about the harm that the daughter suffered. The hundreds, if not thousands, of images and videos of the daughter on Post devices tells much of the story of the continuous, profound, and violent harm that Post and Parcell did to the daughter. Defense counsel seek to introduce evidence of the child pornography to most accurately demonstrate to the jury both the extreme and serious harm Parcell and Post perpetrated on the daughter and the extreme danger that she was in as of October 13th of 2021. Below are some descriptions of some of the narrowly tailored exhibits defense counsel will likely seek to introduce. These descriptions will be preceded by the device which housed them and the last 5 characters of a file name under which the image or video appears. Oh, hi, Hella Raiders. Thank you guys for popping in. Did Hella send people? I see Hella Raiders coming in. Hi, Hella's people. Okay, so Post iPhone. This is very disturbing stuff, you guys. It's very disturbing. So Post iPhone, there's a photo, and they redacted the photos. I don't want to see the photos, so that's fine. A thumb drive that Post was concealing in a locker at the Outman Cigar Bar on Orchard Drive in Greenville County. Also redacted. SEM stands for then Deputy, now Sergeant Shannon McHale. The full file name in particular is descriptive. Okay. So the trial begins on Monday, February 10th, 2025. The court conducted an in-camera hearing of Brad Post's testimony. The court justifiably was concerned that Mr. Post would assert his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent to questions on cross-examination. During cross-examination, defense counsel asked Post, "Isn't it true that you worked with Ms. Parcell to create and distribute child pornography?" Rather than asserting his right to remain silent, Post testified, "No. Holy shit. Defense counsel immediately moved the court to allow Zach to introduce the child pornography evidence because Post had opened the door by falsely denying that he and Parcell had ever produced child pornography when hundreds or thousands of child pornographic images on Post devices proved just the opposite. The court quickly denied the motion and continued to bar defense counsel from using this evidence. Okay, let me go up to this cliff note. I don't know why I keep calling them cliff notes today, this footnote. These exhibits and other images and videos located on Post devices show no indications that Parcell was an unwilling participant or forced to engage in this conduct. Many videos only show the daughter and Parcell can be seen coming from behind the camera, indicating that no third party was present to operate it. Finally, the state has not produced any evidence either in the discovery or at trial to suggest that Parcell ever called the police to report this abuse or did anything to protect her daughter. As unfathomable and unnatural as it truly is, Parcell preyed on her own daughter, and she worked with her boyfriend and later fiance Post to commit hundreds, if not thousands,
of violent crimes on the daughter over many years. The state's case began on Tuesday, February 11th. In its opening statement, the state told the jury that Zach was charged with murder, that the murder involved an angry heart, and the state has to show that the defendant was mad. In addition to post-pretrial testimony, Vanessa Carmillo's testimony
Oh,
has...
so
Go ahead,
that's why he like went into such detail about how he was feeling in the moment, was so that he's
Yeah,
telling them he wasn't mad. He was all these other things.
yeah. Mm-hmm. He was
That makes
anxious.
sense now.
He wasn't mad, though. He did not have an
Yes.
angry heart. He didn't want to do what he knew he had to do. He wasn't mad at her, though.
He was
Which is just
hesitant. He couldn't hit her hard enough. He was pulling back.
right. And
So
this, he's not
from
guilty of this crime the way it's charged, because in order to have malice, you have to have an angry heart, and he did not have an angry heart. He did it out of the goodness of his heart.
yeah,
knew
he
it
even
had
asked
to
God,
be.
and God told him it was okay.
Yep, he sure did. He prayed about it, and he prayed about it.
Miku, no. I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. No. I agree with a lot of things you say.
Yeah.
But again, you know, if he showed up there to confront her and witnessed it, and the girl was there being actively harmed, then yes, I 100% could see someone losing their shit and running in to protect the child. I could 100% see that. This dude like planned to do it the day before. Like, it wasn't. I hope you understand what I'm saying when I say it wasn't his place. Because like I'm not saying that I condone it being like anybody's place, but like if dad was feeling really helpless, like that they had reached out to all these people and nothing happened, why didn't he do it? Or why didn't Zach like kidnap her? Or cut the brakes on her car? Or like he went there, I don't know. It's just
Well, I'm also
I don't
really struggling with the fact that his proof of the fact that there was SA was the fact that she was an escort.
That's my problem. So he
There's-
didn't see all this stuff being talked about. It's not like Melo
That's what I'm saying.
uncovered.
I would go with this defense if Melo had done it. I could
For sure.
absolutely understand it. Like, my daughter keeps telling me this is the stuff that's happening. This is what I see.
Yes.
Nobody's helping me. I've been telling them since 2018, and it continues to happen. It's just over and over and over again.
That would make more sense. Like, to me as a juror, is you were protecting your daughter, but this is just a random guy. That's a legal strategy. They're trying to, well,
we know that he's telling us right now what Melo's feeding him, and he already said the reason he thought this is because of XYZ, and none of them have to do with SA of the daughter. He just told us in here. Okay, in addition to post-pretrial testimony, Vanessa Carmillo's testimony has a special bearing on child pornography evidence. During her direct examination, the state asked Carmillo, "State, had you been asked to make this recommendation, would you have recommended that the daughter stay with Christina Parcell?" She replies, "Yes." So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder. Immediately after her testimony, defense counsel sought to ask Carmillo on cross-examination what her recommendation would have been after Parcell passed. The state objected. Well, yeah, she can't really recommend it. She's dead. The state objected, and defense counsel argued that once again, the state had opened the door to the child pornography evidence. The court denied the motion, but allowed defense counsel to question Carmillo under proffer. Defense counsel, what was your opinion on October 13th, 2021 and or before? Carmillo, that she should remain in the custody of her mother. Defense counsel, if you knew then what you know now, and let me be very specific, if you knew then that Christina Parcell was producing and engaged in the production of child pornography with her daughter, would you have a different view? Yes. In fact, isn't it true that if you knew then what you know now, you would have gotten her out of that house, out of her custody as soon as you could? Isn't that true? Carmillo,
I probably would have gotten Christina out of the house since it was Tina's house, and I would have wanted her to have custody. She would have wanted Tina to have custody. Oh, that's also interesting. So even after the fact, she didn't want Melo to have the kid. She was going to give it to Tina. But would you have separated her from her mother as soon as possible? Isn't that true? Carmelo, yes. Well, I agree that all of this in hindsight, but I think that you still have to go with what is happening on October 13th, what is known on October 13th. And I think if he had seen one of these hard drives, he may have a better time with this defense. But so the argument here is that Zach has a right to defend himself, and the child pornography evidence is clearly and unequivocally admissible. It is the best and most reliable evidence of the harm that Parcell and Post perpetrated on the daughter, and the existence, the extent, and the type of harm the daughter suffered is essential to the jury's determination, both as to whether the state has met its burden of proof on the murder charge and whether Zach's killing of Parcell was justified. Further, the state, both in its opening statement and in evidence... What happened? You have a bloody nose?
Oh, dear
What
God.
happened? What's going on?
Oh,
You have a bloody nose? Yes? Okay, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
okay. What the heck? Poor thing.
I think this is now going to be in the safe. Safe. Now it's safe.
Let's see.
If you drop it, it won't break.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
impenetrable. It's impenetrable.
Impenetrable.
So if you like throw
Try
it
again.
up, if you throw it up.
Try again. Impenetrable.
What?
Impenetrable.
Impenetrable.
Mhm.
Well, could we see if it's impenetrable on this?
I reckon you could try. Well,
It's indestructible.
indestructible. All right. Clean up the rest of that. Is that Legos I'm stepping on?
Bruh, all I see is a piece of log on it.
What
That
is?
is a... Oh, that is his hand. That's his hand. Well, not his actual hand. It's a hand that hooks on.
All right. I'm pretty sure there's Legos under your seat. They can go upstairs. Leave these knives alone so you don't cut yourself again. The swords. I don't think you need them. I don't think it's necessary.
Could I have this?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Impenetrable.
Impenetrable glass. Penetrable glass.
Glass?
Yeah, it's glass.
Is it?
Yeah.
Or is it plastic?
If you do this, yoink!
Oh yeah, let's not eat it
But
though.
if you actually do that, it would definitely break.
Yeah, but the windows aren't impenetrable, so.
Those actual glass will definitely break.
All right, head up. I'll turn the light on. I'm coming up in a second. I'll give you a shower real quick.
I'm staying where I'm going where you go.
No, you're going upstairs.
No, I'm going where you go.
What does Daddy say? So where are we going?
I go where you go.
No, he says we're going to hell if we don't change our ways. Go. Go up. Go up. Go turn your TV on. Go. Go. I'm going to pinch you.
Won't you go with me?
Go. 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 All right, go. I'll race you. Go. 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 Run. 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 Go. 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 Okay. Teresa's kids didn't like break each other's noses.
Well, they do make fun of each other, even though they haven't even done anything to each other.
You don't even know what you're saying.
Like, right when they look at someone, they just make fun of them.
Oh, yeah, it's not nice.
They're like, when the people are like, the other people are like,
Okay.
Sometimes when I sit by my friend, he literally just falls into me. He just goes.
That's silly.
He like tackles me. She tackles me. He tackles me a bit. I don't sit with the girl. I sit with
You
the
don't sit
boy.
with a girl? Oh, okay.
I sit with a boy.
Cooties? Why don't you sit with the girls?
Because I don't want to.
Do the girls only sit with the girls?
The
Well, you've been getting private dining though, because you're like whatever you're doing.
But the teacher said that you're only allowed to on the bus. The bus teacher only said the girls are allowed to sit with the girls. The boys are allowed to sit with the boys.
Oh, well, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
But I thought you were talking about lunch.
That was it.
Oh.
I thought you were talking about the munch.
He's gonna be. Do you know when your birthday is? It's coming up, and I don't think you can have presents if you don't know what day it is.
I don't know what day it is. That's all. March.
No, it ain't March.
April.
No,
Thursday.
dude. Thursday. Actually, no. I think it's Wednesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday next week. Oh. How about you cover your mouth? Just spit that out. Oh God. The 26th. Do you know how old you'll be? February 26th.
Gooey Goo 7.
Yeah.
Goo.
You'll be 7.
This is unspeakable language. Goo.
Okay. The bus teacher. He likes the bus driver. Like she's great. Like when we get like present, although like I've been getting presents for like all the kids and the teacher and the bus driver for literally everything, because that's what my mom did for me when I was in school. Like she would send me to school with like bags with I'm not talking like candy and stuff. I'm talking like actual presents. Like everybody would get the same thing, but she would send me with like actual gifts. So she's in the habit of, and then got me in the habit of, like when things go on sale after seasons and stuff, we like buy a bunch of shit. So like
That's what I
water
do.
bottles went on sale after summer. So we got like 25 water bottles for the kids in his class for the end of the year this year. And we were going to like paint them with their names and like their class and their teacher's number and stuff. And so we just buy shit all the time and like bring in these presents for Halloween, Thanksgiving, Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Easter, 100th day of school, Christmas, all kinds of everything. They get presents nonstop. Well,
This is the joy of being a mom of one versus a mom of 3.
let me tell you something, Teresa. He just had a birthday party, okay?
I know you did.
And I was fully prepared for all 20. I think there's 21 of them. And there's 3 first grade classes. Like 21 plus 21 plus 21. But like his class is 21 kids.
Okay.
So we invited all the kids. And we got some RSVPs, but then we didn't hear anything. Some people did RSVP and say they could not come, which I appreciate. He and I have only not been able to go to one birthday party, and that was because we were in Pennsylvania at my mom's. It was like near Thanksgiving or whatever. And I think I could look it up. I think like 4 kids came, 4 or 5 kids. They were all the boys. Not all the boys, but the only ones that showed up were boys. And even some of the ones that said they were going to show up didn't show up. And I was like, now, keeping in mind, we had been to the other birthday parties. So I was expecting like all of them. Now, to be honest, I couldn't have handled like any more than there was. We did bowling, and the ones that came were plenty. Like it would have been too much to have 20 kids there. to try to take care of them. So anyway, long story short, I'm spiteful. So I came back home and I like put together their Valentine's. I finished putting together their Valentine's Day bags. I'm talking stuffed animals. I'm talking so bath
Jesus.
bombs and notebooks and like, and I'm as I'm like throwing each thing into each bag, I'm like, hope you like it because this is the last time I'm sending gifts because I have to like pack my ass over there carrying all this shit every time I bring it. And I just thought, like, my kid's a nice kid. Where the fuck is everybody?
Aww.
You know what I mean? And like, these kids are going to be together all their school lives. So like, they're too young to like not like each other. And so like, we can force them at 6 and 7 to like each other. Like, I make my kid go to the birthday parties.
I don't.
I won't now. Fuck that.
I don't. Well, one, I don't want to go to all of them. I don't want. You guys probably think I'm very social because of how much I talk on here, but I really don't like to talk to people. I used to be so social, but I hate going to kids' birthday parties where I don't know all these other parents, and I'm like, I have to go sit there and just pretend to smile, and I can't like just look at my phone and talk true crime.
Yeah.
Like I don't like doing it. It's a struggle.
I'm like the asshole that like will start a conversation in line at the grocery store, but I also don't like going to like birthday parties and stuff. But I force myself. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because you're a mom of one. I'm telling you, by the third one, you're just like,
Well, yeah,
God, I'm
you're
not
over it.
doing this anymore. I don't care. I don't know how these people have like 15 kids, dude. Because at like 3, I'm like, I fucking just don't care anymore. I've
Yeah,
told this
like
story about how my oldest son, he has like probably 8 or 9 baby books of just
yeah.
photos, all dated, organized, everything. Every photo that anybody ever took of that kid, I was like, send it to me. I'm going to print it out and I'm going to put it in his book. My daughter has one baby book that has the ultrasound pictures in it, and that's all that's in her book. I never printed anything. And my youngest doesn't even own, he doesn't even have any photograph. I don't have any printed photographs of him besides like what I have like around my house. But like for the photo album, no. Mm-mm.
See, and this is what I struggle. So I struggle with this. Like, I said that to my mom, and I was like, I feel bad because I'm not an asshole. And so I feel bad, like, not giving the kids presents because it's probably their parents that don't want to take them. But I was so put off, like, last year. So last year was his first year at school. And we were, like, in the boonies, like, in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, there's only 1,200 people. And, like, all 10 people in his class, maybe 15 in his class were invited. So that's, like, a tenth of the population. I mean, that's a dramatic 1,000.
See, like
But
now,
still.
if I was invited to your kid's birthday party, I'd go. See, it's very different. Like I'd go because I can hang out with
Dude,
you and I know you're going to be there. You
I'm
know
a
what I mean?
homeroom. Like,
But like
I'm
this
a.
random ass parent that I don't even know or I've like waved at once, every once in a while at school, like, hey, oh, our kids are friends, yay. I also don't want to invite them because then I feel like I have to entertain them. I'm the parent, like when my kids got old enough that they could have parties where friends are dropped off, we would do that. But
Yeah.
I do not like to do the whole hangout thing. I don't want to do it. I don't want to be
So,
forced to socialize with people I don't know, that I don't get along with, that I don't know if I even have anything in common. I'm old. I don't need new friends. I've got enough. I'm good. I'm not trying to not trying to meet up. I'm not single. I'm not trying to meet a hot dad. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no point in me being there.
yeah, I have to say, so this year was better. Like the people that I have to say, like the people that came were very nice. They were all very like social. Like we were all talking. It was fine. My mother makes things a little bit neurotic. Um, so that can be like annoying. But you know, this is my problem. If we were in Pennsylvania, I wouldn't have to worry about nothing. Because my biggest thing is my kid going to be upset because he knows we invited the whole fucking class?
Right.
That was my concern. And if we were in Pennsylvania, wouldn't even have to worry about it because He's got tons of cousins that would all be there. So it wouldn't matter. Like, we always had people at our birthday parties. Well, last year, his very first birthday party at school, one kid came, and we had this huge cake. We had all these games. We had like a wheel to spin. We got a big ass piñata, like all this shit. And one person came.
Yeah, see, I feel like you need to wait until they're older when they actually have their good group of friends.
Well,
Because like kindergarten, first grade, like even my oldest, like he had a couple people he played with at school and stuff, but like by 5th grade, like he had a core group of, there was like 10 of them that had been friends like their entire elementary school, and they're still friends. Most of them are still friends to this day, and he's a junior in high school. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like there's like a core group that and you know they come because they want to actually hang out together. I just think you have to I think you kind of have to wait. I think you have to wait it out a little bit, or just go, okay, who are the 2 people you really love to play with, and then find like something for the 3 of them to go do, or whatever. You know what I mean?
yeah. Might be the last day. But you know what I did notice, and it was like funny, but also like I don't have nobody to do that with. Everybody came with like a partner. So like, and my mom, I forget what my mom said, and I was like, dude, like, if I had somebody here, like my best friend, unfortunately, like she lives in Pennsylvania. So, but if she lived here, like I'd be inviting her and her kid, because our kids are a month apart.
Well,
Like
see,
I'd be in.
instead of spending the money on the birthday party, spend the money and take the trip to Pennsylvania and hang out with her and her kids.
Well, okay, so last year when he started kindergarten, like prior to that, every year we went to Florida for his birthday. Like we were in
Yeah,
Florida
there
for
you
like a
go.
week. But now
Oh
that he's
yeah.
in school, we can't do that. So
He's like, this is my issue. I'd be so sad that I'd want revenge. I would not show up to any of those children's birthday parties.
that's what I'm saying. I came in, I was like pulling shit out of the Valentine's bags. I'm like, they're not getting shit. And then like I was like,
You're not
no, I'm
getting
just gonna give
shit.
them
You're not
all of it
making
so
me.
they feel
You're not
bad.
getting a bottle. You're not getting a water bottle. I don't
Yeah.
care how thirsty you are for the summer. You suck, and no bottles for you.
My mom was like, what about the water bottles? I was like, give them to the homeless.
They'd appreciate it more.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
And then
So
like one of the kids,
I went away for a minute, and then all of a sudden we're on kids' birthday parties. I don't know what happened.
well, because like I don't know. He and I started talking, and then it turned into like a whole thing. Then I brought him upstairs, and it turned into a whole thing. Because I was gonna give him a shower, but I couldn't until you came back. But then I don't know how we got here.
Post Punk Mama says paint their names and spell their names wrong.
Oh,
Or put on there, you RSVP'd, you were coming and you didn't show up. This is now your water bottle.
I'll write it like phonetically.
I know they did. It's okay. I don't really give a shit. The cool people stay. The cool people stay. I don't even know how much more we really need to read through at this. I mean, we heard his testimony today anyway. Why this evidence is admissible. See, this is all just rules of evidence. So I think it might have been pretty done. Zach killed Parcell to save the daughter. That is the truth. And he will be asserting the defense of others in his case in chief, which is his right as a defendant. I just don't believe that will work for him, but that's me.
Wait, you are skipping things that have their actual names in it.
Whose names?
So it's right, like read that.
Under South Carolina law, in the defense of others context, the defender stands in the shoes of the defended.
Okay, so he's saying that he would be standing in the shoes of the kid.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Under South Carolina law, in the defense of others context, the defender stands in the shoes of the defendant. One is not guilty of taking the life of an assailant who assaults a friend, relative, or a bystander if that friend, relative, or bystander would likewise have the right to take the life of the assailant in self-defense.
Take the life.
This is why he keeps calling her a friend, though, too.
Oh, good catch.
We were like, that's weird. Why does he keep referring to her as his friend? Because they want that in the. And this is so rehearsed. It's fucking weird. But that's
why I'm saying he was like hitting all the things.
A person has the right to act in defense of another person, and the person being protected would have had the right to kill the assailant in self-defense. In essence, this trial is really about the state versus, oh my gosh, versus the daughter. If the daughter could have acted in self-defense to kill Parcell, so could Zach act to save her, but he didn't. He premeditated her murder. Self-defense has 4 elements. First, the defendant must be without fault in bringing on the difficulty. The defendant must be without fault in bringing on the difficulty. I think I need that read to me like I'm 5. What the fuck does that mean? The defendant must be without fault in bringing on the difficulty. I think if I reread it more times, it's going to help me, but it doesn't. I don't understand that sentence. Somebody needs to explain that to me like I'm 5.
Well, we're about to take a shower real quick.
Okay. Second, the defendant must have actually believed he was in imminent danger of losing his life or sustaining serious bodily injury, or he actually was in such imminent danger that the accused are fighting the government? Really? Gray space. Can we get it too long? Didn't read on what happened today. Zach took the stand, caused all kinds of trouble by telling the jury that the daughter was being essayed and he was right to kill her. And then he went through the, if you have time to watch, it's absolutely an intriguing situation listening to this confessed murderer tell exactly what he was thinking and feeling and what he did. It's bizarro. But that's what it is. And then he got held in contempt for, he'll be in jail for 6 months on a contempt charge. And then he says that baby daddy offered to pay him $5,000. He said no. Offered to pay him $10,000. He said no. And now baby daddy got arrested today. Okay. Third, if his defense is based upon his belief of imminent danger, a reasonably prudent man of ordinary firmness and courage would have entertained the same belief. This is what Miku keeps saying right here. His belief at the time. His belief. This is what he believed. If the defendant actually was in imminent danger, the circumstances were such as would warrant a man of ordinary prudence, firmness, and courage to strike the fatal blow in order to save himself from serious bodily harm or losing his own life. Fourth, the defendant had no other probable means of avoiding the danger of losing his own life or sustaining serious bodily injury than to act as he did in this particular instance. Contrary to the state's motion, the fourth element does not apply in this case because Zach defended the daughter in her home, a place where the daughter had no duty to retreat. If the daughter had no duty to retreat, then neither did Zach. I just think this is such a stretch. To defend his daughter's coexistence with the right of the father to defend his daughter is coextensive with the right of the daughter to defend herself. See, I could go with, if it was the daughter, a person attacked on his own premises without fault has the right to claim immunity from the law of retreat. Therefore, the appellate's sister had no duty to retreat. The intervener assumes the rights and limitations of the person he acts to protect. The appellant thus had no duty to retreat, and the jury should have been so charged. Essentially saying because he's taking her place. Well, it was because he prayed about it, and he did all the things going into it to make it so that he was firm and complete. The child pornography that police seize from post devices directly and unequivocally proves the second and third elements of self-defense, that the daughter was actually in imminent danger of sustaining serious bodily injury. And the circumstances were such as would warrant a woman of ordinary prudence, firmness, and courage to strike the fatal blow in order to save herself from serious bodily injury or bodily harm or losing her own life. Parcell and Post abused the daughter hundreds, if not thousands of times over many years, and a defense expert, Dr. David Corwin, will testify in part that this type of abuse irrevocably damages the brain of a child. This is what they proffered yesterday. The stand your ground purpose as bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of a bodily member, or organ. This is a bunch of like why they're saying legally that it should be brought in. Although relevant, evidence may be excluded if its probative value outweighs, you know, that one already. Cases involving child sexual abuse are especially heinous, and the evidence in these cases is often gut-wrenching. That does not mean this evidence is inadmissible. Courts must often grapple with disturbing and unpleasant cases, but that does not justify preventing essential evidence from being considered by the jury, which is charged with the solemn duty of acting as the fact finder. A trial is not required to exclude relevant evidence merely because it is unpleasant or offensive, and I don't believe that's why it's excluded. So there's that. Then he just goes into a bunch of citations on admitting photographs and things like that of a heinous nature. Numerous courts in South Carolina and elsewhere have admitted relevant pornography evidence, including child pornography evidence, over the 403 objections, because the danger for unfair prejudice did not substantially outweigh the evidence's probative value. In State v. Heath, the state charged Heath with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct with a minor. At trial, Heath's biological daughter testified he sexually abused her multiple times when she was 6 or 7 and threatened to kill her or her mother if she told anyone. The victim explained the most recent incident occurred. She recalled that Heath took off her clothes, and I don't need to read all that. Okay, it's still not the same thing, not equivalent in my opinion. The state offered into evidence pornographic images. Police seized from Heath's iPad. Well, yeah, he's being charged with it. This will be the same as bringing the photos in to court when Post is on trial. I agree. They will be brought in. It has nothing to do with, it has to do with the fact that they're not relevant to what he did. He's making it relevant to what he did after the fact, but they weren't relevant at the time of what he did. Oh, Travis. Oh, you missed a doozy. You missed a doozy of a day. They keep going back. So he believed that she was being sexually abused, and he was right. But there's nothing indicating that he actually had any awareness of that beforehand. There's nothing that states that. Nothing. Except for him going back and saying that's what he thought. Because all he thought before was that she was prostituting herself out and could have possibly done drugs. He had no inclination that she was being sexually abused by the parents. He has not proven that. The child pornography in Zach's case is even more probative than the pornography evidence in Heath. However, the child pornography evidence does more than just corroborate Zach's well-founded beliefs. It directly undermines the state's ability to prove malice beyond a reasonable doubt, an essential element of murder. Well, I disagree, because I think that he did have an angry heart, and I absolutely think he went there pissed off, and that's why he killed her. It also firmly establishes Zach's justification in defending the daughter as her alter ego by satisfying elements 2 and 3 of self-defense. Therefore, any prejudice this evidence causes the state is not unfair, because it is part of the circumstances surrounding the crime. I disagree. And even if the prejudice to the state was unfair, it would be impossible for the unfair prejudice to substantially outweigh the evidence's probative value, because the probative value is so high. I disagree. If it had been found beforehand, I would agree. Correct, Travis. Yes. And he purposely makes sure to say in front of the jury that when he knows he's not allowed to, he purposely says in front of the jury at least 4 times that Christina was essaying the child, and the very last time he says it, he tells the jury, and the state is hiding evidence from you. How do I check and see if I accidentally blocked someone? Oh shoot! If you you have to actually go to your Google account to see if you blocked somebody. It's different than if I block somebody like on my channel. If I personally block somebody, then you have to unblock them in your Google account. That's where I'm at. Zach hadn't seen any proof of even the essay. Oh yeah, he berated the shit out of his sister. He really does not like his adopted sister, Grace. He thinks she's a sociopath, and that Christina is also a sociopath. This is a motion by the defense that they put in yesterday. We only got an excerpt of it yesterday, but this is what they said, that the legal reasons that Zach should be able to bring in the child pornography during his time taking the stand. And the judge said no, but he did it anyway. I mean, he tried really hard to get everything in. Well, Carla, as of today, she was with her biological dad, but then he was arrested today, because that's the other thing that happened, is that when Zach takes the stand, he says that the baby daddy tried to pay him $5K. He said no, and then tried to pay him $10K, and he said no. If he was going to do it, he was going to do it for free, not for money. And so then they go and fucking arrest Melo. So now Melo's locked up. Now I don't know where the daughter is, probably with her sister, I would assume. But so yeah, now Melo got charged with conspiracy before the fact. How do we know for a fact? I don't think that we can say anything for a fact outside of the fact that this is a defense motion, that they're claiming what he saw and what led him to believe this was happening, and none of it had to do with the essay. There was only, so it goes over that Melo told him about the prostitute posts. Melo showed him the affidavit from the guy Alex Fields, where Alex Fields says he was propositioning her, or she was propositioning him. He talks about that there was an email sent from a friend of his that told him that Post was into child pornography, and that Post was trying to get some motorcycle gang to kill Melo. And the affidavit from 2016, which is kind of up for interpretation now, because in this document, they say that in Christina's deposition from 2016, or her affidavit from 2016, that she pled the fifth on whether she had ever prostituted or done drugs. But when Zach testified today about that affidavit from 2016, he said that she had admitted to pornography and to doing drugs, which is not what that said. So I don't know if the state's going to bring that back tomorrow when they do cross. Well, so I struggle. Nita, my only struggle with this is that he says that he allegedly had brought it forward at the end of 2017, beginning of 2018, that she was being sexually abused. They were still in the midst of this custody battle. And in 2019, they work out with the court visitation with Christina. Not supervised. Doesn't bring forward any evidence. All this time that he has, he's saying that the investigator Bevel didn't do anything and just closed it out. Well, he's in a custody battle at the time, and that's not going in front of a judge. Nobody there is investigating it. And he authorizes, they work out an agreement between the two of them where she can see the kid. So that's my biggest struggle with that. Now, if the accusation started after that agreement, and then he took her away, I might go more with what your thought of your, oh my gosh, your line of thought here is. I can't talk anymore. I've been doing this too long. I just don't think that there was to say that he's like claiming she's a sociopath because he saw the nudie photos of her where she looked like she was vacant in her eyes. And that she was like, she could get what she wanted because she had something that they wanted. I don't know. That's just weird. Andrew, happy Wednesday. This case is raunchy. Andrew. It is raunchy. These adults are all like trash human beings. Like I'm at the point, like, get the kid somewhere else. This is ridiculous. But now she's like 13. I don't even know how much. There's so much damage done to her by the adults in her life. There's a helicopter flying around. I hope I'm not looking for bad guys. Okay, let me see. So, even if the prejudice was unfair, we already read that. Okay. I'm talking about more court citations. This is more court documents, 23,000 images of child pornography. A federal grand jury indicted Evans. But see, everything he's citing is the cases against the child pornography perpetrator. And he's saying, like, this court can't keep those images out because they were allowed in all these other cases. But he's not in the post trial. Hold on.
Maybe they are trying to get a mistrial because then they would be able to if he would be sentenced by then. Or not sentenced.
But the thing is they're trying to act like they're giving all these case examples of why child pornography was brought into court. But all those cases, the defendant is the perpetrator of the child pornography. You see what I mean?
Oh, I see.
Okay, Travis says, Andrew, thank you for the memberships. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you, guys. Or thank you, Andrew, and welcome, guys. My words are not coming out correctly anymore. So we talked about this briefly in defense opening, where they were going with this, and my thoughts were he was trying to say crime of passion, so it would be less than murder. Well, he's trying to say in defense of others. She couldn't defend herself, so he took it upon himself to defend her, even though he'd only met her 4 times a year before.
And she wasn't, like, actively being harmed, like, in the moment.
Right. So the judge says there was no imminent threat. Like, there's no way to go with this defense of others when she was not under an imminent threat. So they're going to go with the jury nullification argument. That's what we were thinking earlier today, Travis. So on appeal, the 8th Court of Circuits, and okay, this is still about the other court case. I'm just trying to get to anything in this court case that actually matters. Zach believes that the actual images and videos must be published to the jury, and any substitution for the actual images and videos would run afoul. But he didn't even know there was any images. I can't get over that. To the contrary, the state has foolishly and repeatedly denied the existence of Parcells' victimization of the daughter as captured in the images and videos of the child pornography. So in the motion for the gag order, they quote, defense counsel brazenly alleges that the victim of this murder, Parcell, produced, directed, and participated in child pornography, unquote. Not only is the allegation inadmissible, it cannot be proven by the defendant and is wholly unsubstantiated, unquote. The state's unwillingness to admit that Parcell sexually abused her own daughter, evidence that undermines Zach's murder charge and establishes his right to defend the daughter, makes the child pornography even more probative and essential to the jury's the solemn duty of acting as the fact finder. More cases. I'm not going to read all that. That's more cases. More cases. They just keep going into details of all these other children being sexually assaulted, and I don't want to read about that. I don't. These children have already had their justice or lack thereof on their own. I don't want to be bringing that back out.
I feel like he killed her, decided to kill her, and then, like, got lucky that she was a piece of shit. Like, that's really what happened. Is like,
yeah, he got lucky that Melo was actually onto something.
Yeah, and then afterwards, it was like, oh well, she was doing A, B, C, D, and E, and we wouldn't even know that if I didn't do what I did.
Right. Night
Which
M's.
essentially said.
See you tomorrow. Go ahead. Sorry, I was saying bye to M's.
No, saying he essentially said that when he said that whatever he said about now, like what we now, or it came to light, or whatever he said, it wouldn't have came to light. He's glad he did because it came to light. Whatever ridiculousness that was. It was so ridiculous.
He just didn't have, I can see all of this if he actually had the info going into it, but I mean, even still, it's just such a rando dude. So any kid or any parent that is going through a custody battle, he's just going to go out and just start killing the other kid's parents because the other parent says that they're bad. Like,
they want you to ask Travis about the double jeopardy thing.
Oh, Travis. Okay, so because Zach was on the stand and he said repeatedly about the essay stuff, we were contemplating whether the state would request a mistrial. We kind of determined we didn't think they would because they don't want to have to retry it later because of Post most likely being convicted of the child porn by then. So they don't, and that would most likely let it into another trial. So we didn't think they would. But then apparently when we were listening to other creators, they said that lawyers were saying the state won't ask for a mistrial because of the double jeopardy rules, that if they get a mistrial at this stage, they would not be able to retry Zachary Hughes again. And I didn't really understand that.
For these same charges.
So I don't know if you have any insight into why, if the state requested a mistrial at this stage, they would not be able to retry it under double jeopardy. I would love to hear that, because it didn't make sense to me, but I'm no lawyer, so. So jury nullification arguments are not allowed. You can't argue to the jury they should not follow court instructions. Thus, the court's instructions will control what defense can argue. The state may also get an instruction to the jury that says specifically not to consider and or disregard any evidence of child abuse in the trial. So the judge did give the instruction to the jury today multiple times to disregard the comments that Zach was making on the stand, and got it all stricken.
But they heard it.
They heard it all. They don't know what it means.
Apparently they were shocked.
Yeah, Lindsay, I agree. That's why I think all the grown-ups in this, I almost feel like I'm put in that, like we talked about this, I think, was it yesterday, the day before, whatever day it was, like the Kayla and Adam Montgomery situation, that if I defend, by saying that I think he's guilty, I'm almost defending her, but I'm not. And that's how I felt with like Kayla, by saying like she's a fucking liar and she should go down. It was almost like defending Adam Montgomery, who I also think is a piece of shit. So it's like I'm in no way, shape, or form do I think that if what the defense claims is in these videos, I mean, Post can fucking rot for all I care. I just don't care. And Parcell, she's already gone. Not much you can do with her now. But I still don't think, because he doesn't have access to any of this information when he decides to premeditatedly set up a murder that he was going to execute the day before and decided in his gut it just wasn't the right day.
I mean, he even went so far as to like do the whole thing with the silencer, and he like tested it and then determined it was still too loud and that wasn't going to work. And
right,
he brought two. Honestly, the MO sounds a little familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But he forced her into the house with a gun and then used a knife on her. Like, he was prepared. He had planned it out.
See, I would vote guilty, but I still think the state sucks. Well, I think that all these people, I don't think any of these people are above bar, man. Did the alibis lady say that the jury was looking at the gallery when that was said? That they did end up kind of looking at the gallery, like looking for answers, like what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Because as he was on the stand, he's saying, that I did this so that Christina couldn't continue to victimize her child or sexually abuse her child. And there's evidence that proves I was right, and the state is hiding it from you. But at that same time, the state is actually objecting, and he continues on with the conversation. So she's like, Pretty Lies and Alibi said, like, the jury was kind of like, what the fudge is happening? And like looked around the gallery, like looking for answers. I'd give him a thumbs up. I'm like, yes, it's true. It's true. Yeah, what if he was wrong? Yeah, what if he was wrong?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. In the end, he was trying to get custody of this child given to Melo, who he's now stating was actually soliciting him for murder. So you're not trying to protect any kid. You're just not.
I mean, his testimony. That was rude. Sorry. His testimony solidified it for me. Oh. Wait, what?
Oh shit, sorry. We're both clicking on you, Travis. Sorry. Okay, yes, that's true. Jeopardy attaches in a jury trial after 12 in a box and one question is asked of first evidence. The state can't ask for a mistrial like a defendant can for a prejudicial comment. What if it's not just a prejudicial comment, but it goes against the judge's order?
I mean, he put him in contempt. So even if he's found not guilty, he's going to jail for like 6 months for his comments.
Right. Lindsay says, it seems very gray right now. Any side you take could have a reasoning and could be defended. It also wrong to murder someone regardless. However, children's services fails so often, I don't know.
But then how come...
Go ahead.
How come then, like, Karen Reed, though, isn't... How come that's not double jeopardy?
Well, it wasn't a mistrial. They concluded with a hung jury.
Well, it was a mistrial, essentially called by Bev, but it was a hung jury, but that was a mistrial.
Nita, I'm with you. Even knowing what I know, I'd still convict him. That's exactly it. The only time you would insert yourself is if you're actually like witnessing this shit happen. And you're like, I need to stop this from happening. It's happening right here in front of me. I need to get involved.
I guess. So if they can't say to the jury that they can find him not guilty because he was defending her from SA, then I don't see how they find him not guilty.
Right.
Because he told them he did it, and how.
So he says the state has opened the door. The Zach has a right to defend himself, and the child pornography evidence is clearly admissible. However, even if this court were to somehow conclude that the evidence that undercuts the state's ability to prove an essential element of murder, which is malice, and establishes a complete defense for Zach, defense of others, is inadmissible, this evidence should still be admitted. Otherwise, inadmissible evidence may be properly admitted when opposing counsel opens the door to that evidence. I don't think by asking the guardian ad litem what she would have done at that time. I don't think that opened the door enough. Nothing like what's his name did in Murdoch when he opened the door to all the financials. That guy was his own attorney. Dumb. Moreover, a party can open the door in his opening statement even before that party has had an opportunity to offer any evidence. So the defense lawyer's opening statement as evidence the defendant opened the door and stating when a criminal defendant creates a false or misleading impression on an issue, we have held the government may clarify, review, or complete the issue with what would otherwise be inadmissible evidence. Okay, so more court stuff. It says the state has clearly opened the door to the child pornography evidence. In its opening statement, the state told the jury that Zach acted with an angry heart. No, Zach acted to save the daughter. It was not about vengeance. It was about protection. It's dumb. I just don't agree with that. Further, the state elicited evidence that Parcell was a good mother by asking Vanessa Carmillo if she would have recommended that the daughter live with her mother prior to October 13th. Parcell was a bad mother, and defense counsel should be allowed to enter the child pornography evidence in explanation or rebuttal thereof, even if the latter evidence would have been incompetent or irrelevant had it been offered initially. The state obviously will object to defense counsel's introduction of this evidence, but one who opens the door to evidence cannot complain of its admission. Conclusion. Throughout the prosecution of this case, the state's paranoia over the child pornography evidence has reared its ugly head. The state has denied the existence of the evidence that shows Parcell abused her own daughter, even though it has produced to defense counsel countless videos and photographs that prove it. The state even unsuccessfully tried to abridge Zach's and defense counsel's First Amendment rights by moving the court to silence or gag defense counsel on this topic. Now the state asked this court to prevent Zach from even offering any defense to these charges. The court has expressed its reluctance to admit the child pornography evidence in this trial. It is defense counsel's most firm conviction and sincere belief, after researching this issue and doing their utmost to explain to the court the applicable law, that this essential and highly probative evidence is admissible because it shows that Zach was justified in defending the daughter. For if this court deems this evidence entirely inadmissible, it will not only deprive Zach of his right to a fair trial by eviscerating both his ability to undermine the state's proof of an essential element, which is malice, and his right to assert the viable defense of others. This exclusion will deny the jury its opportunity to execute its solemn duty of acting as the fact finder to arrive at the truth. Defense counsel merely asked the court to allow Zach to defend himself, apply the law to this evidence, and to properly admit it so. No matter what the jury's verdict, Zach, the state, and the public will know that the jury had the information it needed to find the truth and render a just verdict. Respectfully, Mormon. So I think this is where most people agree and disagree, is on whether this stuff should be brought in or not. And if the jury was to see this, does it matter? Yeah, I gotta sleep soon. I know I gotta go pick up a kid soon too. I can't believe I've been on here for this long for such a shorter court day. But I wanted to get through this motion, even though once we read it, it seems that he must have memorized it, and he went on the stand today and just regurgitated it.
It's kind of hilarious.
It's weird.
He was like, the only way I'm letting you on that stand is if you memorize this 45 pages.
Well, he probably has the brain to do it.
And that's why he, like, spoke over the prosecutor, because he was, like, mid-line and, like, had to get it out. I'm interested to see how he does on cross.
Oh, I know, me too. He read it verbatim and sprinkled in NSA whenever he possibly could. That's where I'm at. They're not even offering in this motion to the judge that Zach has proof of it, which makes me really believe that he did not. Because the only proof they offer, like I said, is the prostitution and drugs. The only time the essay is even brought up is in this rando supposed email from somebody that's friends with Melo, who said that Post is into child porn. That's all that Zach was told about it. I'm sure that Melo probably told him other times, but proof-wise, versus just Melo saying it. So Travis says, if you plead the fifth on cross-examination on facts that you raised in direct exam, the court can strike all of your testimony. Zach could plead the fifth on any facts, crimes unrelated to the murders, like the CSAM. But he shouldn't even be part of the CSAM.
Right. Well, he couldn't plead the fifth on that because it wouldn't incriminate him unless he was a participant in that.
Well, and they're also not going to want to bring that up on cross because they're the ones trying to keep it out. In South Carolina, prosecutors can request judge to declare a mistrial if the jury is presented with inadmissible evidence. Doubt they'll ask. I don't know. That whole double jeopardy thing was still very odd to me. I don't know. I'll have to have Travis come on and actually like break it down for us at some point. I think I'm done for the day though. I'm done talking. My throat hurts.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Yeah, it could have been Melo who sent that email to himself. We don't know. I mean, he's definitely doing whatever he can to try to get Zach to kill his ex. So I wish that we could find out about the cocaine bag. I wonder if they ask him that on cross.
Oh, I'm actually really surprised he didn't say anything about that. Like, you know, and when I went in to do it, immediately I confirmed that she was doing drugs because there was cocaine on the table.
Right.
You know?
I'm surprised that they didn't say something like that. thank you guys for hanging out with me, watching this and going through everything. Trav, yeah, he doesn't have the CSAM charges. He's using the defense of others because of the CSAM that was found after the murder. So Zach can't plead the fifth on anything. No. I'm curious if they bring up the coke. Planning the coke was not written in the script, so he did not memorize that. They cannot ask about
done, right? Like he's done direct, right?
He's
Or no?
done. So here's the thing: it's like if he testified and he memorized this whole motion, essentially, he's not going to be prepared for anything they ask tomorrow. And if the prosecutors or solicitors or whatever you want to call them are on their game, they definitely should make sure that it's he's on his toes versus what they could have prepped him to. You know what I mean?
Well, they have the whole night tonight to rewatch what he said today to come up with something good.
Right.
So we'll see. I'll keep my expectations low.
I'll try to get on earlier tomorrow. I'll do my bestest. So
See,
examiner
we
said
keep panicking over here on the East Coast because, like, we don't hear from you, and it's like, holy shit, like, it's lunchtime. Like, it's after lunchtime.
I
The day's
know.
half over at work. Like, where is she? And then
3 hours earlier for me, guys.
Yes. And then someone's like, it's only like 11 there. And I'm like, oh, shit. So it feels later here. Well, it is later here, but
It is. You're like, she's
we're a
been
little
gone
more
all
dramatic.
dead. Where is she? Nita, the medical examiner said that there was amphetamine showed in the toxicology. Was it from the nose candy? So the state implied that it was the normal amount, or they asked the question. So the medical examiner said it was the normal amount for a prescription. And then the defense attorney essentially comes back up and says, but cocaine could be cut with things like the amphetamine, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yeah, but then they never talked. And they said that cocaine could be taken in the same doses as a prescribed amphetamine. But she said there was no cocaine in her system. That was not what she was, only amphetamine at a prescribed level. So nothing that would trigger anything crazy. Now, did she use the cocaine 3 days before? We don't know.
Well, the state obviously doesn't think he planted it, or I'm sure they just said that. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
And, like, why would he admit to the murder and not to the putting the coke there?
It wasn't in the script.
Oh, true. Maybe he'll ask about that.
That's what I'm saying. I hope they bring it up on cross. That's what the state said. It was Adderall.
Well, she only did a little bit of meth.
So Janet says she's good waiting because she's in meetings till 1 o'clock tomorrow. So just I'll do my best. I'll get on when I can get on. My kids aren't in school this week, so I'm taking advantage.
Why aren't they at school?
They have snow week.
Oh, damn.
It's called ski week, actually. They call it ski week. It's for President's Week. So instead of getting the 2 Mondays off, they get an entire week off.
Oh,
When they were up until last year, actually, last year was the first year we didn't go. We would go up to like Big Bear and stay in a cabin and play in the snow and go the kids would go snowboarding and stuff. But last year and this year, my husband's had to work, so we haven't been able to do anything. So they're just kind of chilling. Yeah, we have ski week in Cali. Yeah, so they go back to school. It's a whole thing. They go back to school now a week earlier so they can have a stupid week off in February. I'm like, just send them back to school later. They keep cutting down the summer vacation and giving them more breaks. Yeah, we get a ski week. So that, because everybody wants to travel to ski. It's ski time, so people go skiing. I'm telling you, we took advantage of it, so I can't say that it's not a good thing, but the last couple of years we haven't been able to. So anyway, they're not in school, so I haven't had to get up and make lunches and pack lunches and take kids to school. So I have been just chilling. Plus, I haven't felt good from talking so damn much. I think it's wrecking my vocal cords. My poor kids, I'm like gonna go inside and be like, no, I'm not talking to you guys tonight. I've talked too much. I've said too much already. So, all right. I'll do my best to get on as early as I can tomorrow because I'm really curious about his cross and I don't want to be on here until 6:30, which is 9:30 for you guys. So I'll set an alarm. I'll set the alarm even though it's ski week.
You're the best.
I love you guys. Love you, Sleuthy. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you guys mañana. Have a good one.
See ya.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.